Taking up an empty pocket in the corner of my mind. I try to hide away the things I shouldn't find.
Better beware.
Oh yeah, I'm in the mood today.
Other members of the same group are doing the Dr. Police. They were, Aaron talked to his friends, were not interested in just being ready with a camera in case the police get moving. You can do, anyone can do that and should do that. If you see the police, you know, doing something, you happen to be there, you happen to have a camera, go ahead and use it. But they do something quite different. And Aaron Cox never could answer this question. And I said to him, why was your friend outside the Naval Air Station down here?
Happening today, the Justice Department is taking Google to court. Government officials accuse the company of antitrust violations. Eyewitness News reporter Irene Cruz joins us here in studio with the details on this. Irene.
Yeah, Rachel, good morning. The federal trial is expected to be a long legal showdown and could reshape Google as we know it. The Justice Department and dozens of states accuse the platform of abusing its dominance. They allege Google hurt competition by paying billions of dollars to developers and phone makers like Apple, LG, Motorola, and Samsung. Well, those deals supposedly made Google search the default option for millions of people. The complaint alleges it accounts for, quote, roughly 80% of the general search queries in the U.S. Google claims they compete on quality and improvements and that they did not illegally restrict competition.
Google is accused basically of buying its way out of competition. The allegation is that it made a bunch of deals mainly with Apple to prevent other search engines from getting a foothold and challenging it.
Some legal experts describe this as the biggest monopolization case in the U.S. since the government took on Microsoft in the 90s. Now, the trial is expected to go on for 10 weeks, and the outcome of this could determine how Google distributes its search engine to users in the future.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe.
There is no doubt based on the testimony that it is when they get wind, when Mateer and Penley and Maxwell and all these guys get wind about these grand jury subpoenas and they realize that they're being delivered on Nate Paul's business adversaries, right? And also his law enforcement adversaries, right? That's when they go, man, we don't know where this is going, but we've got to do something. Yeah. You know, and the argument that's been made by Paxton's attorneys is, well, why didn't you go to KenPaxton again?
Ludicrous. Now that's crazy. Why would you?
They've already been going to him. They've been going to him over and over and over. Every one of them.
Over and over. And then why would you say, okay, go to him and say, we're getting ready to turn you into law enforcement? Yeah, I mean, none of it makes sense. But you know what? There's a lot that doesn't make sense in this entire situation.
I am, and I don't think we'll get the answer to this. You know, just the how they meet. How does he meet Nate Paul? How do they get connected? There's a lot of money.
I mean, it's probably like a lot of different things. Nate Paul probably made a large donation to one of his campaigns somewhere years ago, and you know, like any big political donor, the politician then is going to give him access and give him, you know, hey, I like that big donation, I want more of those, so what can I do for you? I mean, it's politics, that's how that works. And you know, I know this guy's rich, and I know he's conservative, and I know he likes me now, so I need to like him back. So how can we help each other out? So I started as benign as that, and then who knows where it went from there.
Somebody says here,
Make a little video.
Okay.
Spider-Man leaving.
Okay.
The ferret's not.
It has to do with the way the office
That's
gets
correct.
used.
Yeah, and then you have to keep in mind that according to what we've heard, that the bribery and all of that came about to protect and keep the affair,
That's
not
right.
necessarily because he's not being impeached because of an affair.
No. I mean, the affair has been well known for 2 or 3 years, and it's we are here right now because of the settlement. That's how we get here.
That's how it started. Yeah.
Right.
That in itself is also extremely problematic to me. That's where it all started for me individually, in my opinion, when the Attorney General wanted the taxpayers to pay the money for the settlement. And I understand it was within his capacity as Attorney General, but why are we footing the bill for a whistleblower settlement? It doesn't make any sense to me.
$3.3 million.
Yeah.
But
God. No. Oh,
Dude,
God.
I always knew you were
I'm
fucking
falling.
man.
No.
Dude, you said you like his music, therefore you have probably had communications. You probably have like 17 different stocks that have commented on his.
Oh, God. I don't want any part of this shit. No.
Come on, dude. I'm just messing with you. I know. I'm kind of just like I'm jokingly like.
Making fun of it.
Alright, thank you.
Dude, yeah, it's just laughing. I don't know, it's kind of entertaining. But I don't want to look into any much more of that. It's kind of getting old.
Dude, you know what it is? Like if I could nerd out for a moment, if I could nerd out with you and make this like this like analogy for what we're talking about here, what you're talking about. Think of it in like Lord of the Rings terms, okay? You're Sauron and you fucking like mind fucked that white
you're gonna have to
white
use
magician, right?
You're gonna have to use a different movie, dude, because I don't think I ever saw that.
Okay, long story short, dude, the fucking Hobbit picked up the crystal ball, and it's like looking into the fucking abyss.
So what was
If you look into the abyss, you will, you will drown in it.
well, that one video you
Hypothetically, metaphorically,
I
physically,
do have to say though,
sexually.
I do have to say though, Jedi, that one video you showed with all that weird seizure causing shit, that was freaky, I gotta say.
See shit? What do you mean?
You know I'm talking about, all the shapes that were like kind of like contorting.
Oh, you mean the brain apple fucking video?
Yes, that was freaky. A little bit. But nothing that would... I just looked away. I couldn't look at it. I have optic neuritis, so that really fucked with my brain. That's nothing to fuck with when you got optic neuritis. That's nothing to fuck with. And to understand optic neuritis, you'd have to have optic neuritis, but you can look it up and see exactly what it is.
Now, can I? Okay, look. Maybe I can elaborate a little bit on something that I'm trying to allude to. I'm just not. I'm not. I have to restrain myself right now. I have to restrain the Pazuzu demon in me that are manifesting right now, okay? I kind of want to be mischievous, but I can't. I can't, okay?
I know.
I need to keep it on the up and up level, okay? We can't go to sub-level 33 yet, okay?
Yeah.
We can only go down a maximum of 10 levels, okay? Into the demon world.
Gotta stay above the lava.
No, actually, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to break through the firmament right now. I'm trying to break through the firmament.
You got one of them flying cars? I heard they're coming out with them flying cars.
Nathan and Hoax Wars are Romulus and Remus. I heard they're fucking stars, dude. They've transcended the fucking humanly body, the spiritual body, the essence. They've transcended. Probably just like Sasha Stone in the Lazarus Institute.
Oh, man. That's deep.
Yeah, well, listen, dude. If you want even more deeper thoughts that'll penetrate deeper into your psyche and your cerebral cortex, your medulla oblongata.
What's left of it? Yeah, go for it.
Let me tell you. Let's smoke some more weed. Just kidding. I can't smoke weed right now because I'm driving. Trust me. I want to fucking pull over and smoke some weed.
I used to be able to drive really good when I'd smoke sativas. No, really good. I mean, I'd drive like better than a grandma. Or not a grandma, a fucking person who doesn't want to cause an accident. Like my dad. He drives, he's the safest driver, and like he can drink and drive. Oh, he could, not anymore because he's disabled now, so. And he's getting old. He's 73 now. No, he's 77? 76? I don't even remember. Jesus. Yeah, my pop, my mom.
Is that like a sick allegory, dude? Or, I'm sorry, street ghost. Is that like a sick allegory? Are you trying to say that one of those two individuals may end up hurting the other one? Maybe pushing the other one off a bridge? Maybe the Griffith Park Tunnel?
Mm.
Okay, real quick, I see you in the background, dude.
You can see
You
me?
have to do something to prove to me that you're not going to peep on me. Okay.
Dude, I'm gonna wait a minute.
I like that.
Can you see me? You can only see my avatar, right? Of an old picture from 2009.
Okay.
Detective Gomez.
What's up, dude?
Hey, I just need a second here.
No problem. Welcome to the panel.
I'll play silently, a little quietly.
I swear to God.
You can talk.
Going up.
I'll play very quietly. You guys can talk. This will be cool. If you don't mind, Detective.
Okay, this better be a good question. What do you got?
All right, so I wanted to ask, like, exactly how was Pazuzu trying to mind fuck Nathan? Was he like trying to bring up I feel like he was trying to shame Nathan for like bringing on guests, you know, like Nick Fuentes and that other fucking dude that upset Aiken. I think.
Yeah, I only tuned in for like that 1 minute. Literally earlier, I tuned in, and I heard him bring up that stuff right before he dropped off. Like, that motherfucker's trying to double ritual his ass or something like that, right? Trying to get him to revert back into that fight or flight mode.
Oh, shit.
That's it with that.
Sorry, just give me a second here. I think I'm
If you don't know, if you don't realize that, you know, you can't be left behind after you've been in the crew, right?
Yeah.
They gotta
No
try to
man
push
left behind, right?
Yeah, no soldier left behind in the muffin camp.
That's right. So, dude, listen. The thing with that whole situation with, like, Pazuzu trying to, you know, do whatever black magic fucking mindfucker with Nathan, isn't it a bad look for Jesse because it happened on Jesse's stream, considering Jesse's wanting to portray like he's out there for Nathan's best interest and doesn't want bad things to happen to him?
Well, I think if Nathaniel wants to be like a sacrificial lamb, I mean, of course, if he's going to go in, I mean, Jesse's going to capitalize off of it and let people hang themselves, like Pazuzu did. Who else did? Nathaniel to let Nathaniel go on that it was Dave Acton that was harassing him, right, with letters and shit like that.
I remember seeing some shit from not recently, but you know, I do remember Nathan coming on his stream and basically saying, "Hey, you know, this was sent to my parents, you know, like a cease and desist order," and basically saying, you know, stop. Do you know what your son is doing online? Do you know he's slandering people online?
Right, and at that time, that was more than likely for the Muffin Man. At that time.
Now,
well, at that time, wasn't he?
Man, just so people that are retarded.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Yes.
Do you really know that Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin. Who is that?
Well, that's the guy trying to figure out the bilateral hemispheric synchronization, but just can't get it for some reason.
Bilateral synchronization.
Bilateral hemispheric synchronization with an acoustic field. That's what he's trying to figure out, but can't. They had to send Trici and Pazuzu in to try to figure all that out and experiment on their live crowd with it, but it just didn't seem to work.
Well, he was like tuning his instruments to like 432 and thinking he was like God or some shit.
Well, to have to stick to the 432.
432 hertz.
Right, and then I asked Trici, well, can you adjust that monaural tone you're working with there in the 432? Oh, I don't know how to do that. I was just kind of given this app, right? That's what he said.
I gotta say, man, this guitar doesn't sound as good tuned down to 432 because I don't know. It's just the resonance is not nearly as long, not as good.
Yeah, I always tune to a 444 sharp.
Wow, I never.
Get out of that. You get out of the 432 and you get out of the 440 hertz range.
Yeah.
Over the 444 side. Now you're singing. Now you're making an instrument sing.
Fucking A right, brother. I've never thought about that, but that's like, that could be pushing it a little bit with its strings, depending. But
you just gotta try it and let it sing.
444. I'm gonna give that a shot, man. My snark does the hertz on this thing. Plus, I got a what do you call it? A stroke.
Okay, sorry for basically a long explanation. I didn't hear what you were saying, Gomez, but I see chat.
I'm gonna do this to 444 real quick. I can do that and put myself on mute.
Okay, so real quick, what I did hear was you were saying that the stuff that was being purported, or the attacks that were being done on Nathan back when, that were being done through Mount Shasta, okay, was being orchestrated or coordinated with Thomas, you say?
If that's what you want to call him, I call him the Muffin Man.
Okay. So, from Nathan's own admission, the only thing that he's had with Tom is, that email correspondence. And he said that he may have talked to him on the phone. He was supposed to go to like a lunch, but never did, and that's about it. And then he left it be. So, I guess, are you saying that's when all this happened? Like way back?
Well, a lot of it did start back then, but they were still in the experimental stages with those Mon-Earls. And those Mon-Earls will Pavana-ize you.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Mod-Earls?
Yeah, the Mon-Earls. The Mon-Earls that they're trying to use to Pavana-ize people.
Oh, okay. All right, I know what you're talking about, the frequency waves. Now, I'm going to say that I'm thinking from what I've heard from other people,
this exchange between Maxwell and Nate Paul's attorney.
I don't think that our raising these kinds of questions, talking to you, talking to Ken, whoever, is any way of obstruction. We're just trying to figure out what happened.
I understand, but they're going to think that that's what we're doing, trying to obstruct a federal investigation.
Now, when Paul was arrested, his attorney released this statement to WFAA, saying his charges have nothing to do with KenPaxton, nothing whatsoever, and called the impeachment effort weak. But former prosecutor turned UNT Dallas law professor Angela Downs says the prosecutors in the impeachment trial will focus on shutting that down.
The prosecutors on this case will be able to make those connections.
Back in 2018, Paul contributed $25,000 to Paxton's campaign. They were connected, but that's not unusual. But Paxton is accused of misusing his position as Attorney General to do favors for Nate Paul and his business in exchange for favors of his own. In addition to accusations that he used his office to help Paul get info on his own federal investigation, the articles also claim Paul hired a woman KenPaxton was having an affair with, and in exchange for his legal help, Nate Paul hooked Paxton up with some home renovations.
Nate Paul admitted that she worked for one of his companies. However, he did not know how much she was paid and could not identify a single specific project that she worked on.
The evidence released by the impeachment committee actually includes this employment contract, showing that the woman worked for Paul. There are also records from Uber showing fake accounts allegedly created by Paxton using the service to visit Nate Paul and his alleged mistress.
This is almost uncharted territory. To have someone who his name, Mr. Paul's name, being part of the conversation, being connected to so many particulars of the case, really puts you on notice.
And many legal experts believe that Paul's current legal issues could prime him to switch his stance.
He's really in a position where he's got to start thinking about his defense and how he can protect himself.
And so this might put him in a very vulnerable position where he might be willing to, to speak against the Attorney General.
And as for Nate Paul's own legal woes, trial is set for July of 2024, an undoubtedly much different story than the one told back in July of 2017. In North Texas, I'm Morgan Young.
Okay, so we're back with a live feed of the Texas Senate, and we do not see Texas senators in their chairs. It is 9:50. We see some of the House impeachment managers over there. Okay, are they going to pull out a little bit? Yeah. I mean, we see members of the media up in the gallery. It's interesting to me that a lot of us thought that this was going to be, it was going to be a packed gallery, and it really hasn't been, which is kind of surprising and interesting. But we still don't have an explanation for what the delay is. I mean, it could just be an innocent explanation for all I know. Again, because you have to have all 31 senators in the room. It could just be as simple as someone's running late. I don't know. We don't know if it really relates to the trial itself. Just have no idea. And so while we continue the tap dance, as we wait for this to start, Jay has queued up a story about Angela Paxton. Angela Paxton, of course, is KenPaxton's wife, and she is a sitting state senator, and because of her role, she has to be there in the Senate chambers when the proceedings are underway, although she cannot vote because clearly it would be a conflict of interest for her to vote. So let's take a listen to that story.
Good evening. KenPaxton's campaign still has this video posted on its YouTube channel from 7 years ago.
Well, I am Angela Paxton, as my last name might kind of give away. I am married to our Texas Attorney General, KenPaxton.
Before winning election to the Texas Senate, Angela Paxton sometimes campaigned with her husband and sang.
I'm a pistol packing mama, and my husband sues Obama. I'm a pistol packing mama, yes I am.
Angela and Ken met at Baylor University. They married in 1986 and had 4 children. Through the years, they've shared several family photos on social media. She was a career educator, a teacher, and then a guidance counselor. 16 years after her husband entered politics, she did too.
Angela Paxton is an educator with 22 years of experience helping kids reach their dreams.
In 2018, Angela Paxton ran for the same state Senate seat KenPaxton once held. She won, and won again in 2022. As a senator, she's also now a juror in her husband's impeachment trial. But she is a juror without a vote.
The motion is adopted.
The Texas Senate approved 31 rules to govern the upcoming trial, and rule number 31 applies solely to Angela Paxton. It says spouses have a conflict of interest. It allows her to hear all of the evidence, but that's all she can do. When senators deliberate behind closed doors, she will not listen in or weigh in. Her presence counts towards the total number of votes needed to convict her husband, but she will not cast a vote on anything. Senator Paxton voted against those rules. Then she put out a statement saying she will do everything in her power to be a voice for the people of her district. Never before has a Texas Attorney General been impeached. And never before.
I'm a pistol packing mama, yes I am.
Has a senator sat in on her husband's impeachment trial. In Dallas, I'm Teresa Woodard.
Whew, I sing in the shower, but never in public. Whoa. Todd, how well do you know Angela Paxton?
I don't know Angela at all, just by name, and certainly she's my state senator. I live in Plano. She's my senator in my district. My mom knows her extremely well. I think she has a lot of respect for her. I think that she likes her, I think, personally and professionally, but I don't know her myself.
We got to put Todd's mic on. This is what happens. We all. Is it not? It's not on.
There we go. How about
is
that?
Does he? No.
Is that better now?
Do we have a mic working here now? Do we have all the levels?
Is it okay now? Oh, you know what? I might want to plug it in too. Sorry about that. I think it's down below my foot.
Well, you know, these are the vagaries of live streaming here. We got Ryan. We don't have Ryan on camera, but we have Ryan coming up to help Todd figure out our mic situation. We all took a break while we were waiting here, and we've got a live feed of the Senate chambers up again. We do not see the senators in that room. Yeah, some folks are commenting on our. But guys, I'm sorry. This is the live feed. This is part of the fun of the interesting thing of doing this is that, you know, it's not always going to be perfect. This is not a a perfectly produced TV show. A part of this is, you know, sometimes things are a little wonky, and so we just kind of
roll with it.
Through it. We roll with it. That's what we do.
That's right.
So, but for people that have joined us, because earlier when we were talking about your mom, we had a lot fewer people watching. So for the more than 4,000 people that are currently watching, and we're continuing to build as we wait for this to start. Talk again about your mom and explain who your mom is,
Sure.
Todd, for the whole lot more people that are watching now.
Right. So my mom is Florence Shapiro. She was the former mayor of Plano for a number of years when I was growing up, and also became the Texas State Senator from our area in Collin County, Plano and surrounding counties, Senate, what's now Senate District 8, for 20 years. And when she retired from the Texas Senate in 2012, she was elected in 1992. When she retired in 2012, KenPaxton was elected to that seat, and then when he moved on to Attorney General, his wife now, Angela, serves in that same role. So she is in the line of succession in the Texas State Senate in front of the Paxtons.
How has the political landscape changed since your mom? I mean, how would you describe your mom in terms of her Republican leanings?
I mean, I think that she's certainly got incredible conservative credentials, and I don't think anybody ever questions her loyalty to the Republican Party. She was a big part of the conservative movement in Collin County and throughout the state of Texas, very closely aligned with Governor Bush and that era of Texas politics. Karl Rove, still very close with a lot of those folks. So I think the party's changed since then. I think there's a lot of new faces and new ideals. I think she would probably tell you the same thing, but it's a different time and a different place, that's for sure.
The photograph that you took in your phone of the woman at the Galaxy that we now know to be Laura Olson, what did you do with it?
I deleted the photograph at the general's request.
Did he ask you to do that when you first talked with him about the woman?
He did.
When he told her it was his realtor?
He did.
All right, I want to come forward now to the summer of 2019. Were there continuing to be problems within the office, the type that we had talked about already?
Those problems began again, yes.
Okay. Who were you hearing from? I'm not asking you what they told you, but what people within the office were talking with you?
Travel aides, Mr. Mateer, the security detail.
Were there problems that were happening outside of Austin?
Yes.
All right. Was there a further conversation that you had with KenPaxton concerning the affair?
Yes.
Did you learn that the affair was continuing?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor. Sustained.
Thank you. Did you learn that it was continuing?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor, and anything that she would have learned. Let me finish,
It's
please.
been ruled.
Excuse me. Anything she might have learned, would it be based on hearsay or speculation? Sustained.
Did you have a conversation with KenPaxton during that time period?
I did.
That'd be the summer of 2019?
Correct.
Let's talk about that conversation. Where did it happen?
In my office on the 8th floor.
Did you initiate it or did he?
He did.
And what did you all talk about?
We talked about Miss Olson again.
And did you learn that the affair was continuing?
Yes.
Did he tell you that?
Yes.
How did he tell you that? What kind of voice was he using?
He was frantically upset.
At who?
I think he was frustrated, and he wanted to express to me that he was frustrated with me, and that I didn't understand what he was trying to tell me. And he was trying to tell me, he came in and said he was frustrated and that I didn't understand, he still loved Mrs. Olson, and he wanted to work it out with me.
What did you take that to mean?
For me to be more accommodating as far as the security detail, the travel aids, any of his requests.
So in your very first conversation, when he first told you he was having an affair, had you given him some advice, some professional advice?
I did. I gave him ethics advice.
And what was that advice?
The ethics advice in 2018 was that when you try to keep things secret and you're a statewide elected official who's running for office, that it could be both ethically, legally, and morally challenging, and that it was beginning to bleed over into the office.
And is that what you were seeing?
Yes.
All right. Your second conversation in the summer of 2019, did you give him some similar advice?
I gave him the identical advice.
All right. Did you tell him that he needed to get his life in order so that the office could get back on track?
I did.
And leading and hearsay. Sustained.
What did you tell him he should do?
Objection, hearsay.
It's not hearsay, Your Honor. She's the declarant, and Mr. Busby knows she's available for cross. He can have time with her when not done. You can answer.
I told General Paxton quite bluntly that it wasn't my business who he was sleeping with, but that when things boiled over into the office and into the state work, that it had become my business, and that I was having concerns about how the time and the effort of the travel aides, the security detail, and myself was being spent.
And I want you to tell us what his demeanor was when you told him that.
He was angry with me.
How could you tell?
He raised his voice loud enough that it was heard outside of my office, even though the door was shut. He was, his hands were waving. He was red in the face. He was upset with me.
How did that conversation end?
He stormed off out of my office. He ended the conversation.
Yep, the monorails. The monorails that they're trying to use to phlebotomize people.
Oh, okay. All right, I know what you're talking about, the frequency waves. Now, I'm gonna say that I'm thinking from what I've heard from other people that are gonna contradict the monaural wave thing, is I heard that supposedly he researched binaural frequencies and that kind of stuff.
Right. You can research the shit out of it, but actually applying it correctly is nearly impossible. Nearly.
Okay, nearly.
Yep. You can do it. You can create a bilateral hemispheric synchronization with an acoustic field, but it's going to take a little more than a wizard called Treachy to apply it right.
Now, I'll tell you this, okay? From my personal experience, okay? Like that Brain Apple music video that was made that had all those warnings and shit. I did have like hallucinations, but it was like said for only a few seconds. And the hallucinations were basically like, almost like transparent. Like in that video, you had a lot of like, I guess lines, circles, and there was a message that was spelled out like letter by letter. So, and through some of the video, I didn't like focus on the letters in the center, but just the music and like the images, and nothing was really happening. But when I like focused in and tried to like decipher what the message was, that's when I started seeing the like basically the spirals and fucking lines and shit. So
Yeah, that's all brain candy. Once you get the acoustic field that hits you, then that becomes brain food. And the street ghost in your chat, if you apply the binaurals correctly, that actually undoes the the V2K, not the Y2K. It undoes the V2K when it's applied correctly. Now, when it's applied through the Muffin Man and Alchemy, then you get V2K and you get Pavanovized.
So, what you're saying is through,
familiar with him back in 2015. So somebody's asking, says, my husband wants to know why Dan Patrick did not have to recuse himself in light of taking a $1 million contribution and a $2 million loan from a KenPaxton PAC. I'd have to go look that up. I do know there was definitely money given. This is, again, it's inherently a political process.
Well, and then he said that he could rule fairly.
Yeah.
So who's going to say, oh, no, you can't, and he's the lieutenant governor. But if you ask that question, you have to ask, why is Brian Hughes still there? He's implicated. You have to, he's the lieutenant governor.
And to explain, he's implicated because Brian Hughes, when they needed, so in order to do the foreclosure opinion under the state, it's either the law or the Constitution, I forget which one, you have to have, I think it's state law, you have to have certain types of, only certain parties can ask for opinions. And one of the types is a chairperson of a legislative committee. Oh, Patrick's up. Ooh, thank you.
Oh, good.
All right, well, let's...
Now, when we come back, finish that explanation.
All right, let's...
important.
Governor and President of the Senate, Dan Patrick, now presiding.
Good morning, everyone. Bailiff, if you will bring in the jury. Morning, everyone. Will our prayer leader come up to pray? Senator Blanco from El Paso.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with humble hearts, seeking your guidance and your wisdom as we embark on our work. We pray for strength and clarity of mind and ask that you grant us the gift of strength and courage. Your word assures us in Isaiah 41:10, "Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Lord, we hold on to this promise knowing that you are our source of unwavering courage. Strengthen our resolve to trust in your plan, even when the path before us seems uncertain. We also pray that we may be instruments of your righteousness, discerning right from wrong, and upholding the principles of fairness and equality. Lord, we thank you for being our ever-present help in times of need, and for the wisdom and the grace that you provide. May we walk boldly in your light, knowing that you, by our side, we can conquer all obstacles. We offer this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Senator. You may be seated. To the public and to the media and to the members, we are beginning late this morning. The court's always ready at 9 a.m., but both the House and the defense had issues they needed to bring forth through the court, and so we have walked through some of those issues. Can I have both sides come to the bench, please? Bailiff will bring in Mr. Kamek. Mr. Kamek, please raise your right hand. Good morning. I do solemnly swear that the evidence I give upon this hearing by the Senate of Texas of impeachment charges against sworn Kenneth Paxton Jr. shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Please take your seat. And before you begin, I've always been asked by both sides, I meant to do this earlier, the time clock. Presentation of the evidence, the House, 9 hours, 19 minutes and 12 seconds left. 9, 19 and 12 seconds. Respondent, 12 hours, 14 minutes and 15 seconds left. 12 hours, 14 minutes and 15 seconds. You may begin.
Good morning. Fine. Is your microphone on, please, sir?
Can you hear me? Is that better?
That's better.
Okay, good morning.
All right, Mr. Kamek, obviously, but state your name for the record, please.
My name is Brandon Raymond Kamek.
And Mr. Kamek, how old are you?
37, sir.
And as we've gone through this, you're doing really well about leaning forward. The microphone, I think that microphone and this one requires to be pretty close. If you, I sometimes may call it to your attention, but if you can just sort of try to keep it in mind, that would be good.
Okay.
Now, what's your profession?
I'm a lawyer.
And can you take about a minute and a half, if you don't mind, and sort of give us a little bit of your background and experience, whatever got you to where you are now?
Sure. It all started I went to school at University of Houston for my undergrad. I went to University of Houston law school as well. Graduated in 2015. During my time at U of H, I interned for the Public Defender's Office in Harris County. I clerked for the 208th District Court in Harris County for Judge Denise Collins. When I graduated, I went out. My dad, Sam Kamek, is also a criminal defense lawyer. I got out and started working for him. I worked for him for about 3 years, and then went off on my own, and I've been on my own, I guess for the last 5 years now. And then about last year or so, I partnered with Ben Friedman, who's my business partner. We have a criminal and a personal injury docket. I think I've personally, at this point in my career, handled close to 600 cases, probably tried 15 to 20 cases, somewhere in there. Handled appeals up at the Court of Appeals in Houston. I've argued at the Court of Criminal Appeals, and that's what I do. That's how I got here.
All right, fine. When you say you graduated from law school in 2015, and I believe you said you're 37?
That's correct.
So did you do something in between undergraduate and law school?
No, I didn't, sir. I just went straight into law school.
Okay. So when you graduated from law school in 2015, you were what age?
I'd have been 29.
All right. So I'm still trying to fit back. Ordinarily, you'd be 25 if you went straight for college. Did you do something before college or so?
I went to school for 2 years, and then I started working for my grandfather, Sam Kamek Sr., Sam Kamek II, for his business. And then I just took a few years off, just focused on working and making a living, and then decided to go back to school at my dad's advice.
Gotcha. So your grandfather was in what kind of business?
He was a business owner. He did a variety of things throughout his life, but he was a commercial real estate developer and also owned a mortgage business. And so I worked with him over there.
How long did you work for him?
I was there, I'd say 2 to 3 years or so, and then decided to go back to school.
All right, now, as you're aware, the time frame we generally hear about are events in the year 2020. At that time, how long had you been a lawyer?
About 5 years.
Okay. And by the way, I think congratulations are due. Did you just recently get married?
I got married to my beautiful wife, Terry, on September 2nd, So
you have been married now how long?
A week and a half. We didn't get to do a honeymoon.
And as your wedding, one thing that sort of set the time frame as to when you might be available as a witness in this case?
Yes, sir. That's why we didn't. I'm here, so we didn't get the honeymoon. We'll do that next year.
Yeah. All right. Now, at the time that, let's say in the period of time of August of 2020, you'd been a lawyer about 5 years, is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Had you had any federal practice at that time?
I believe at that time I was licensed in the Southern District, but my practice was primarily in the county and district court, state court cases.
And was it at that time exclusively criminal?
Yes, sir. Exclusively criminal.
And you've added sort of a personal injury component to it since 2020?
That's correct.
All right. And in your criminal practice, had you ever been a prosecutor?
No, sir.
So had your experience been literally exclusively, as you have described, doing criminal defense work?
That's correct.
So if you hadn't been a prosecutor, is it fair to assume that maybe you had never dealt with issuing grand jury subpoenas or dealing with a grand jury in the role of a prosecutor?
I had never issued grand jury subpoenas as a defense lawyer.
Okay. Now, you probably had prepared packets representing people for a grand jury, urging them that whatever your client's position was, correct?
Yes, sir. We've presented grand jury packets to the grand jury through the DA's office when we turn those over.
All right. Now, at the time, can you tell us when you first got involved in this case now? When did you first hear from someone, and whom was it?
Well, it would actually be on my birthday of 2020, August 22nd. That's when I first knew about Mr. Paxton reaching out to me. I got a call from an unknown number on that day. I think I was out to lunch with some friends or something. And then later that evening, I got a call from a gentleman named Michael Wynn, who I knew through the Rotary Club, and said that Mr. Paxton had reached out to me.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt on you. Mr. Wynn, was Mr. Wynn already a friend of yours or an acquaintance? Would you describe, as of August of 2020, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Wynn?
Just an acquaintance. I knew Michael. I've been heavily involved in the Rotary Club, which is a charitable organization. We have a downtown Rotary Club of Houston. I've been involved with charities for like the last 6 years, I think, and he became a member of that year. And then I had worked with Michael. He was a chair of the Houston Bar Association. I was a member, and he had reached out to me, I think, earlier this summer to do a panel on how the courts would conduct business during COVID-19. And so I reached out to Judge Rosenthal, Judge Susan Brown, Kelly Johnson, Judge Jordan, Herb Ritchie, and there was a gentleman from Baker Botts, but we basically did a Zoom panel on how we would conduct business. So that was my only interaction with Mr. Wynn.
All right. Did you become, as you got to know him, did you become familiar with the fact that he was a former federal prosecutor?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was your knowledge as to his background at the time of this call that you just described that you got from him?
Well, at that time, I didn't really know much about his background other than just, it was more just like when I would see him in passing, or at a Rotary meeting, how you doing? I didn't really, it wasn't like a friendship or anything like that. I just knew him from those two settings.
Now, you mentioned your father a while ago was and is a lawyer, but at the time that Mr. Wynn and ultimately the Attorney General reached out to you, were you in a solo practice or were you with your father?
I was in a solo practice at the time.
And did you have a secretary or anybody, or paralegal or anybody helping you?
I had a legal assistant, and I think at that time I maybe had one other lawyer working for me, and my older brother was in law school as well, and I sponsored his bar card as a temporary bar card or something like that.
All right, so that if you got involved into a case that involved potentially a great number of documents, witnesses, etc., the support you would have had would have been what?
I don't understand the question.
The support groups, I mean, what kind of legal support would you have had in order to be able to conduct an investigation or something?
Well, the documents that I received just personally to my email.
Okay. Now, tell me the nature of your call from Mr. Wynn.
Mr. Wynn had reached out to me and told me that Mr. Paxton was trying to get in touch with me. Didn't really say anything more than that. The call that I had gotten on my birthday from Mr. Paxton was from an unknown number, so there was really no way to call back. And then it wasn't until the next day that I spoke with him.
And so as a date for the jury to have, the date that you spoke with Mr. Paxton was what date?
That would have been August 23rd of 2020.
And by the way, up there, did you have with you, not that you did you have the invoice you ultimately sent to the Attorney General's office?
No, sir.
Did you bring it to the stand with you?
No, sir. I don't have anything
All right.
in front of me.
Do you want or need that as a point of reference for dates? Or if you don't, that's fine. Or would you like to have available a copy in order to periodically check things? It's totally up to you.
I'll take it, sure.
Pardon me?
I'll take it, yes,
okay.
sir.
Mr. Hardin, this is his bill.
This is Exhibit 227, which I moved to introduce if it is not in evidence.
No objection.
Admit Exhibit 227 into evidence.
Now, I'm not going to really regularly be talking to you about this necessarily, but I'm offering it to you as periodically if it helps you plug in some dates.
Okay.
Have you, in our conversations previously, have you sometimes referred to this to make sure you were comfortable with certain dates?
Yes, sir. With respect to the dates, this will be helpful for me to remember.
Right. Now, let's go to the first. By the way, did you learn as you went along, thank you, Stella, that Mr. Wynn was the one who recommended you to the Attorney General?
Yes, sir. Mr. Paxton told me that when I met him.
All right. So now let's go to that conversation, your first conversation with the then Attorney General, Mr. Paxton. Did you return his call or did he call you?
I believe I returned his call. I returned his call the next day and we spoke, and he asked me to, he said he would, he had gotten my name from Michael Wynn. I think the words were, my name was dropped in the hat by Michael Wynn, and I'm looking to hire someone to work on a criminal investigation. And we scheduled a time for me to come out to Austin here to his office.
So, 5-year lawyer, solo practice, what was your reaction?
I mean, I was excited because it was the Attorney General's office, and so I was excited for the opportunity to go out and meet him.
All right. And did you do so?
I did.
And when did you do it?
I believe that was August 26th. Our meeting was on August 26th.
All right. And in the August 26th meeting, hold on just a second. All right, so tell me about that. Did you drive up to Austin or up to here?
Yes, sir. I drove out to Austin.
Did you go anywhere else first?
No, sir. Just came straight to me.
Straight to the Attorney General's office?
That's correct.
All right. Describe for us that meeting.
So I went in, I signed in the front desk, and then I went up to the floor where his office is, and I think I waited around maybe 15 or 20 minutes, and then Mr. Paxton came to the floor, and we went into his office, and then...
All right. Who was in the initial meeting between you and Mr. Paxton?
It was just me and Mr. Paxton in his office.
Do you recall about what time of day you talked to him?
I think that would have been... I don't recall the exact time, but maybe around lunchtime, somewhere in there.
Okay. Now, what did Mr. Paxton say?
So before I got there, he had actually reached out to me through text messages and said, "Can you bring a resume with you?" And I was like, "Well, I haven't prepared a resume in a long time," but I went ahead and prepared one, and I brought my resume in, and then it was kind of like, our conversation that we're having now. Where are you from? What do you do? Your background. I gave him my resume and just kind of pleasantries. And then he said that he was looking to hire a special prosecutor to investigate a criminal case where potentially there were potential violations of the Texas Penal Code.
And you mentioned special prosecutor. Was that his word?
Yes, sir.
And so, of course, you hadn't been hired at that time, but later when you were, whenever you represented yourself as a special prosecutor, where did that term come from?
Mr. Paxton.
All right. And did he tell you what the role of this special prosecutor he was interviewing you for would be?
No, sir. Not really.
Initially, when he talked about this job, what did you think it was going to entail?
My understanding, well, this was just an assumption. I was like, well, if I'm going to be hired as a special prosecutor, I would potentially be presenting a case to a jury maybe at some point, or presenting the case to be charged. That was my initial impression.
And he didn't tell you otherwise at that time?
That was, like I said, sir, that was just my assumption of what the job would entail.
All right. And then how long would you estimate you talked to him in this initial meeting in his office?
Roughly 15 or 20 minutes.
Did he express anything, any views about his own staff or why he was hiring somebody from outside?
Yes, sir. He said that he was interviewing multiple people, considering multiple people for the position, and that he couldn't get his own staff would not work on what he wanted them to work on.
All right. They said they would not work on it?
That's correct. And he mentioned that, he just wanted to find out the truth and about what happened.
Okay. Do you recall anything else from the conversation in that initial meeting?
No, sir.
And then what happened after you had this original meeting with him in his office by himself?
He said, I want to introduce you to someone. I obviously knew who Mr. Paxton was. And he said, I want to introduce you to this first assistant, Jeff Mateer, whose office was down the hall. So he walked me over there, and I met with Mr. Mateer in his office, just Mr. Mateer and I.
And now how would you characterize or describe Mr. Mateer's reaction when he came in and introduced you?
It was the same type of conversation, pleasantries, how are you? I gave him my resume. I told him, the conversation kind of didn't really get off the ground much. Just like, I'm here for the special prosecutor, to interview for the special prosecutor position. And his attitude was kind of like disengaged about it. Knew about it, but didn't really seem interested in it. I'd say, kind of just like it was Mr. Paxton's own deal that he was focused on. It wasn't obviously wasn't an area of focus or concern for Mr. Mateer.
Did it strike you in any way as if his attitude was, so this is Mr. Paxton's deal, he's not that interested in it?
Sustained.
Then you tell me how it did strike you.
I'm sorry, sir.
How did it strike you as to Mr. Mateer's involvement in it?
Just, he was very disengaged did not seem interested in it at all. Seemed like it was just kind of a side deal that Mr. Paxton was working on. It was his own focus. Mr. Mateer was not focused on it at all.
How long would you think you were in Mr. Mateer's office?
Say roughly 20 minutes.
Had Mr. Paxton left you there by yourself with Mr. Mateer?
Yes, sir.
And then what happened after you finished meeting Mr. Mateer?
I went back over to Mr. Paxton's office, and he was in there, just him and I. And I said goodbye. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks for calling me up. And he said, okay, we might be in touch with you. So I drove back to Houston.
All right. So how was it left when this was all over in that first meeting?
I'm sorry, how was it left?
How was it left? What was supposed to happen next?
Well, I really didn't know. I mean, I looked at it like, okay, I just interviewed with Mr. Paxton and the first assistant, and so if they want to talk to me, they know how to get in touch with me. All
right. So you left, obviously. What's the next thing that happened in connection with this case?
I got a text message from a gentleman named Mr. Vassar a couple days later, asking me to set up a time to meet with him.
Do you recall the date or so that you got the text message?
That would have been August 26th or 7th, I believe. It was August 28th, maybe. 27th, 28th.
I'm looking down at Exhibit 227, and I notice it looks like the first time you charged was 9/3. So did you choose not to build the state for that first meeting or two when you went up there?
That's correct. And also I'd like to say that's a typo, that 9/3/20 date. The date that I actually went out there for the meeting was 9/4/20. So I made a typo there.
Okay, all right. Now, at the end, once you got back, you got the text from Mr. Vassar, what happened next?
So we scheduled a time to speak on the phone that day. That's what the text message was about. And we got on a call together.
All right. And did you ultimately receive a contract or proposed contract from Mr. Vassar?
Yes, sir. He asked me for my email address on that phone call, and I told him, this is about the special prosecutor position, and he agreed. And then he said, well, I need your email address. I'm going to be working on a contract for you.
Okay. Did you receive that contract?
So, yes, sir, I did.
When?
Well, I got the contract on 9/3, September 3rd, but it must have got lost. I get hundreds of emails that just got lost in the shuffle somewhere. So Mr. Paxton actually reached out to me on 9/3 and said, did you get the contract by text message? And I said no, because I was supposed to go out there on 9/4 to meet with the complainant, Mr. Paul, and also Mr. Paxton. So short answer is I got the contract, I just didn't see it that day. It got lost in the shuffle somewhere.
All right, so tell me about how this appointment or arrangement set up for 9/4. Whose idea was that?
So I got a call from Mr. Paxton, and it was kind of like, hey, we want you to do this job. And
excuse me if I interrupt. Did you consider that the notice to you that you've now been hired?
Yes, because he said I would be getting a contract. You got the job, and then he asked me, what's the hourly rate that you would charge to do this? And I said, well, I'll do it for $300 an hour. And he said, I think we can get that for you. And,
now, I'm just guessing, you correct me if I'm wrong. In your criminal practice, customarily your billing, were you charging people hourly ordinarily, or was it usually some type of flat fee arrangement?
On criminal cases, flat fee. On personal injury cases, contingency fee.
So did you have experience in charging that fee of $300 an hour, or were you just sort of guessing?
It wasn't guessing. I just was trying to consider, what was going to need to be done in the case.
Okay.
So I figured I landed on 300. I thought that was fair.
All right. Now, when you had that, how long did that phone call that you're describing, was that your second call with Mr. Paxton?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then how long did that call last?
I don't recall. It wasn't very long. A few minutes, maybe.
You gave him your hourly rate, and then was there an appointment made for when?
So there was an appointment made for 9/4, September 4th, 2020.
Who picked that date?
We agreed to that date because I was going to meet the complainant, or Mr. Paul, that morning. And so after, I'm in Houston, so I'm driving back and forth. I try to meet them both the same day. So
when did you receive Mr. Paul's name as the person that you were going to be, that you say complainant? In other words, describe what you meant by that when you said he was a complainant.
Well, he was the one who had made the complaint or the allegations, and so I viewed him as the complainant.
All right. Had you seen any document as yet connected with the case?
No, sir.
And so do you recall when you first received Mr. Paul's name?
That would have been from Michael Wynn, when I set the meeting up to go out there and visit with him, with Mr. Wynn for the first time, and Mr. Paul for the first time.
All right. Who set up the meeting with Mr. Paul?
Mr. Wynn.
And did you inform the Attorney General that you were going to also meet Mr. Paul before you met him on the 4th?
I did.
When did you do that?
I don't recall. It was within one of those days.
Would it have been the day that you talked to him about coming up on the 4th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did you inform him you were going first to Mr. Paul and then coming to the Attorney General?
That's correct.
So tell us about your first meeting with Mr. Paul. How did that happen and where?
So I met Mr. Paul at his office with Michael Wynn, and I drove out here early in the morning. I met with him for, I'd say, hour and a half, 2 hours. And that was the initial time that I, had heard the allegations about their complaint.
Had you done any research on Mr. Paul, his background, who he was, et cetera, before you had this first meeting with him?
I think I may have Googled his name and read a headline or something like that.
But did you limit your looking into him to Google him? Is that about the only thing you remember doing at that stage?
Yes, I didn't look at any court records or anything. I mean, that's all that I did.
And what was your level of knowledge about him when you first went to meet him on the
That he was a commercial real estate developer here in Austin.
Okay. Did you see that he had had a search warrant executed on house in business back in August?
No, sir.
So what was your level of knowledge of Mr. Paul at the time you met him that first time? Whether you got it from the Attorney General or anyone else?
I mean, I didn't know him, didn't know anything about him.
Okay. And where did you meet him?
At his office.
Who was present during the meeting?
It was Mr. Paul and Mr. Wynn.
All right. So what happened at the meeting? Without going in necessarily at this time with what he said to you, what was the nature of the bill? Who did most of the talking in the meeting?
Nate Paul did most of the talking, and it was just a lot of information given to me in a short time period.
Well, how was he doing that? I mean, how were you giving?
He was talking, and he was just talking, trying to tell me, the circumstances surrounding the search of his home.
Did he make any presentation to you?
Towards the end, he showed me a copy of a search warrant and an order, and that was kind of the gist of his complaint. He showed me this presentation on a PDF document.
And so if you had to estimate the time that you visited with Mr. Paul at that time to get his, whatever he wanted to impart to you, how much of that hour and a half or hour and 45 meeting was Mr. Paul talking to you?
I don't understand, like a percentage type thing.
Yes.
Let's just say he was talking the majority of the time. Mr. Wynn was not.
And what was your first impression of Mr. Paul? How would you describe what you saw or listened to in this meeting?
Energetic, passionate, and had a lot of conviction, kind of an aggressive attitude, just a very, energetic person.
And what was your reaction when you left? Let me ask you this. Did he basically give you his side of the matter that you had been retained to investigate?
That's correct.
And what was your reaction to it?
I mean, I was convinced by what I was shown in the search warrant presentation and all that.
So when you left, to go talk to the Attorney General, had you already formed a personal belief as to what you thought was going on here?
No, not a personal belief. I was just like, hey, if what he's showing me on how the search warrant was altered is true, this is a big deal.
Okay. And did you, at that time, say to anybody or think that it looks like they did some bad stuff?
I had not developed an opinion about one way or the other. I mean, that was my first time, it was kind of like drinking through a fire hose, just a ton of information coming in a short time. And when I went to Mr. Paxton's office after that, I told him it was convincing, and he agreed.
Okay. So let's move now to General Paxton, meeting with General Paxton. On the 4th of September, was it?
That's correct.
How long was that meeting? Where'd you meet him?
So we arranged to meet at his office again, and the meeting was, I think, roughly 20 minutes or so.
And then what did Mr. Paxton say in that meeting?
So I told him I was convinced, it was a convincing presentation of what he agreed with that. He also said that the people in his office who they weren't investigating the case. They weren't working on it. At that point I had learned that there were some federal agents and people, I guess, in positions of power who were kind of involved in that. And, he made a comment that you need to have some guts to work on a case like this. And I was fired up about the opportunity to do it.
How would you describe to the jury and the court your level now of excitement? Now that you've got a little bit idea of what Mr. Paul says, you and the Attorney General have agreed is convincing, and you think this is going to be a big deal. What was your state of mind about that?
I was excited to be working on a project with the Attorney General's office.
You were already there, right?
I mean, it's the chief law enforcement officer of our state, and it wasn't about money or anything like that. It was just an opportunity to do something new in my career and try to help out.
All right. And when he said that you as people weren't working on it, did he express anything about how he felt about that to you, or tell you whether they were not working on it or they wouldn't work on it? In your own words, what did he say?
I don't recall specifically, but he said that he couldn't get the people in his office to work on this case.
Period. And did you leave that meeting with the impression or feeling that his people were refusing to work on it?
Yes.
Did you wonder, well, if they're not going to work on it, why don't you fire them?
I mean,
You didn't think about that?
No, sir.
All right. Okay. Now, after that, did that meeting get terminated a little early, or tell me? You said it was about 20 minutes.
So he said
excuse me just a second. You've driven all the way up for Houston for it. What happened to shorten it a little bit?
He had to go to a press conference, and I was going to take off, and he said, well, why don't you just come over there with me to the press conference? And so I went over there with him and with one of his staff, came over to the press conference, and then after that, we went back to the office. I just kind of watched the press conference.
All right, so now, not only have you been hired by the Attorney General, but you're going to a press conference with him. How'd that make you feel?
Well, I mean, I've been with my dad in press conferences before on some of his high-profile cases, but it was cool.
Yeah, okay. All right, now, did you think anything about, well, let me back up. So you had 20 minutes or so to talk to him about the case. Did y'all talk about any of the facts in the meeting before the press conference?
No, I did not really have a full grasp on all of the people that were involved and all the facts of the case at that point.
Now, what was your impression or belief at that time as to the occupations or nature of the people you were supposed to investigate?
I knew that they were both local law enforcement, and some of them were federal law enforcement officers at the time.
Did you know that one of his allegations was about a federal magistrate?
Yes, sir.
What was your reaction to hear he wanted you to investigate a federal judge?
My reaction to it was just hearing out their side of the story. I didn't really have an opinion one way or the other. However, if the allegations that they were making were true, then that'd be serious.
Okay. Now, did he talk about any in that conversation, any of either Mr. Paul or him, of any people other than federal and local law enforcement being the people he wanted investigated?
No, sir.
After the press conference, how much longer were you in the company of the Attorney General?
I think probably 15 or 20 minutes. We went back to his office and finished up the conversation there.
Well, what happened in that conversation?
When we got back to the office, I was a little bit concerned because at the time, I think I'm in private practice. I think I had roughly 75 cases on my own docket. And I told him, I'm like, well, if I'm coming back and forth between Houston and Austin, how am I going to be able to do this? And he said, well, look, his words were, if you can just get a wet ink copy of the original search warrant, this will be over pretty quickly. And I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, just if what had been produced to Nate Paul and his lawyers matched up with the original copy, it would be over quickly. But obviously, if there were discrepancies between the original wet ink copy and his words, then this thing could drag out a little bit more.
So what did you think you were going to do originally then? And by the way, had you ever heard the phrase, and maybe it's very common, I had a wet copy. Is that what he said, a wet copy?
A wet ink copy.
What does that mean? What did you take it to mean?
Just the original search warrants that was signed off by the judge had, a wet ink signature on it.
Okay.
Not the scanned PDF version.
All right. So what did you walk out of that meeting heading back in the car to Houston? Did you think your mission was?
So we really didn't go into the scope of the work. At that point, it wasn't until I actually got so the copy of the contract had been sitting in my inbox. So when I get back home and I read my contract and see that the scope is limited to like more of an investigative role, then I'm like, okay, well, I'm a lawyer. I'm just going to collect evidence, review evidence that's presented to me, and draw some type of conclusion to either corroborate what the allegation is or contradict that, and put it in a brief and submit it. So I knew at that point, once I read my contract, that I wouldn't be trying a case or anything like that. It was limited in scope.
Can you put the original the contract up and go to the addendum A, please? I believe the contract is in evidence in several ways.
Is this in, Mr. Harden? Do you know?
Pardon me?
Is it in?
I think it is.
I'm not
I'll
contradicting. I
check.
just
Hold
don't
on
know.
just a second.
Could we get an exhibit number, Rusty?
It is in.
It's House 160 and it's in evidence.
Thank you.
Now, do you recognize this particular excerpt from the contract?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if you could scroll up just, that's going to be good. Can you explain to the jury what you realized your scope was more limited when you saw this? I take it you're saying than you originally imagined your role would be?
Just in an investigative role, and then my ultimate goal or job at the end of this would be to prepare a report of my findings and give that to the Attorney General's office. And whatever they do with it is...
And was this scope different than what you understood it to be when you originally talked to the Attorney General?
This was different than what I had, I guess, come up with in my mind, what I would be doing.
Can you tell us what lines or sentences there, Mr. Kammett, so she can highlight exactly what you noticed when you saw that it was a little bit change in the scope of what you could do?
Can I have a second or just look at this and read
So,
it?
for instance, do you see the sentence, if you would, and shall prepare a report documenting any potential criminal charges that may be discovered in the course of the investigation? Do you see that? And before.
But that's yes, sir. That's the report I was referring to.
Okay. And that is a more restricted role, is it your testimony? That's really a more restricted role than you understood from the Attorney General you were originally going to have.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Is that a more restricted role than you originally thought you were going to have when you talked to the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you notice it says, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in this outside counsel contract, outside counsel shall conduct this investigation only as consistent with the complaint referred to the OAG and is only as directed by the OAG. Correct? So who did you believe you were being hired by?
The Office of the Attorney General.
Had you had any contact with the District Attorney's Office?
No, sir.
Did you at any time during this representation think you were working for the District Attorney's Office?
No, sir.
Throughout your representation in this matter, whom did you think, or who hired you, and whom did you think you were working for?
The Office of the Attorney General.
All right. And in turn, throughout all of this, who in the Attorney General's office in a position of responsibility did you consistently have your contact with?
The only person I reported to was Mr. Paxton at his direction.
Okay. Now, do you see, except for outside counsel's duty to provide a post-investigation report, this outside counsel contract expressly excludes legal services relating to any other post-investigation activities, including, but not limited to, indictment and prosecution. Had you yourself looked into the law that talked about the respective jurisdictions of a district attorney's office and the Attorney General's office?
No, sir.
Did you ever?
No, sir.
Okay. In this particular matter, what event did you think you were going to be investigating?
The referral from Travis County DA's office with respect to this allegedly unlawful search.
All right. And then later, did you receive another referral, what's been called referral number 2?
Yes, sir.
Now that's dated September the 23rd. Do you happen to recall when you received it?
I think I got that on 9/24.
Okay.
On an email from the Travis County DA's office.
And was that a totally different matter than you were originally hired to investigate?
Yes, sir.
When you got that, what was your response?
Well, I read through it, and I don't remember when I spoke with Mr. Paul and Mr. Wynn at the meeting, if it was before or after that, but when I got it, it was related to some type of alleged mortgage fraud where these lenders were wrongfully foreclosing on his properties and then trying to sell it at the auction. I don't recall any more detail than that.
All right. And when you looked at that one, of course, who was the complainant, the person who was complaining about the criminal conduct and wanted it investigated?
It was also Nate Paul.
Now, when you looked at it, did you see that it was essentially a complaint about civil litigation matters?
I'm sorry, could you?
Yeah, and I'm really only asking about your mindset.
Yes, sir.
Not one way the other.
Okay.
Did you notice whether it actually was a complaint about civil litigation matters in bankruptcy court?
Well, I wasn't looking at it through that lens at all. And to be frank with you, I didn't have any experience in handling any type of mortgage fraud or prosecuting any type of potential white-collar crime in that way.
All right. So did you just sort of put it aside and not ultimately do anything with it?
No, sir. That's not true.
Okay. Well, tell me in your words.
Well, I spoke with Mr. Paxton about the referral because I wasn't sure if my scope of my contract covered that.
Sure.
And so, he said that it did. And so I was like, well, I'm going to rise to the occasion. I'm going to figure this out.
All right, so let me see if we can go through the mindset or experience for you here. You see a referral on a separate matter, which is not the one you were originally hired for, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you receive it on September 24th, and you notice it's an allegation of mortgage fraud occurred in bankruptcy court. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So how did you find out what the Attorney General felt about it? Did you call him?
Yes, sir. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't remember the exact date.
That's okay.
But I asked him, I know for sure that I asked him if that was covered within the scope of my contract, and he said yes.
Do you remember when that conversation was and what the rest of the conversation was?
I would just have to give you an approximation. It was roughly around the time that I received the contract on 9/24, either a day before or a day after, or the day of, just somewhere in that 23 to 25th range.
And do you recall what the occasion of that conversation with him was, somewhere around the 24th of September? Did you call him explicitly for that, about whether this referral number 2 was in your contract, or were there other things that y'all talked about as well?
I don't recall the entire nature of that specific call.
Okay. Did you notice when you looked at referral 2 that one of the people he was asking to be criminally investigated was a federal bankruptcy judge named Tony Davis?
No, sir.
You didn't notice that at that time?
No, sir.
Okay. Did that referral, just like the first referral, have a list of people that Mr. Paul claimed were people of interest?
It did, yes, sir.
All right. And did it list these people? Do you recall whether when it listed them, whether it listed actually personal data like their address and their phone numbers?
I don't recall if that was in the referral or not.
All right. Don't remember whether it was in referral number 2. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that the case in referral number 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There were names and I believe some demographic information the first one. I don't recall.
Now, a referral number, I mean, let's go back now to the period a little before September 24th, when we were talking about the original referral. After you returned, did you receive any type of documents and materials to review when you left the meeting with both Mr. Paul and back on the 4th of September?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what kind of materials he gave you that you took back to Houston to review?
So I had taken my handwritten notes from the meeting back with me. And then I also received like a little 5 or 6 page document that appeared to be some type of timeline of events, giving Mr. Nate Paul's version about what happened.
All right. Now, did you take that just as his version?
Yes, sir.
All right. But when you left there, what did you have when you left there, and then on the 4th, and after your meeting with the Attorney General, had you developed sort of a game plan in your own mind as to how you were going to do the investigation?
So I did. I was trying to consider, how to get information to either corroborate or contradict what was being said.
All right. And did you tell us how you viewed the role of Mr. Paul and his lawyer, Mr. Wynn, in this, in terms of what role were they to play in the upcoming investigation?
Well, I viewed Mr. Paul as the complainant. He's the one who was complaining of these allegations, and then, Mr. Wynn was his attorney in some other separate matter.
How did you view your role as the Attorney General? Did you look at them almost as a client in terms of them sharing information with you and all? How would you describe that in your own words?
With who?
Mr. Paul.
Okay.
And of course, Mr. Wynn's his lawyer. But in your view of did you consider yourself as like a prosecutor and a citizen had come in and made a complaint?
I viewed him as a complainant in the case, and just in the same way that if a client hires me for a case and they bring in a banker's box full of documents and information, I'm going to go through it. And so I didn't think that it was unusual that I would be getting information from the complainant and his attorney. And as I got that information, I thought this was the same information that Mr. Penley had.
Yes. Had you met Mr. Penley?
No, sir.
Did you ever meet him?
No, sir.
All right. So when you originally were hired by the Attorney General, did you make a certain assumption as to what your role and Mr. Penley's would be?
Well, I thought I would meet Mr. Penley at some point. I remember I asked Mr. Paxton in that first or that second meeting if I'd be meeting, am I going to talk to him? Does he have a file that I can start working with? And his response was, I think he was out of town, and he had a file on his desk. So I did assume at some point that I would meet Mr. Penley and take a look at his file.
Well, did you assume originally that you would be working with the Attorney General's staff as you gathered information, and that would mean that you'd be working with the division head?
I did. Obviously, as a solo practitioner, I don't have access to a lot of the resources that government offices has. And so I thought at some point I would be dealing with or meeting with some of these individuals.
Right. And so did you just assume that Mr. Penley was being kept informed as what was going on here?
I didn't really think about that at the time.
Okay. Fair enough. But at any time, how many times did you ask Mr. Paxton about either meeting Mr. Penley or getting some information or getting some support from the Attorney General's office?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Can you repeat your question, Rusty? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Sure. How many times did you ask Mr. Paxton about either meeting Mr. Penley or getting some information or getting some support from the Attorney General's office?
Thank you.
I asked, it's kind of two parts. So with respect to Mr. Penley, I'd only talked to him about Mr. Penley maybe twice, and then that was early on. And then that's when I was asking about, was there a file? And like, you know, how do I get in touch with him on this deal? And then as far as getting support from the office, I think I asked probably 4 or 5 times over the course of this 3.5 week period when this all happened, can I get badge? Can I get credentials? Which I never got, but I repeatedly asked for those things.
And what was the Attorney General's response each time?
I think initially his response is, okay, we'll have to get somebody to work on that, or we'll get it to you. It was just I never got a firm answer on when I would be getting those things. I knew I would need it when it came to issuing subpoenas and things like that.
Yeah, so what things were you asking him for? Let's start with Mr. Penley. Each time that you asked him or mentioned Mr. Penley, did he have some reason not to put you in touch with Mr. Penley?
The only thing that I asked about Mr. Penley was, did he have a file and will I be meeting with him? To which his response was, he's out of town and his file is on the desk. I just thought in my mind that I would eventually meet with him to discuss this case. I mean, I don't know anything about any of these people in that office. And so I'm like, I didn't know anything going on. So
How did you know Mr. Penley, just looking at a flow chart? How'd you know about him?
I knew the name from Mr. Wynn and Mr. Paul in that first meeting.
Did Mr. Wynn and Mr. Paul, were they critical of Mr. Penley in that first meeting?
Yes.
What'd they say?
Well, they said that Mr. Penley said that there was no information that could be presented to him that would make him believe that a federal official broke the law in the way that they claimed.
All right. And this conversation with them was that was the one September 4th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you think that's a little strange that they didn't want to deal with the head of the division in the Attorney General's office?
My understanding was that they had met with him one time.
That's all, just one time?
Yes, sir. That's
Is that what they told you?
Yes, sir. And he refused to look into it. And then that was kind of reinforced by the fact that Mr. Paxton said that he couldn't get anyone in his office to work on the case.
All right. So in your conversations with them and as your investigation, were you ever told or informed that they actually met with Mr. Paul 3 times?
Excuse me, Your Honor, that them, objection hearsay, that includes other people other than Mr. Paxton.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever learn from Mr. Paul, Mr. Wynn, or Attorney General Paxton that Mr. Penley...
Excuse me, same exact objection.
Let me just finish, please.
I'm sorry.
That Mr. Penley or Mr. David Maxwell met with Mr. Paul and Mr. Wynn 3 times.
Okay, that's both multifarious and hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you ever learn that Mr. Penley, did you learn anything from any source about how often Mr. Penley was trying to get Mr. Wynn to provide further documents?
Objection.
Objection is only was he aware of anything like that?
Objection hearsay. The question was, did you learn from any source? Objection hearsay.
I'm only...
Overruled.
Thank you. Were you?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Sure. Were you ever aware from any source that Mr. Penley, after 3 meetings, was continuing to try to get documents from Mr. Wynn? Did you ever hear that from anybody?
Objection. I'm sorry. Objection hearsay. I apologize. Sorry, Mr. Kamek. Sorry, Rusty. Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
In your mind, what was your understanding from any source of the level of involvement of Mr. Penley and Mr. Maxwell in this investigation?
I'm sorry, Rusty, the level of?
I'm not asking for any statements or anything. I'm asking what his understanding of mindset was.
I understand. I just didn't, you said the level of, and then the word trailed off. I'm sorry if I'm being difficult.
How sorry are you?
Pretty sorry. Sorry enough.
All right. My question, I think, stands, Your Honor. I simply want to know what his state of mind and level of knowledge was, because it has a lot to do with what he does later.
Yeah, I didn't hear an objection, actually. I just heard him say.
I didn't either, so.
He just said he couldn't hear you. So.
I just didn't understand the question. That question as asked, I'm fine. Go ahead.
Is your microphone on?
Well, he's reading it. I can't read that far.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Now, in at the end of the day, what was your level of knowledge about this?
So I was told early on by Mr. Paxton that the people in his office weren't doing what he asked them to do. That's why he was considering hiring outside counsel.
Right.
And then towards the end of September, in this 3.5 week period, I was told by Michael Wynn that Mr. Penley had reached out to him kind of out of the clear blue for documents. And then I asked Mr. Paxton about that when I spoke with him, and he said, well, I told him to stand down. He's not working on this case, you are.
And who should stand down?
Mr. Penley.
Yeah, General Paxton told you that Mr. Penley should stand down. He wasn't involved in the case anymore?
That's correct, and that was my only other time that I knew about any of his involvement.
All right, do you recall when that conversation was and where you were?
It would have been a phone call towards the end of September.
All right, thank you. Now, let's go back after the 4th. I assume you started reviewing the materials you had received?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about how you proceeded in your investigation then.
All right, so still trying to get my arms around what was alleged and all of the folks that were involved in it, and trying to figure out, since I didn't really have any information, what information I would be able to obtain. And just started kind of thinking of the way to do this would be to do grand jury subpoenas to get information regarding like phone calls and things between the individuals involved in that first referral.
All right. Now, by the way, did you during this period of time, Mr. Kamen, consult with any other people you thought might have had these types of investigations before to sort of get an idea how to proceed?
No, sir. No,
this
sir.
is not something you had done before, correct?
I had not ever done this before.
Okay. Now, by the way, in your communications with the Attorney General, how were you communicating with him? By phone, by text, by email? Can you describe the forms of communication y'all used?
So we spoke by phone and through text message, and then throughout this process, I continually forwarded emails to him as something would come up or I would get some information.
Well, did you use any kind of encrypted communications?
Yeah, I think about the middle of the month, he asked me to use the Signal app, which I wasn't really familiar with at the time. I just thought it was like a WhatsApp or just a
You were unfamiliar with Signal app at that time?
I'd never used it before.
All right, and how did that come about that he wanted you to communicate with him using Signal app?
He asked me on a phone call to download the app and use that.
Did you go on the internet to look and see what a Signal app was?
No, sir, I just downloaded the app.
Okay, and do you recall what the nature of the conversation was in which he asked you to start using Signal app?
It would have been a call where we were talking just generally about the case, kind of the status of it and what was going on. It wasn't I do remember it was not a phone call specifically about using that app.
And what type of email address did you use with him?
But what do you mean?
Well, do you recall what the email address was?
No, sir.
Was it an official Attorney General's office email address?
Oh, I see what you mean. No, sir.
All right. What was it?
His email address was a Proton mail address.
All right.
That I was given.
Had you used Proton before?
No, sir.
Had you ever heard of Proton?
I had heard of it. I've never used it.
Okay. Now, in addition, what about the phones? What type of phone number did you have that you would communicate with him?
I had the original number that he had first called me on, and then I think later he gave me another number. Around that time, I was getting getting calls from unknown numbers, or it'd say potential spam. You know, you get those types of calls, and I was like, well, I don't want to miss the Attorney General's number, so I got myself a separate number and gave it to him. That way I knew when that phone rang, that was Mr. Paxton calling.
So are you saying that you ultimately got a phone that was totally dedicated to phone conversations with the Attorney General of the state of Texas, and that's the only number that you communicated with on that phone?
Yes, sir.
And you did that, why?
Because I didn't want to miss a call from an unknown number or a spam likely call, or, you know, when you get those spam calls, I didn't want to have that come up and miss an important call, so.
Did he use multiple phone numbers with you?
Yes, sir.
How many?
2 numbers.
Okay. And were either of those official Attorney General lines?
I believe they were cell phone numbers. I don't believe they were office numbers.
Right. In fact, when was the first time that you ever learned what the official email address or the Attorney General office email address was of the Attorney General that you were dealing with all this time?
The first time that I ever saw his governmental email address,
yes,
was when I got a cease and desist letter from Jeff Mateer.
And when was that?
That would have been, I believe, August 1st or 2nd.
And how was it that you saw what the Attorney General's official email address was?
They were all copied on the email. All the gentlemen, Mr. Vassar, I think, was one of them. And
was that first time when you got your cease and desist letter, the first time you ever knew of any official communication form of communicating with the Attorney General, whether it was through text or email or phone?
I thought all of my communications with him were official, but that was the first time that I saw his governmental email address.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you trust the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
Were you flattered about him reaching out to you?
Yes, sir.
Did you trust Michael Wynn?
Yes, sir.
Did you appreciate him referring you to the Attorney General?
I did. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you always trust Michael Wynn to have your best interest at heart and try to help you?
Yes, sir. I didn't have any reason not to trust him. I knew that he was Nate Paul's lawyer.
Okay. Did you trust Nate Paul?
Didn't really know Nate Paul. Just was trying to do my job.
All right. Now let's move to the period of the middle of September. After you came back, you had all your material from the 4th that you had gotten from Nate Paul. What did you do after that?
So around this time, I had a conversation with Mr. Paxton because I wanted to try to get the individuals named in that first referral, like call logs and email logs showing whether or not these people had been talking around the time that the search had taken place. And so, being that it's sensitive, since they are federal agents and there's some people in power there, I thought that the grand jury subpoena would be a discreet way to get that information. And so I brought that up to Mr. Paxton.
And do you recall when this conversation was?
I believe it was around, we had talked about it from early on in the month, like within that first week of September, but the conversations kind of continued going on till about the middle of the month, about September 14th.
Okay. Now, at that time, what did you say to Mr. Paxton, and what did he say to you?
I told him I think we should try to do a grand jury subpoenas, being that this is a discreet way to get information. Grand jury proceedings are private and secret proceedings, and so we'd be able to get information that way without raising any kind of alarms or causing some type of, panic about the situation. And he said it was a smart idea.
So he endorsed it?
Yes, sir.
Did either of you talk about the fact that if you issued grand jury subpoenas for a claimed offense that Mr. Paul was presenting to you, that the recipients of those grand jury subpoenas would know what was going on, or have questions, or be maybe even alarmed? Did y'all discuss that at all?
Excuse me, objection leading.
I think I gave him several choices. Did y'all talk about the possible reaction of people that got these subpoenas?
No, sir.
Later, you issued subpoenas, did you not, for credit unions and banks and stuff like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there any conversation between you and the Attorney General about how those people might feel when they got those grand juries?
No, sir.
Did you become later aware, I mean, we'll get to who all that were on there, of that some of these subpoenas were going to lawyers or people that were opposing Mr. Paul in litigation? Were you aware that that's who some of the people were?
No, sir.
Okay, well then let's get to what you know. When you talked to the Attorney General back about downloading the app and everything, were you also talking to him at that time about trying to seek credentials and other types of things that you needed for what you were doing?
Yes, sir.
When did you first start asking for those types of things?
In my first meeting with him on September 4th, and then I asked about it again, like as I'm approaching the time where I need to be, as the time I'm doing the applications for these subpoenas.
What did you ask him for?
Email address, am I gonna get some type of badge or some credentials, like, because I'm going to be approaching people with legal documents and I need something to show that I have the authority to do that.
What did he say?
We're working on it.
Now, you assumed, did you not, that of course it'd be perfectly fine to give you those things because it would be a public record and there was nothing wrong with it, correct?
I expected to get that.
Yes. And you expected and believed you were going to need that, did you not, in your investigation?
Yes, and I ended up, I did need it.
How many times do you think you asked the Attorney General for these official documents?
It would have had been 4 or 5 times over the course of a month.
And each time you asked him for him, what was his response?
We're working on it. We'll get it to you.
At some time, did you begin to wonder why they would not give you any kind of official documents to show your status?
No. I don't know how the office operates within the Attorney General's office. I wasn't sure if there was a bunch of red tape to go through. I didn't know any of that. I just knew that I would need it to do what he was asking me to do.
Right. We always hear about the slowness of bureaucracy and government agencies. Is that the kind of thing you just thought was going on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it never occurred to you that maybe he didn't want them to be public?
Objection, leading and assuming facts not on evidence.
Sustained.
Did it ever occur to you? Did you ever have the thought or wonder, don't they want this public or what? Did you have that kind of thought process?
I wasn't thinking about anything like that.
Fair enough. Now, when you mentioned the grand jury possibility to the Attorney General, in that conversation, and you think that conversation was when, roughly?
That would have been around, I know I spoke with him about it on September 6th. So I have a note here on this invoice, but the middle of the month around September 14th.
Okay.
There were a couple conversations where I was just kind of trying to figure my way through this.
Now, you, of course, as you mentioned before, had never done a grand jury investigation, correct?
That is correct.
So did you ask him some questions, to the Attorney General, some questions to try to help you in that respect? First of all, did you assume that maybe he would know that kind of answers?
Yes, sir. I'm so sorry. Judge, is there any way I can use a restroom break?
We'll stand at ease for 10 minutes.
Sorry about that.
No. We'll give you 10 minutes. The witness may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I would just stand at your desk, George. I would not leave. He's just stepping out and coming right back.
Okay, so they've taken a 10-minute break here, so Mr. Kamek can go to the restroom. Todd? Testimony.
Just shocking. Shocking. I just am blown away at why this seemingly inexperienced and inappropriate. I don't want to call him inappropriate.
He has no experience for this.
Nothing. It's not even in his realm of. I mean, he's a criminal defense lawyer that really
For 5
hadn't
seconds.
done too much of any criminal defense work. Worked for his dad, and gets recruited by Nate Paul and KenPaxton to. I mean, he said it. Investigate law enforcement and potentially a federal magistrate. I mean, that's nothing. That's nowhere even close to what he knew how to do. He went to the University of Houston undergrad and law school, and how they ever found him as a mark or a target, I guess Mr. Wynn, Nate Paul's lawyer, was a buddy of his in Rotary, and they weren't even friends. I mean, according to Mr. Kamek, they were barely associates. They barely knew each other. This is just, I don't understand what's going on here.
Well, and then he's asked, did you consult with anybody that's done these kind of investigations? Nope.
He didn't have any staff. He had one paralegal and a third-year bar card lawyer that worked for him in his office, and was just given this task to go investigate law enforcement. I mean, we were speaking while this was going on. Okay, on Monday, go, start. Well, how does he even know what he's supposed to do? How does he even begin?
The Attorney General didn't want an experienced attorney.
That's right.
That was the whole point of it.
Oh, I'm with you.
He didn't want Joe Brown because he's a former U.S.
That's
attorney.
right.
Yes.
He wanted somebody that he could, a puppet.
He recruited what he wanted, and he got what he wanted. So, and if you're looking at someone with such inexperience, then you could almost understand why he's not asking all these questions, because he's working for the Attorney General.
That's right.
You would just.
We got to fix.
What am I off on here?
We're going to fix Todd's mic. Hey,
again.
Apparently it's rubbing up against your jacket, and people are commenting in the live stream. So we're going to fix it.
Where did it go?
Let's put it. Hey, Jay, can you come help Todd?
Sorry about that.
And we'll get this. We'll get this. So yeah, no. And then I think just this whole issue of. You know, there's been prior reporting about how Brandon Kamek gets identified, but you know, we now hear from Brandon Kamek's own mouth that the first person he talks to about being hired about being brought in to do this is Michael Wynn. Michael Wynn, who is Nate Paul's attorney. And once we get Todd's mic situation figured out here, we can talk about how crazy and unusual it would be to have to just have something like that. I mean, that would be a really rare situation to have. To have that happen, and then they haven't gotten to this part yet. But when they go to deliver the subpoenas to some of these banks, okay, they're coming back. Okay, they're coming back.
Jurors to be seated again.
Mr. Kamek.
Hold on 1 second. They're not all in their seats. Court will come to order, and hold on one moment, Mr. Harden, for all the jurors to be seated again.
Mr. Kamek.
Hold on 1 second. They're not all in their seats. Looks like we're short 2 members. Mr. Hughes and Mr. Miles. Senator Miles, Senator Hughes, please come forward. Okay. Okay, thank you. We're one juror short, so we're going to wait. We're texting him now. Mr. Harden, you may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Kamek, I want to go to, if I may, when you were asking him and talking to him about the grand jury subpoenas. During that conversation, and you mentioned that you asked him about credentials. How did you go about trying to find out how to do a grand jury issuing and using grand jury subpoenas? What did you do? Your microphone.
Yes, sir. So I asked Mr. Paxton, at this point, he's like, this is a smart idea. This is the way that we should proceed. So the next question is, okay, well, how do we do this? Because I wasn't sure whether the Attorney General's office had their own special grand jury in session for cases, or if we would do it through county, like Travis County grand jury. And so I didn't know the answer to that. He said he didn't know the answer to that. He would need to find out. And, I think he had indicated to me at that time, he wasn't a criminal lawyer. Most of his experience was in business law. So he would find out which grand jury that we would.
And did you find out?
He reached back out to me around the middle of the month, maybe a day or so after, and told me that we would be going through the Travis County grand jury.
But the AG himself called you back and told you that?
Yes, sir.
And then what did you do?
So my next step was to reach out to Travis County District Attorney's Office. And it was kind of weird because before I even have an opportunity to do that, I get a message or a voicemail that Michael Wynn had sent me saying, this is the person that you need to contact over there.
How soon after you had the conversation with the Attorney General that concerning the fact that it would be a Travis County grand jury, how soon after that conversation with the Attorney General did Mr. Wynn reach out and give you a contact in the Travis County DA's office?
I don't recall exactly, probably within 24 to 48 hours.
Do you have any idea how Mr. Wynn would have known that you were seeking that information?
I'm sorry.
Had you told Mr. Wynn you were trying to find out, or did it just come in unsolicited?
No, I spoke with Mr. Wynn about the grand jury process.
All right.
So he was aware. Him and Nate Paul were both aware that that's how I was proceeding with their investigation.
When you got that information, did you reach out to the Travis County grand jury?
I reached out to the Travis County District Attorney's Office and spoke.
Excuse me. I said grand jury. You're right. The office. Excuse me. Go ahead.
I spoke with, I forget, it was a nice woman. I forget her name. She put me in touch with a gentleman named Don Clemmer. And then Don Clemmer put me in touch with, I guess, this real sweet lady. I think her name was Bailey. She might have been the grand jury coordinator over there.
Let me ask you this. Was it last name Mulder? Does that sound?
That sounds like
all
correct.
Right. Did you tell these folks that you were a special prosecutor working with the Attorney General's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as such, you were asking assistance to get some grand jury subpoenas?
Yes, sir.
And did they help you get the grand jury subpoenas?
Yes, sir, they did.
And let me ask you, at this time, Your Honor, I want to move to introduce en masse, I believe we informed counsel on the other side, Exhibit 257, which I'll represent as all of Mr. Kamek's production in this matter to both sides. These are the documents that he has produced to lawyers on both sides, and I move to introduce them in toto.
Any objection? Speak on the microphone, please. Still can't hear you.
Object to 649, 691.
Dan, can I stop you for just a second to explain to the court? We have given them excerpts. It was too voluminous to be carrying around the hard document here. But what we did do, about 2,000 pages, I think it was a lot. What we've then I've gone through and taken out excerpts and put an exhibit number on them. But there are excerpts from what I was seeking to do was introducing the whole group and then taking out and putting an exhibit number on those that we specifically were going to talk about. Go ahead.
I appreciate all that, Mr. President, but to be clear, we got an amended exhibit at 4:50 this morning, which includes these, several of which I will be objecting to, several of which I won't.
Excuse me, are we going to start getting into when we get stuff for them and what time of the morning? I would just ask for
just stop right now.
Yeah.
You would, like I started to say, object to 649, 691, 687, 688, 689, 690, 686, and 650.
Reason for the objection?
Sir?
You objected to those documents, okay?
I am. Now,
Okay.
I do not have objections to 677, 678, 679, 680, 681, 682, 683, 684, 685, and 693. The last sequence, Mr. President, I do not have an objection to.
So let's go back to the objection.
Yes, sir.
I'd asked you for a reason for the objection to the
Yes, sir.
other documents.
Yes, sir. The basis is hearsay on each. And just so, let me try to get them in order so Mr. Harden and I can literally be on the same page.
May I ask one more time real quickly the ones you object to, Dan?
Sure.
To make sure I got all of them.
Yes, sir. The ones I'm objecting to are in order, Rusty, are 649. That's the work product. If you're with me, you want me to come over there? I'm happy to do that if that's easier for you.
No, go ahead.
649, 650, 686, 687, 689, 690, and 691.
And the type of objection, Your Honor, the basis?
Hearsay. And I don't know if you, Judge, Mr. President, do you have them in front of you?
We don't have them.
May I do this? Let me go right now to discuss the ones that he has no objection to and ask that they be admitted.
Okay, we'll admit the items that you have no objection to, and to be certain we have those right numbers, would you repeat those numbers that you do not object to?
The numbers that and I'm not sure these are in order, but 677, no
Yes.
objection.
Okay.
678, no
Yes.
objection. 680, 681, 682,
Yes.
683,
Yes.
684,
Yes.
685,
Yes.
and 693.
What about 679?
All right.
Hold on one second. Just checking this.
You inquired on
What I-
679. I don't have that one in front of me.
Okay, you originally said you had no objection to 679, but you may have misspoken.
Certainly capable of doing that. No, you're correct, Mr. President. 679, we do object to 679.
Okay, so 679. So to the court reporter, and forgive my for a moment there, something I said the witnesses shouldn't do. So to be clear to the court reporter, no objection to 677, 678, 680, 681, 682, 683, 684, 685, 693. And it's my understanding, Mr. Harden, to begin, you will just focus on those. And if you want to refer to the others, you'll have to give us an answer on why it's not hearsay at that time.
That's correct. Your time, could I?
I'm admitting, so we are admitting into evidence 677, 678, 679, 680. I'm sorry, 677, 678, not 679 at this time. 680, 681, 682, 683, 684, 685, and 693.
Your Honor, can I have 10 minutes credit back because of the housekeeping we did here?
Did you say you needed 10 minutes?
Could I have 10 minutes credit back for the conversation we've had?
I'll give you 5.
Thank you. All right. One has to take what they can get. All right. Mr. Kamek,
Yes, sir.
did you start receiving assistance to get these grand jury subpoenas done as to who they would be from Mr. Wynn?
Yes, sir.
And is it still on? I didn't hear. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. And what form of assistance were you getting from him?
Well, I started to get a lot of information from Mr. Paul and Mr. Wynn through emails. That included the list of individuals who were, I guess, suspects or somehow witnesses or somehow related to that first initial referral.
And were these people that were to be put on the list of subpoenas?
Some of them were, yes, sir.
All right. And were you receiving from Mr. Wynn regularly information of people to include on the grand jury subpoenas?
Yes, sir.
Now, what was your thought process in terms of your investigation as to why you would automatically put those people on if they're asking? In your mind, you were doing what?
Well, I didn't independently source any of these individuals' name. I walk into this referral and I'm given a lot of information about different people who were involved and how they may be related to that first referral. And so I trusted that was the information that they were giving me was the same information that the Attorney General's office, Mr. Penley, would have already had to conduct his investigation.
All right, so you assumed that you were just getting information that already existed?
Yes, sir.
In the hands of the the AG?
Yes, sir.
But you hadn't talked to anyone in the AG, correct?
Other than Mr. Paxton, that's correct.
All right. And each time that you had a course of action in this case and thought you were going to do something, did you have a practice of contacting the Attorney General to update him?
Yes, sir.
And so as you went along and gathered all this information from Mr. Wynn and Mr. Paul, were you keeping the Attorney General informed of all this?
Yes, sir. I would discuss it on the phone or anytime I got like a document emailed to me from Mr. Wynn, I would forward that on to the Attorney General's email address. And then when we spoke again, if we did, I would say, hey, I sent you this or sent you that.
So let me see if I understand. Whenever you received information from Mr. Wynn and or Mr. Paul by email, you would then forward that information to the Attorney General?
The majority of the time, yes, sir.
All right. So when they were sending you list of people that should be subpoenaed by the grand jury, were you making sure you kept Mr. Paxton informed of that?
I'm sorry, do you mean if I sent that information to him or just letting him know that I received that information or?
Just letting him know that you received that information.
Yes, sir.
All right. So would it be an accurate statement that as you proceeded in this, well, let me put it another way. As you proceeded in your investigation, and as you determined what to do with the grand jury and what to do about grand jury subpoenas, were you at each stage keeping the Attorney General informed?
Yes, sir.
At any time, did the Attorney General contact you and say, no, let's don't do that?
No, sir.
So from your own state of mind, in every single thing you did in this investigation, what is your testimony to the jury as to whether you believed you had the full support and agreement of the Attorney General of the state of Texas?
That's true. I did everything at his supervision, kept him informed on everything. When I reached out to Travis County District Attorney's Office and introduced myself regarding the grand jury subpoenas, I mean, I got affirmation the entire time that everything was good and no one said anything different until I, got a cease and desist letter at the end of.
And so it was one of your frustrations that you didn't have anything official to tell people that's what you were doing. Is that correct?
That's right.
Excuse me, objection leading.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Sustained.
were you frustrated about not having any identification and documents and means to tell others in the outside world?
Yes, because yes, sir.
All right. And what was the reason? What was the reason for being so frustrated?
For example, when I had some subpoenas issued for Microsoft, and I got an email back saying, without a governmental email address, we can't execute these subpoenas. So I knew that as I'm continuing to work in the course of this deal, that I would need to have some type of identification, whether it's a governmental email address, some number. I don't know what their processes are, but I knew that I would need some type of credential to be able to do what I was asked to do.
What were you subpoenaing Microsoft for?
Email records, I believe, for certain individuals that were involved in that first referral.
All right. So in the first referral, you were seeking email information, everything from Microsoft about all of these individuals?
Whoever had like an Outlook email address.
And in addition to the people involved in the execution of the search warrant, were you receiving from Mr. Wynn other names that should be added in?
I don't recall all of the names that were on the list.
Oh, yeah. I'm not asking you what the names were, but were you receiving during this time that you were conducting investigation continued list and suggestions of people to investigate and to list a grand jury subpoena for?
Yes, sir.
And at this stage, did you reach a stage of discomfort that you were getting all this information from the lawyer of a man that you knew was already under investigation by law enforcement?
I didn't know that Mr. Paul was under investigation at the time. I knew about the search, obviously, but I didn't know that he was under any kind of, at the time, it would have been a current investigation. And then just with respect to Michael Wynn, I had no reason not to trust that Michael was giving me information that he had already collected and that I thought that the Attorney General's office already had. So I thought that whatever he gave me was for the purposes of investigating that referral.
Okay. I want you to look. I'll put some hard copies up there for you. It's in
Yes, sir.
evidence now. Exhibit 678.
678.
And it's going to be bait stamp. Well, do you need a bait stamp? No. Okay. Thank you. Can you tell us what that is, please?
So this is an email that I sent to Ryan Vassar with this is the same day that I met with Mr. Paxton on 9/4. And when I got back home, I signed the draft contract that they sent me and sent it back, and I asked for an executed copy back. Mr. Vassar had asked me to see if there were any kind of conflicts, so I reached out. I didn't have any clients that had any cases pending where the AG's office was opposing counsel, and I reached out to the State Bar Ethics Hotline and said, hey, is this okay?
I don't have any cases pending against them. And they said, it's fine, congratulations on the job.
All right. I'm trying to look at these subpoenas in terms of what's admitted, and I want you, if you would, to turn to 681. I'm only going to ask you to not put it up because I believe that's one no, that is one that's in evidence. Can you help me out? Look at 681. And identify this for the jury, please.
So this was an email from me to Michael Wynn, and it says sample form grand jury, Google grand jury subpoena.
All right. And then look over to why did you send it to Michael Wynn?
Michael Wynn had initially, so I had never issued a grand jury subpoena before.
Pardon me?
I had never issued a grand jury subpoena before.
Right.
And so I asked Michael, once I put this draft together, if you take a look at it, it's the same information that they had already given me, and make sure that the form here is correct.
And so Mr. Wynn respond to you and tell you it was okay?
He said, form is fine.
And then at the end of the day, what did that help you do?
What did it help me do?
Yes. Did that help you decide how you were going to do the subpoenas and what language you were going to use and everything?
I sent this to him. I mean, I knew he was a federal prosecutor at this point in the past, Harvard educated. I just sent it to him does the form look okay here? So it helped me to know that this was the right way to do it.
All right. Your Honor, I'm looking here. I was having to order up the ones they've objected to. And there are some of these that I very much want to get into evidence. And I don't believe there is a legitimate objection. I'm trying to figure out how to handle this without taking any undue time now. But for instance, if I could, do we have hard copies for the court, Stella? Of these exhibits, do we have any more stacks? Do you have before you 691 without saying anything about what is in content? I want you to identify it for the record and tell us what it is.
Mr. Harden, you said 691?
Yes. I wrote that down as one you objected to.
I don't have a six. Oh, I do too. I stand corrected. Thank you.
We have that on the list you objected to, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, we're waiting for us to see it. We don't have a copy before we can rule.
Yes, sir.
All right. You see 691, would you, without talking about the internal contents yet, would you describe what that document is?
This was an email from Michael Wynn on September 21st, 2020, with an attached Excel spreadsheet that appears to have individuals' names listed there with various demographic information.
Does it list names, addresses, and identifying data that have been blacked out for purposes of this exhibit? But does it list names, addresses, and personal data of people to be investigated and included on the grand jury subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't understand what the objection was to that, Your Honor.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The objection is hearsay. It's not a list created by Mr. Kamek, but by Mr. Wynn, and it is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted because they're going to...
Your Honor, go ahead. I'm excuse you if you were talking. No, I thought you were through. Go ahead.
That's okay. It is going to be offered for the truth of the matter asserted because they're going to be arguing that these were the names ultimately where subpoenas were being used on. So objection, hearsay.
There are a series of these, Your Honor, first of all, not offered for the truth of the matter, only that was provided to him. We are not suggesting that these people should be and were witnesses for the grand jury, should have been a grand jury subpoena. But more important part is Article 16 is a conspiracy article that says that General Paxton engaged in conspiracy with others. We are not alleging that they engaged in this conspiracy with Mr. Kamek. We are alleging that he engaged in a conspiracy with Mr. Paul and Mr. Wynn. And any statements that are made in pursuant of that conspiracy would be admissible, whether or not it is hearsay. It's an exception to the hearsay rule. I know I am springing that on the court. You might want a moment to think about it or so, but that's why, A, it's not hearsay, but B, even it it is an act in furtherance of the conspiracy.
They are admissible through the testimony of a co-conspirator, not through Mr. Kamek, who Mr. Hardin admits is not a co-conspirator.
Give us a moment.
Pardon me? Okay.
And just, Judge, Mr. President, while you're considering this, I would, based upon Mr. Hardin's argument for the admissibility of it, there is no suggestion that General Paxton created or participated in the creation or the assimilation of this exhibit.
Okay, give us a moment.
Your Honor, if I may, there's a business records affidavit, Exhibit 547, a business record affidavit for all of Mr. Kamek's files. So the idea of this hearsay goes out the window. It would have to be kept out for some other reason. These are all have been certified. Can we bring up, if you'd like, I'll bring up the affidavit for you to look at. 547.
Can't put a business record on something that is, you can't make a co-conspirator statement admissible or whatever through a business records affidavit. You okay on water, Brandon? You all right on water?
As you said, Mr. Hardin, you didn't mean to spring this on the court at the last second, but it is to us at the last second. I think this is a good time for a lunch break.
Sure.
And give us a chance to review all of this.
And just for your edification, Mr. President, I think the majority of these, I think, Rusty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the ones we're objecting to are very similar to, our objection to these is going to be consistent with the majority of the other ones that you want in, right?
That was going to be my next question, is the objection on all of these?
I don't know all of them, but most of them.
Most of them.
Yeah, his objection would cover those, and our response covers all those that were kept out in his records.
Okay.
Thank you.
We may reach out to you during the lunch break. We may not, but we'll come back at 1 p.m. The witness can be excused to 1 p.m. You want to be back at 1? And counsel, can you both come up before you all leave for lunch break?
Okay. Wow. This testimony is stunning because what you're hearing for the first time is just how intertwined Mr. Kamek's efforts are with Nate Paul's attorney. I mean, he's sending him lists of who you should subpoena. And I'm sure that on that list is going to be our magistrate, our clerk, all these people, all these federal agents that he needs to be subpoenaing. Todd, you were a prosecutor. Is this normal?
No, it's not normal at all. The other thing that is very striking to me that we also haven't quite touched on yet, and I know we only talked for a few minutes when there was a break a moment ago, is this idea that in the beginning of the relationship with the Attorney General in the first few weeks, they set up
burner phone accounts that Mr.
Kamek got himself
a phone. The Attorney General suggested they start communicating through an app, and that the emails were not official state emails. He wouldn't give him credentials. The whole operation was in secret, clandestine. Like, we can't let anybody know that you even exist, or that I'm in communication with you. Is that the way we want our elected officials to conduct official state business? Absolutely not. Anybody that's listening to this testimony, if you believe what this guy's saying, and why do we not believe it, right? I mean, once again, another witness, another individual coming forward. Why would he want to ruin his career? He's telling the truth. There's no reason to believe he's not. Why would he do all these things and say all these things unless they actually happened?
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, I'm almost speechless because his testimony is just so problematic on so many levels.
And then he's just honest. Initially, he said, "Hey, I'd never done anything like this," and to have someone to go through the steps with was Nate Paul's attorney.
He gets contacted.
Yeah.
So his first conversation with somebody about being involved in this is Nate Paul's attorney. Okay.
Yeah.
Todd, you were a prosecutor. If you had a situation like this, let's say, would you consider it odd that the first person you're hearing from is the attorney to asking you to somehow be involved in investigating criminally? The first person you hear from is one of the party's attorneys?
So that's like saying, let's just put it in a state court kind of context, and John Creusot's been a friend for 25 years. He's a elected DA in Dallas County just because we're here in Dallas. That would be like there being a murder case out of Dallas, and the family of the victim has hired myself, someone like me, a private lawyer, to then go out and find another lawyer to do the investigation for John Creusot.
Doesn't that happen all the time?
Never. I mean, absolutely never.
I mean,
in other words, I'm
it does.
speaking for the family, but I'm also kind of speaking for Creusot because Creusot doesn't want his own office doing the investigation. So I go out and find this other attorney, and by the way, this other attorney has absolutely no experience with a murder investigation at all, and he's been licensed for 5 years, and he has done nothing upon nothing, and I'm going to trust the entire investigation to that private world lawyer that really doesn't know anything from anything. It makes absolutely no sense, and I've never heard of that happening ever anywhere, period.
Other than Paxton and Nate Paul's attorney wanted to control what was happening. And to me, and I know that the phrase "I feel sorry for him" might not work, but he's just a wide-eyed attorney who was just excited to work for the Attorney General, and he trusted everything that was going down, and he didn't think to say, okay, maybe I need to ask questions or get outside of who I'm talking to.
I don't blame him necessarily. I don't place a lot of blame on him. I think you're right. I think he thought it was a great opportunity to advance his career. The Attorney General's taken a liking to me. Now, maybe did he go to bed at night going, why did they pick me?
I know.
If he was honest with himself.
He should have.
One of the questions I would be asking is, you talked about your father quite a bit, being this experienced criminal lawyer from Houston. He even said, I had been in press conferences with my dad on some of his high-profile cases. Clearly, his father's got some credential to him. Did he ever go to his dad and say, listen to what I've been asked to do, and here's the things that what do you think about this? What should I be doing? What should I be looking for? Did he ever lean on someone that's got some more experience that would be honest with him and say, something doesn't smell right here?
Yeah, and it strikes me that, when he's asked, if he's ever done a public corruption investigation, he says that I had not ever done this before. And then he's asked, well, did you consult with anybody about how to do it? Well, no. I mean, he's talking to KenPaxton throughout this, and he's talking to Michael Wynn. But KenPaxton was a real estate attorney.
Yeah.
He was not, this would not be KenPaxton's area of knowledge. Now, it would be Mark Penley's. Mark Penley, David Maxwell, well, they would be your experts on conducting a criminal investigation.
That's correct.
That's who you would turn to. It just, and again, we haven't gotten to it yet, but I'm almost positive the prosecution's going to introduce into evidence these recordings of Michael Wynn going out with Brandon Kamek to deliver grand jury subpoenas to
Now,
banks.
that is crazy.
To banks. Now, these were
That's-
banks that were connected to the Mitty Foundation situation. The Mitty Foundation was this foundation that had invested in Nate Paul's companies, and Nate Paul wasn't paying up, wasn't paying what he was supposed to do, and so there was this huge, long-running lawsuit. And again, I have never heard of a situation like that.
No.
That is stunning.
It's bizarre.
You can't even like wrap your mind around how unbelievable this is. And just the whole description about he keeps trying to get credentials, trying to get an email.
They want the thing with Microsoft, he says, I've never done a grand jury subpoena. The first time I did one, I subpoenaed Microsoft's records. And Mr. Harden says, you did what?
Yeah.
I said, you subpoenaed Microsoft for what? He goes, well, I don't really know. I'm not really sure what I was subpoenaing them for, but I just felt like I was.
Doesn't run.
They said they sent him a response back. We're not going to give you our records. You don't even have. It's like he was used a Hotmail account of some sort to try to.
I mean,
you know what? Again,
but he still seems kind of wide-eyed a little bit.
He's still, well, I think now he just wants it over with.
I'm
he
sure
wants to
he
go on
does.
his
He wants to go on his
honeymoon.
honeymoon.
But you know what? You still have to. The more we hear the evidence, the less you wonder or either suspect why the House impeached Ken Paxton. I mean, they didn't have anything else to do but impeach him, or they would not have. I mean, it's just not to have impeached him. And I'm not saying that how it will end, but only that they had the responsibility to do something.
Sure. And the impeachment by the House is akin to a grand jury indictment.
Right.
That means there's enough evidence, enough probable cause for this to proceed forward to trial. And that's exactly what we're seeing. This is how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
Here's the evidence. Here's the testimony. This is what the public deserves to see. These are our elected officials, a statewide, high-ranking elected official. This is what we deserve to be able to see.
And it's mind-boggling. I can't wait for the movie. I mean,
You're going to write the book,
because you just
Bernadine?
don't. Oh, I wish I could, but you just don't see this. You just don't see it, and those people who are not watching or listening or whatever, I think they would pay to go to a movie theater to see this. It's amazing.
Well, it is amazing. And one of the things that I'm going back in my notes that Paxton's team has made a big deal out of this idea. Well, he wasn't really a special prosecutor, yet he talks about in his August 26th meeting with Paxton that Paxton said he was looking to hire, quote unquote, a special prosecutor.
What did the contract call him?
Well, the contract. Well, the initial contract drawn up by Vassar, I think, it was very limited in scope.
Right.
He was not supposed to be, quote unquote, carrying out an investigation. But that's not the contract I believe that's the one he ultimately signed. Because that was the one where Penley refused to approve it, and that became kind of the hill that Penley decided to die on. Because he was not going to approve this contract. They have not. I don't think they've introduced into evidence the contract he ultimately signed. I mean, that's the whole issue. And if everything was on the up and up with the hiring of Brandon Kamek, why was he never paid? Right? I mean, if everything's kosher, why is he not paid?
Right.
Yeah. Remember, Missy Carey said that the way that he went about doing it, there was no funding. So the question, how was he going to pay him?
Yeah, and again, to this day, he's never gotten paid. I mean, that's what that's what they testified to yesterday, or that's what, actually, I think it was Busby that said that. Busby's the one that said, when it's obviously going to be Dan Cogdell who's going to end up crossing Kamek, what does he got to do? Is there much he can do with Mr. Kamek?
You know what, if he does, then he's going to discredit his client. Because you have, in order to discredit him, then he has to come out and say, okay, did he not do this? Well, yeah, he did. Okay, did he do this? If it were me, but you know what, they haven't done a lot, and I'm not an attorney, I'd pass him.
Hey, folks, the link that was posted, I think they just posted it. You need to look at Exhibits 2 and 3. If you look at Exhibits 2 and 3, click on that link. It will take you to that video recording. But don't leave the live stream to go do it. Do it later. But okay, Todd, you're the attorney. If you were going to be the cross, what would you do?
I'm trying to see where the weaknesses are and where he can come after him. I mean, I haven't seen it yet. I mean, I don't think he can pass over him. I think he's got to ask some questions.
But do you spend much time with him?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not really sure what he can get out of him that will help the Attorney General. It's something I'd have to give a little bit more thought to before I could decide what exactly. He's got to have something, and it could be something that he has. They anticipated, I'm sure, that this witness is going to testify, and they could have had something prepared well in advance of, that stuff that he hasn't even said yet. So I'm not real sure yet what I would do strategy-wise to come after him, to attack him.
Yeah, I'm going to be real interested. And then, of course, Rusty Hardin's not done. We still have not gotten a ruling on this email that Michael Wynn sent, which is the list of, these are all the people, well, one of the emails he sent saying, an Excel spreadsheet of, these are all the people you need to go investigate. Wow.
Crazy.
There may, in fact, be a movie on this one, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, folks, so we're going to take a break for lunch. We're going to come back. We're going to come back at 12:45. 12:45. And we're going to chat over lunch, and we'll be back, and we'll see where this heads when they restart at 1 o'clock. Thanks for joining us.
Starting tomorrow, the U.S. Justice Department's monopoly case against Google will go to trial for what's widely considered the biggest antitrust trial of the modern digital era. Google is the undisputed giant when it comes to searching the web. More than 90% of searches start with Google. The fundamental question in this trial centers on whether Google stifled competition and harmed consumers by becoming the default search engine through deals with phone makers and internet browsers. We're going to preview the key arguments in this case and take a look at what's at stake with two people who are closely watching it. Cecilia Kang covers technology for the New York Times, and Rebecca Allenworth specializes in antitrust. She's also a professor at the Vanderbilt Law School. Welcome to you both. So, Cecilia, this is the biggest monopoly tech trial since the DOJ sued Microsoft some 20 years ago. What's at issue?
Well, at issue is whether Google, which is a monopoly in search, the Justice Department will assert, whether it actually maintained its monopoly through illegal means. And the Justice Department will specifically argue that it did not keep its monopoly, did not cement its monopoly power through the great innovations of its search engine, but through these business deals that were exclusive contracts that made its search engine the default, effectively making it very, very difficult or impossible for any competitive search engines to thrive.
And at stake in this trial, Rebecca, is a chance for the DOJ to prove that it can bring a successful anti-monopoly case in this modern digital era. You've read the government's arguments to this point. What's their case?
Their case is that Google is big, not just because it's great, but Google is big because they've cut off other avenues that their competitors would take to get in front of consumers, namely by having exclusive dealing contracts or de facto exclusive dealing contracts. That, under American antitrust law, could add up to a bad act, which is necessary in order to be found guilty of monopolization. That's one element, and the other element is just that you are a monopolist.
And how has Google responded, Cecilia? Because, you know, if they own 90% of the search traffic, it's hard for them to argue that they're not a monopoly.
So Google will focus on definitions of what the market is and what really is search. They're going to say, look, we are that bar that you know of on that blank page with the Google logo on it. But there's so many ways that consumers search these days. They search for retail items on Amazon. They search for songs on Spotify. They search for they search for people and entertainment on TikTok. They're going to argue that the definitions of what is search is much broader. And they're going to argue that consumers like their products and that these contracts, very importantly, that they've struck with Apple, Firefox, Samsung, and other companies to make their search engine the default are actually not exclusive. They're not complete blocks on consumers finding other search engines.
Rebecca, Google, as you know, has already faced major fines over its competitive practices in Europe. It also faces a separate challenge from the DOJ over its advertising technology business. If Google loses this case, this search case, what's the practical impact?
Well, there's impact on Google for sure, but the impact I'm most interested in is on antitrust law. You know, this case most resembles the Microsoft case that the Department of Justice brought 20 years ago. And I think the real critical question in this case is, has that case survived as a precedent, as a blueprint for bringing big tech to heel? I think that companies like Meta and Amazon are going to be looking very closely at this case. And so that matters to me a lot, the law. As far as what it will matter to Google, the relief here, if the government wins, is not going to be fines, likely. It's mostly going to be injunctive relief. They're going to say, if these contracts violate the antitrust laws, you can't have contracts like this. And I think that could open up some competitive space for other search engines to enter.
Antitrust trials are long. It's a long process. And even if Google is found liable at this stage, there could be another separate proceeding to determine the best outcome in terms of resolving the case. What are you watching for, Cecilia, as this case progresses?
Well, I'm definitely watching to see whether the judge listens and accepts some of the arguments on a market definition, and whether these contracts that Google had with these partners in business were indeed exclusionary and anti-competitive, and therefore violations of antitrust law. As far as what happens, the remedies, what's known as sort of the punishment that Google could face, it's early to say, but these kinds of cases and what the government actually tried to do with Microsoft 2 decades ago was pretty extreme. It tried to seek a breakup of Microsoft. Of course, that case settled and there was no breakup, but that is the potential. There's potential that the government can ask that Google stop certain business practices, and in the most extreme version of remedies, it could ask for some sort of divestitures or breakup.
Rebecca, there's the question of why now? Google's competitors have long accused it of brandishing its power to suppress competitors' links to travel, to maps, to reviews, that sort of thing. There's been some, regulatory investigations, but no major action at this level. Why not?
The answer to that question has two parts. The first is that, it's a different administration. Now, of course, it started with the Trump administration in 2020, but another part of the answer is that this behavior kind of all adds up. And this is another thing I'm watching for in this trial. The judge said in his decision this summer that I don't have to look at everything all together. I can look at each thing individually and say, does that violate the antitrust laws? And I think that that's not quite the right way of looking at it. And I'm curious what he means, because certainly part of the conduct that's disputed here is the sum of its parts. It's all the things it's been doing over the last 10 years.
Cecilia, what's your assessment? And are we in a new era of antitrust enforcement?
Well, absolutely. In terms of the regulatory approach that this administration and the past administration has taken, as well as what we're seeing wind through the courts with these lawsuits, and this one that's the first to go to trial, we're seeing a real focus on weakening the grip of big tech on the economy and certain sectors of the economy, especially on the internet. So this is a new era. What the result will have potentially vast consequences on innovation, on how much how much data these companies can collect, which is a key to their future in AI and other new technologies. So this is not just about the current marketplace, but this is very much about the future of technology as well.
Cecilia Kang covers technology for the New York Times, and Rebecca Allenworth is a professor at Vanderbilt Law School. My thanks to you both.
Thank you.
When it's applied correctly. Now, when it's applied through the Muffin Man and alchemy, then you get V2K and you get Pavanavized.
So, what you're saying is through knowledge and a little magic, you can fuck people's minds up?
Yeah, I think that was the goal of the CIA, especially when it was all written out in court case record.
Now, isn't that go along with the MK Ultra, the Project Mockingbird, and the tests on civilians, and basically the extension of what it is today, being the targeted individual gang stalking harassment campaigns that are created, which I kind of covered a little minutia in my stream yesterday, which then was like kind of turned around on me and made to seem like I was being a bad person and maybe trying to, trauma-based mind control somebody or set somebody off.
Yeah, I think you can probably do that with your own shitty frequency is try to, get people almost like acting like a tyrant in a sense. I didn't catch your stream yesterday. I'm just kind of assuming. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, your own personal frequency, because we're all kind of like a radio station. We all have our own personal frequency that we operate at, little range there. But yeah, you can put out, almost like tacos, cults, and cats. You can put out that tyrant vibe, right? Everybody better buy your bullshit type thing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Then that's brain candy that you put out there for people, not brain food. Once you achieve the brain food, now you're working with something.
Okay, so the brain candy is like a little droplet of info or like an action, okay? A way to a means to create this brain food. And the brain food is what specifically? Is the brain food like you basically eating somebody's brains, or you basically saying, this person's brains are delicious because they're mine?
No, let's give a real example, like tacos. Okay, tacos, cults, and cats said a while back that she was at a mosque and an extremist came along and pointed guns at their heads. She had a gun pointed at her head. Then a minute later, she changed the story. She wasn't even there, and they weren't really pointing guns at anybody. It was just they were on their shoulders. They were pointing at the sky. But they were still kind of waving around and pointing at people's heads. See, that's the brain candy to feed people. The professional victim type shit. Okay. And the 419.99 FM, it's a little too high. It's more radioactive. They're Mr. Badmain Light.
I kind of know what when you're talking about 4.19.99. We're talking about megahertz frequencies, correct?
Megahertz is too high of a range. You're still just dealing with hertz. Megahertz is doubling up on the scale there.
Oh, I know what. Okay, sorry. So now I know what you're talking about. You're talking about actually like low frequency, like low frequencies, things that could, like people say, would put in a song. You don't even hear the frequency, but because of the melody, you're almost like put in a trance-like state because of the frequency that they've slipped in there, right? Is that what you're talking about? The lower.
Yeah, I mean the monaural can maybe do that to you, yeah, but that's not really the desired effect to unwind the V2K. What frequency can you is the cutoff in hertz? The low range that you can't hear anymore. What is the audio range of where you can't hear on the low end? Like your bass wave, where does it cut off? What frequency hertz does it cut off to where you can't hear it?
I don't know, but I'm going to take an educated guess or just a shot in the dark and say.
Well, hold on before you do that. Before you do that, think bass wave, right? Your bass wave is your LFO, right? So above the bass wave is where you can start to hear. What hertz is that? I want to see if anybody knows in the chat. Y'all are supposed to be brilliant minds up in here.
Yeah, I tuned this up to 444. It's not that much of a stretch, but it sounds it's different because I'm so used to 440. Like it's just like.
Well, you know, and you want to try it on an acoustic first.
Oh yeah, that's exactly
All
what I'm
I'm going to mute myself for a minute here, okay? So please, chat, think about it. Pressing questions. Real fucking questions.
Is that too loud?
No, it was a little. Go back a little bit.
Yeah, I could just. I'll play a little.
Yeah, you don't need to be so close. You're coming through good.
Ah, shit, this thing's out of tune. I don't know what's up with it. Yeah, so I don't know, man. I'm out of tune a little bit, so it kind of fucks with my head when it's out of tune.
Yeah, there's just that sharp range right above your 440. You want to get out of that range. Even if you hit a 441, 442, I just go straight for the 444, but I'm using an acoustic on that.
Yeah, me too. That's
my other acoustic, I got like a camping acoustic that I dropped to an open D. That doesn't matter because you're going to a different hertz range there on your open D.
So you're like, yeah, your open D at 444. Is that what you're saying? You like tune to open D at 444?
No, it's been a while. I think I just go the straight up like, either 432, but don't go into the 440, but then go past it if you're going to go into it.
I see.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess so.
Now, why don't you want to use the 440? Do you know why? You want to get out of that range?
I tried 432 for a while, but then I just realized it didn't sound good with this guitar at all.
You want to get out of that 440 range because that's what TV stations and radio stations use to program people. That's your MK zone.
Yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised, my man.
Oh, it is, dude. I'm just telling you, it is. There's no problem with that. They use the 440.
Yeah, man, it's been going on for quite a while. I think other frequencies probably would fuck with people's heads. Or make
and especially here's the thing: when you achieve bilateral hemispheric synchronization with an acoustic field, your source generation should be that of positivity. Now, when you've got an administrator in the background and his head's all fucked up, right? And he thinks he can play piano upside down and shit, right? That's where you start fucking people up and you can't cite your sources. That's the problem. you can't cite your sources, and you're using alchemy at a 440 range, you're gonna fuck people up. But that's what they tried to achieve. If you read in depth in the court case record from the Muffin Man.
Yeah.
So, who was the defendant in that case?
That was what I got it out of was a deposition, and I can't remember exactly who the defendant was. It might have been. Let me see. Maybe I can pull it.
I mean, I guess I'm kind of dumb for saying who was the defendant. Wouldn't the defendant maybe be, as you like to call him, the Muffin Man?
I'm getting this out of a deposition of one of his buddies that was talking about the Oasis project and Black Ops shit, getting funding for Black Ops and the Muffin Man knowing Taekwondo.
Oh, you're talking about early Thomas Lure now, when he was like working with the government and all, supposedly.
Supposedly, right. But they were still somehow getting funding. Hold on. Hold your thought, Kay. Just hold that thought. How would they try to get funded to make a baby brainwashing CD? Back in 2012, there was some funding there to do that, because the government needed it experimented on ASAP. So he says, I can do that, and takes probably a certain amount of money to make it happen, right? Then you get to keep the proceeds at the end, right? They needed it to happen, to experiment to see if it could really work. They're too late, though. Way too late on that.
So, let me ask you this, okay? I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Yeah, I don't like that. Just ask it straight up.
Well, no. Like, I want to go along with what you're saying, okay?
All right.
Where did we have where did the Muffin Man, where did he go, and when did he break off ties, and what did he do to break off the ties with the government, and then do, his own thing? Like, do you think the government shit was like a training so he could go off like a RDS and like have his own ops, so to speak?
No, dude, come on, man. He didn't ever leave it. The shadow box was just a fucking beta test for censorship industry to actually happen. Censorship industry now, if you know your 1984 story, right? You got the Ministry of Truth in the 1984 book. Well, yes. Now you got the Ministry of Truth that Biden invented. That's no accident. Shadowbox was a beta test for censorship industry.
So there's a actual company out there called censorship industry, or
no, dude, it's huge.
Oh, okay.
It's
So
huge.
you're saying there's an entire industry,
the whole fucking movement,
like censorship companies that are out there.
Right, right. Shadowbox was just the beta test to see if they can make it work, and maybe find the rod of what's the staff? It's middle of the night here for me, dude.
Yeah, no, it's early in the morning for me.
Nah, dude, don't bullshit me, man. You're heading westbound with the sun behind you already.
No, dude, I'll just tell you this. I went south. I headed south from my location. But the deal is this. Okay. Shadowbox, okay? was the brainchild, the beta test. Would you say it's a beta test for like a Black Cube-esque? Is like that? Okay, like let's compare apples to oranges, like Shadowbox and Black Cube. Okay, are they two of the same? Are they like basically two different companies, but the same kind of, I guess, modus operandus is what you're trying to say?
Yeah, you'd really have to do the timeline because on Black Cube, I haven't done the actual timeline on when they popped up, and I mean this isn't cutting edge shit. It's just they had to try to legitimize the grift somehow and put and money launder somehow. It is about money laundering, and it's a grift. And, you know, I don't know whether or not you're with them, but they're trying to make it legal. And I think that's what Glastronaut knew and why they trolled the shit out of him. And he had a heart attack and died. Right, Tacos? Right, Tacos, Cults, and Cats. Did you guys know about that? Right? I mean, the artists that can see through this bullshit, it's pretty easy to see through, but when you don't realize the tactic of the trolling they're going to try to hit you with, once you realize that, well, you might end up like Glastronaut and have a heart attack and die.
So what you're saying is that the end game of this is to monetize bullying, harassing, and what have you online.
Yeah, that's a pretty good assessment. Monetize gang stalking. Isn't that fucked up? But what it is, what's coming out is the real estate tycoons in the background trying to make it work because, well, if you look at the medical industry on how the property is being allocated for when people die, okay, what's going on is the big fucking Ponzi scheme is the real estate tycoons are getting some type of special privileges on, let's say, the bidding for such home of deceased person. So to protect that, what's interesting is Attorney General KenPaxton is in court or is being impeached in a trial, you know, right now.
Is that the guy in Texas?
Yep. And that's coming out. It's all one big Ponzi scheme. And why is he meeting up with Google and doing investigations for Google? That's what's pretty interesting.
Now, I want to interject and bring up something that is not really brought up. It may be more of a macro thought when you talk about like I think I'm just gonna belay what my thought was because
yeah, spit it out, man.
I used logical fallacy on myself and realized that it wasn't a good thought, so I self-censored myself from being stupid.
No, you should have just spit it out. Don't self-censor.
No, all I was going to bring up is the fucking Aladdin AI program that Larry Fink has. And if my memory serves me right, isn't Larry Fink, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't he the CEO of BlackRock? You do know about the Aladdin AI, correct?
I don't know. I may have heard of it. I don't know about it. I just know that there's like three different levels of the AI.
Yeah, like Aladdin. I actually played a video explaining Aladdin. Basically, Larry Fink got in the AI game in the 90s, and he created like a deep learning, a deep thinking, like AI, and basically the Aladdin AI is so dominant, and basically it's basically the Aladdin program is used to basically make a majority of all like stock purchases and short sales and buys and all this fucking shit. And literally this guy rents out the information, the data that Aladdin scrapes and comes up with. They literally sell that to countries around the world.
Okay, so I more than likely came across it in some of my research. I just skipped over this part. That's good. So I'm writing it down, Aladdin. And you said Fink, what was his first name?
Larry Fink.
Okay, in your research, did you come across Cass Sunstein?
Dude, isn't Cass Sunstein a happy merchant that for some reason I'm terrible with names, but like if you could put a face to it, I feel like Cass Sunstein is like somehow related to Lucky Larry, World Trade Center fame, right?
No. No. But that's good. That's a good poke at it. I think now you're probably laughing because you know who I'm talking about. But here's the thing, Kay. I think they mapped his brain back in the Obama days to kickstart the AI.
Okay, Cass Sunstein. Is he the guy that was like Obama's tutor or like?
You're right. His information czar.
Okay, his
right?
information
He got
czar.
elected.
He isn't the guy that wrote the book Rules for Radicals.
Maybe, but I know he wrote the book.
Weather Underground?
No, I don't think so. He was a Yale or Harvard law professor. I think it was Yale. When I say Yale, and he was all part of the Skull and Bones and shit. But the thing is, his wife was Susan Powers of the what? What was Susan Powers the chair of?
Susan Powers.
His wife. At that time, too, she was the chair of the UN. But he wrote the book, Dangerous Ideas and Conspiracy Theories, something like that. You can actually look it up on the National Constitution Center for debates. You search on YT, National Constitution Center, and Cass Sunstein, and they talk about that book, Powder.
Was he CIA adjacent?
Yeah, they're all the above, man. It's all connected to NAMBLA. Fuck them.
Right?
Okay, well, let me ask. Okay, yes, you are correct in that. Trapping, baloney, fucking shit, NAMBLA that fucking, our good friend Dersh is like a fucking avid supporter, lawyer for,
Well, let's just keep it to the AI. All right? There's 3 levels of the AI. They're trying to enslave us with the negative side of the AI. Activate the positive side of the AI. I don't know what the fuck's going on at the sentient. That's not my department. Okay? The positive side of the AI is correcting the damage for, let's say, what Shadowbox did.
You know what's
that way? Then what'll happen is the negative AI will implode eventually. I think we'll get to see that shit in our lifetime. But I don't know if that's the start of really, seeing fucking RoboCops and Skynet and shit. I don't know.
Skynet is already live.
Well, yeah, but I mean, are you really seeing? Are you a part of that system and seeing the effects, or just living your life and to the fullest and fuck them?
You know,
See, it's all about subscribing to their system and their belief by needing to re-Pavanovize people. That's keeping people locked into their system.
yeah. And that
Right? That system of control.
The internet, digital panopticon, the Internet of Things, where everything is connected to fucking Wi-Fi, the 5G, the whatever, and, you know, then we'll be connected to, you know, Starlink, then fucking Neuralink, you know, it all leads down that path, the transhumanism
Right.
path.
So
And-
how do you unplug from that?
Well, that's the thing. My personal opinion is
I got an immediate solution for you right now. Hey, bro, did you get that guitar to 444 hertz yet, or what?
Yeah, it's
Try it out. That's your immediate right there is music. But when it's hijacked to fuck with people, just like the Travis Scott concert, and people are hitting the fucking floor because you're using a 440 hertz through a voice changer to fucking zap people at a concert that was mandatory that you show up being VAX'd. Okay, now you got something to work with. Now you just went from a little beta Trici test to a whole fucking stadium.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just checking my my GPS.
Come on, man. Give us a lick on that guitar, dude. Where do you got it at? Where's it sitting? Let's hear something on your guitar real quick, dude.
pretty much at 444. I guess I'll just like kind of finger pick it because I don't want to, you know, whatever.
Yeah, real sharp.
It makes the strings a bit more tougher to push down on, though.
Yep, I noticed that too. Yep.
Yeah.
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 But there's certain, like I said, I got one guitar set to the 444 and then an open D like trash guitar I take camping, and that's fun too. But
And
that
at the 432, you said you tuned that one.
it's like I said, it's been a while. It just depends on like. I don't think I take that open D to the 444. I get it even lower back down to the 432 range.
Okay, yeah, so it's above.
Maybe 4, yeah. It don't go in, like I said, I don't go into the 440 right below it or above it. But
Yeah.
see how it raises the vibration and everything with the 444, but that's more for your ballad songs, your love songs and shit like that. Right? But making your own music, writing your own songs is what it's about at your tune and your frequency and what you feel good with, right?
Right, and like that's like a band might be like, fuck that. That's why I do all my instruments when I play. But the
you got to tune to your band, dude. You don't, or they tune to you. You know what I'm saying?
But like, here's another thing though. Like, I play accordions, and they're basically the Acadian I had was tuned down to 430 something originally from the 1800s, and I tuned it up to 440 just because everybody tuned to 440, and I figured whatever. And it sounds good, but going up to 444 would just like the tips of the reeds would be completely like gone.
No, I get it. Yeah, you don't want to do that with the wind instrument. Yeah, because your highs are going to be too high. But with a stringed instrument, even with like a piano, but it's like you want to just keep one guitar set at the 444, one guitar at the 432 range, and then another guitar at your open D.
Yeah, I got 2 guitars. Maybe I'll try the other guitar at Open D. I never really tried that one, I don't think.
That's where you could almost, when you get that Open D just right, you can almost make it self-harmonize by just plucking at it, and it'll sit there and sing on its own. And all you got to do is put it up on like a seat, like a stool, and start waving it around, and it'll start singing on its own. Then you mic that bitch.
You ever try Dadgad? DADGAD. That's a good freaking tuning. And I play a instrument called an Irish Cittern, Cittern.
Okay, I've heard of it because I've built sitars, like lap sitar.
Yeah, that's Indian. This is like an Irish, and it's related to the mandolin, and it's tuned GD, typically. And then I play a Irish bouzouki or octave mandolin, which is tuned GDAE like a mandolin, or GDAD. But I prefer GDAD because I love that drone. That's some good shit.
Yeah, it's a cool instrument, it sounds like. Have you seen the harp guitars?
Yeah, that's craziness.
Yeah, it's some pretty cool shit, man. And the guy that started, I think, the first time I've seen somebody a long time ago playing one of those harp guitars was Andy McGee. I think he was one of the originals of Toto.
Really?
He started, yeah, Andy McGee started. And you can look him up. It's like it's got a lot of hits. Just pull up Andy McGee harp guitar, and he does like a few songs with it. And I think that's after he left Toto is when he started just going acoustic, and he was playing the harp. Pretty good, couple pretty good videos there. That'll unmind screw some MK Ultra, everybody. Right? I'm telling you, these days, if you don't have like a healthy freaking hobby, like music or something like that, you're screwed. They're trying to plug people into the puzzles and keep them pulled in and have handlers if you get too loud. But I'm telling you, man, all that shit's coming out between the Twitter drops. You got to search Twitter drop number 9. And then look at what's going on with KenPaxton right now. He was trying to get his fingers into Google somehow. But I'll release some more. It's coming out, dude. I mean, using little shit bags to fucking send your political adversary some CP or something like that, some little shit bag that you turn loose on the internet. It's some weird shit, man, but I can't believe they thought that they could get away with it. Really, man. Monetize gang stalking? Are you fucking for real? Just to silence your political opponents and adversaries? You're fucking dumb. You think you're going to be able to pull it off through the internet and control and enslave people. But hey, it did work. Shit, it got about, what, 2 million people targeted? Just to fund a fucking program? You guys are dumb. Thinking people aren't going to see through that. And come after you, too. Legally. Let's put it that, just legally. Yeah.
Heavy shit, man. Dude, I appreciate you coming up here. I really do. Thank you. I mean, I'm glad that we've had been able to have a conversation. Not that I'm saying that it's ending right now, but, you know, it's always nice to have different people with different thoughts, you know, especially because it's a super secret stream tonight.
Yeah, you lucked out because I actually woke up to get something to drink, and I was looking for something just to listen to, go back to sleep, and saw that you're on and did a peek. And there you go. You got me up in the middle of the night, man. Hey, at least we got somebody playing guitar with us. That's badass.
Yeah, dude. I'm sorry, my microphone is not good for the. I gotta get a better mic for live streaming. So
I don't think you need to get as close. Let a little more acoustic of the room flood into that microphone. Get away from it a little bit.
yeah, I mean, I've done that with like a lot of stuff, and it still has this. It sounds like it's underwater. That's the problem with these fucking laptop microphones.
Oh yeah. You know, actually on a lot of the Androids, those microphones are pretty badass.
I don't have an Android. I don't even have a cell phone. I got a laptop. And a
All
phone.
right on.
That's about it. I'm behind in the times.
No, that's good. You're actually ahead of it all, dude. Dropping the cell phone. I mean, if it wasn't for like music and the Android, because I need the Android to transfer music. Yeah, dude, I wouldn't have fucking phones. But like the yeah, well, I can't say that what I was gonna say. It'd be giving up too much. But yeah, to use the Android even to stream with, like what we're doing now, is pretty nice. But it's not even hooked up to the cell grid. You see what I'm saying? It's going Wi-Fi only on the microphones are pretty good. Take it in your car and record in your car. It's a good soundproof room.
Yeah.
Vocals. A lot of guys are doing vocals in their cars and added it in, yo.
You know, it sucks though, man. Like, you can't really do shit without a damn cell phone nowadays. I never got on it, and I just like once I got MS, I just didn't give a fuck. I don't go anywhere to have to use a cell phone, so whatever.
No, that's your body pushing it away because it's fucking you up even more. I mean, you're getting hit enough by just, random radiation and frequencies going through the air. Yeah, I feel you, man.
Yeah, I definitely noticed my microwave. I don't want to get close to it because it's kind of nauseating.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, I hit start and I go fucking running for 15, 20 feet, man.
Yeah, right?
I do, dude.
That's
So-
no joke.
So I have a question here. Do you think now this is all this question is like a conspiratorial question. This is like a trying to get your opinion. Okay, with everything that's going on in the kabuki theater of politics in the American sphere right now, do you believe next year they're going to have like some large type of like trauma-based like demoralization campaign with Trump, where they're either going to like try to use a jackal on him, or they just basically throw it up in your face and say, it doesn't matter, he will rule the world, we make the rules, and we're going to put this guy in jail?
I think no matter, I think if somebody from the Obama camp, the Biden camp gets elected, we're fucked that way. If somebody from the Trump camp gets elected, we're fucked another way.
That's right.
Now, since you seem to be a deep researcher, do you have a file on Mike Gill?
No.
You should get,
No.
You should look into that guy. He's got receipts of some heavy shit. Honestly.
Yeah, see, I look more into the theory and then find the names, not start with the names and then find the theory or the grift. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Well, like for instance, I'll just kind of explain a little bit of something that he was kind of connecting the dots financially to. He was connecting the dots with New Hampshire, the governor of New Hampshire, Sununu, the cartel, because New Hampshire has is the state in which, you know, fentanyl is like the most rampant, and like this I'm not going to say child trafficking, but I'll say human trafficking, which connects to, lo and behold, like the former head of Veritas, the guy that fucking danced, used Veritas money to go fucking put on a dance show play.
What's his name?
I can't think of it right this second.
It's on the tip of my tongue, dude. What's his name? He's kind of out of the limelight, so his name just got forgotten, kind of.
Yeah, that whole Veritas angle, I just see a lot of controlled opposition. Probably the Smith-Mundt Act, the Patriot Act, all that shit, NDAA. Even if you look, you gotta find Operation Vigilant Eagle, and in my research, kind of figuring the stats, it looks like they're allocating funds through something like Operation Vigilant Eagle or even Monarch to be able to just money launder. That's it, man. I mean, yeah, the development and research is there, but it's still just to fucking try to enslave us, dude.
Yes.
That whole system of control.
Okay, like the large mass psychosis ritual to herald in the Patriot Act. We know it just happened yesterday, 22 years ago. But like the Smith-Mundt Act, yes, it's like the Patriot Act is one way of stripping away your the thought that you have like inalienable rights, you know what I mean, tied to the Constitution, you know. And then the Smith-Mundt Act is basically, hey, we can basically, we can run fucking propaganda against our own people.
Yep. So my theory is what you're doing is like peaceful propaganda. You're propagating your own message. Thing is, why does it have to be one way? Why is it only legal for the government to be part of the propaganda? Right?
Correct.
But
there's no law stating that only the government is allowed to psyop its citizens. Why can't its citizens psyop the government?
Well, and that's why I asked you if you knew about that other side of what was going on behind the scenes with Seth Rich. See, that's the thing. They have to do something like that for the left hand to make sure people don't see what's actually going on in the background. So I don't know if I told you this. Do you know Zero Infinity and that crew back in the day when they were kind of battling the flat earthers?
You know what's funny is, okay, I don't know Zero Infinity, but I'm gonna ask because maybe you know or maybe you don't know, but somebody was alleging somewhere that Zero Infinity person is like a sock account for somebody that was actually up on Sewer Town's panel that was using a voice modifier.
Yeah, you don't know. Here's the thing. Here's the point that I was trying to make, okay? Is the guys that were fighting the flat earthers, okay, calling them out on the bullshit, okay? They're backed by, Hollywood money to make this flat earth psyop happen, right? And they get busted out. And their big answer back, like, fuck you, you didn't get us. They thought they got them and demolished them, right? But their answer back was a Chrysler commercial for a new sports car, and the license plate said Flat Earth on it. That's all they need. That's just their big fuck you. They'll just throw more money at it through Hollywood, and they're going to keep on going anyway. Right? So there's something more spiritual going on there to be able to combat it, and that's what they don't want people to know, and maybe why they were sucking Nate and Nathaniel back in, right? Love bombing and shit like that. Come up on the
because
panel.
love bombing is a form of mind control. You know what I mean? It's almost. Yeah. I remember. It's kind of funny that you say that because Nathan had on that dude, fucking Zach Voorhees. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was looking at my little thing and didn't see the lines.
Yeah. When you're traveling, every once in a while, do a mic check.
Okay, so
right.
Anyways, so Nathan was talking to Zach Voorhees, and Voorhees was going into this idea, which probably he said it's an idea, but I feel like it's probably already a like standard operating procedure, an SOP in some alphabet agency's fucking playbook, is to love bomb somebody. He was talking about like literally creating like an ecosphere where, like, say it's me, okay? And this ecosphere love bomb thing is to basically disarm somebody that maybe the algorithms say this person may have the tendency to become radicalized, or maybe they have the tendency to maybe do something. They might go a little schizo. They might go a little crazy. So I've identified this person. To disarm them, we're going to basically put them in an ecosphere with maybe one person or just a whole bunch of chat bots that basically parrot and agree with the subject or the target. And they're basically caught in a love prison cell where they're being like reaffirmed, they're fucking pontificating, and the bots are like, yes, this should happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me pitch
this could happen.
let me pitch it to you this way. I know what you're saying. Let me pitch it to you this way, okay? How old are you? Like mid-30s? You don't have to say exactly. Just like what? Like mid-30s? Remember the first Ghostbusters movie?
30s.
All right. You remember the first Ghostbusters movie? Right? They put the ghost in the box. Well, they put the ghost in the box, right? Got a little holding containment unit, right? They catch the ghost, they put it in the box. Okay? Now, from my comprehension, I cannot confirm this, but my comprehension is that when George Bush Sr. died, okay, back in 2018, I remember it was like November 30th, 2018, okay? Apparently, he didn't just die of natural causes. From what I gathered, he was actually executed after they interrogated him. During his interrogation, he did apparently admitted to that they were all involved in soul harvesting and soul scalping. But that's just
what you're talking about in that sense. You know, the 1,000 points of light. Okay.
For me, it boils down to the D-Wave computer. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
For you, it comes down to D-Wave computer.
Yeah, it's like it is an information war. So whoever has the most information wins, I guess. Right?
Well,
but they took it to the next level with that D-Wave computer. Yeah, they just took it to the next level with the D-Wave computer, almost like trying to capture souls, soul scalping.
Okay, so this D-Wave computer seeks out specific targets based on.
No, I don't think it's so much seeks. No, I don't think it's so much seeks like it's sentient. I mean, it's got some sentient, personality to it because of algorithms and running algorithms, but it still takes, like I said, for it to be mapped, has to be programmed. Like, if they really did kickstart the AI with Cass Sunstein's brain, man. You know what I'm saying? They map freaking Cass Sunstein's brain and kickstart the AI that way, Back in 2008, boom, there you go. Put it online. Then they need people to actually sit there and plug some of the math together and push some buttons and.
Todd.
I don't know if it's necessarily about that still. It's really hard to tell what it is that they're discussing. Maybe it is about the exhibits. I don't know. It's really, to guess or speculate as to what these sidebar conversations between the attorneys about is kind of a dangerous game to play, because you really just don't know what it is that they're talking about. If they wanted everybody to know what it was, it'd be on the record and be out loud. So it's just kind of a difficult speculation as to what they're discussing. It's probably not about what they had for lunch. That's probably
I seriously doubt it's what they had
but
for lunch.
But it's got something to do with something that's, admissibility, maybe about what they're anticipating may be coming. But it's certainly animated. You're probably correct in regards to the emails. That's probably what they're discussing, but I don't know the answer.
Well, I mean, the emails are a guess.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the guess, because
that seems to be the issue in front of them right now.
Well, because the defense wants to keep out these email. Well, we know one of the communications is an email from Wynn, which has an Excel spreadsheet of the people that Nate Paul that they wanted investigated. But while they didn't say what the other exhibits were they were objecting to, based on the context, it seems like it was most likely other communications from Wynn and other communications from Nate Paul. That seems like the most likely, logical explanation for what's happening. But it looks like they might be about to wrap this up. Let me go look at the other feed. Yeah, no, they're still up there. You still got Rusty Hardin and Dan Cogdill right up there leading the charge, trying to. These guys are legal lions. I mean, Dan Cogdill, Rusty Hardin. They're legal lions in Harris County, not Dallas County. Because I know on day one I kept getting their names mixed up, because they're just not people that I have dealt with much up here. They're not part of our. And Todd, does it seem like that the Houston attorneys are a little different than what we have up here in Dallas County?
I don't know about different. I think Tony Busby's a little different. Rusty Hardin's a legend. I mean, he is as good of a criminal defense lawyer. I know he's a prosecutor. They just broke. They're all great lawyers. I mean, there's no question. They're here for a reason.
Okay, let's take a listen.
Just let me focus on that. You do this.
Court's back in session. Mr. Hardin, Mr. Cogdale, we're sustaining the objection on 686 and 691. And then the other ones we'll bring up one by one as we walk through.
Yes, sir.
So 686 and 691 will not be admitted. Bailiff, call the witness. Mr. Harden, your witness, and now we'll start the clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Harden, that saved you some time on the clock by resolving some of those issues, so you got your extra 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Something just came up at the well, how do we pronounce your name by your preference? We've said Kamek, we've said Kamak.
Kamak.
Kamak, all right, thank you. Mr. Kamak, I have several documents I want to go over with you. I first want to show you and ask you to look on that hard copy you have there. Do you have a hard copy of 649 with you up there?
Let me take a look. Yes, sir.
All right. And I want you to look at that 649 and without testifying as to the contents yet, tell me if that is a document that was prepared by you.
No, sir.
All right. Who was it prepared by?
This document was prepared by Michael Wynn.
By Michael Wynn?
Yes, sir.
And would you tell us the circumstances real quickly as to how you got that document from Michael Wynn?
This was emailed to me.
Emailed to you? Did you ask for it?
No, sir. This was unprompted.
All right. And then in this particular document, it's still not in evidence. I have a couple more questions for you.
Yes, sir.
When you received that from Michael Wynn.
Mr. Harden, excuse me. So there was an objection on 649?
Yes, sir. I haven't asked him questions about the content yet for that reason.
Because I'm going to sustain the objection on 649.
But I understood at the bench you wanted us to extend a predicate if we were going to try to overcome it. That's all I'm trying to do. But it's not in, you understand as a lawyer, it's not in evidence. Objection's been made, preliminary sustained. I'm being allowed to ask you a few more questions about it without describing the contents.
Yes,
okay?
sir.
Now, when this particular document, and notice here, you forwarded that document to whom?
I sent this document to Mr. Paxton.
All right. And in the case of Mr. Paxton, when you sent it to him, is this an example of how you kept him informed of things that were being done?
Yes, sir. This was one of the ways.
All right. And this particular document, then, did you, as you then that you got from Mr. Wynn, did you use it as a basis to prepare any documents yourself?
No, sir.
All right. Did you do anything with this document?
No, sir.
So, is it your testimony you received this document from Mr. Wynn, you passed it on to the Attorney General. Did you and the Attorney General ever discuss this document?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any personal or over-the-phone contact with the Attorney General about this document?
Yes, sir.
All right, when was that?
It would have been around the time that I received this on this 9/16 date, but I don't recall the exact date that I spoke with him.
Can you discuss that conversation without referring to the contents internally of this document?
Yes, just like in other things that I forwarded to Mr. Paxton, if I had a conversation about it, I would have said, yes, sir, I sent you over something that I got from Michael Wynn or Nate Paul, or Michael Wynn, actually.
Did you represent Mr. Paxton personally, individually?
I'm sorry, could you?
Did you ever consider yourself Mr. KenPaxton's personal lawyer?
No, sir.
All right. And at that time, had you been retained by I believe you testified the Attorney General's office. Is that correct? Or who did you think you had been hired by?
The Office of the Attorney General.
Okay, all right. So now, was anything with this document done in your preparation for any of the things you did?
No, I believe I skim read this document and just sent it on to Mr. Paxton.
Without ever discussing it with him or anything?
Just discussing that I'd sent him over what this document is, but not going into any detail about what was in this document.
And is this a fairly typical process you had through this whole representation during the investigation?
The process of forwarding him emails and maybe discussing things with him?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you regularly getting emails from Mr. Wynn that you would just pass on to the Attorney General?
I don't know about regularly. I would just have to look at the emails that.
Let me change the word regularly. Then would you frequently pass on to the Attorney General documents or emails you were getting from Mr. Wynn?
I had sent him some things. I just don't recall what those specific documents were. So I don't know if I can say that I frequently did it, but I did send him things and this is one example of it.
All right. And then let me ask it another way. Finally, that's all I have on this. Did you attempt throughout your representation or throughout your retention as investigator, try to keep the Attorney General updated on all of your activities?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, I'll ask the court to reconsider the exclusion of 649. There's a basis here. There's no privilege from anyone. There is on this document. Their business record had been filed with this. It's covered by a business record. There is no statement here by anyone other than Michael Wynn. It is not hearsay, though, because he's not making a statement that's being forwarded somebody else's statement. And so for all kinds of reasons, I respectfully request that this be admitted.
May I speak with Mr. Kamek, sorry, Brandon, Kamek, on the predicate question, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Kamek, if you could look at the top of House Manager's Exhibit 649, and I think the fourth line down regarding the subject, it says, does it not, discovery plan dash work product?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming based upon your designating the document with that description that you considered this to be part of the work product that you were performing in your role as an outside lawyer for the Attorney General's office. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You acted like that was a trick question. It wasn't meant to be.
Okay.
So would you agree with me, Mr. Kamek, that the act of reviewing it and then forwarding it was consistent with your description at the top of being work product? Agreed?
Yes, sir.
So it would be covered by the work product privilege, Mr. President.
So your objection is work product?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the work product privilege on this document belongs to this witness and witness alone. And the question would become, if he considers this his work product, he's produced it to us, which waives his work product. And I suspect he would concur again that he's not claiming the work product, and he's the only one in this equation that has the right to, and he's provided it to us voluntarily through this production. So it's waived, even if he did. But
with respect, I don't agree with the last.
I've never heard of a third party waiving somebody else's work product privilege.
I'm simply directing the witness to answer the question, which is it was sent pursuant to, I'm sorry. Brandon, are you okay on water? You good?
Yes, sir.
We will sustain the objection on hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kamek, Did Michael Wynn, what is your testimony as to whether or not he regularly or frequently throughout this kept providing you information to assist you in your investigation? Did he?
He did send me information throughout the course of this investigation.
Many times was it unsolicited?
Towards the end, it was.
All right.
Yes, sir.
And would he send you things that were to be, that gave you names that he was trying to get you to issue grand jury subpoenas for?
Objection leading.
That's not leading. That question was, would he do so-and-so? He can answer yes or no. It doesn't tell him which answer to give.
Overruled.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you?
Yeah. Would he? Did he send you things did he give you names that he was trying to get you to issue grand jury subpoenas for?
No, sir. He gave me names in an Excel spreadsheet that I think we discussed, but it was never, these are the people that you need to.
But Mr. Kamak, did he also?
Excuse me, may the witness be allowed to finish answering the question?
Certainly. I thought you were through. Were you through?
Are you through, Mr. Kamak?
Pardon me?
Yes, Judge. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, what all kind of information was Mr. Wynn regularly providing you, if he was?
I'm so sorry.
Was he regularly providing you information?
Yes.
And what type of information was he providing you?
There were a couple Excel spreadsheets that he had forwarded to me that had the names and demographic information of individuals as they related to the referral that I got. There was a timeline that I was given early on. There was a memo that was provided to me, like a prosecution memo. There was, and as I sit here right now, I can't think of anything else.
Would you look at 650 up there, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. You got 649 already. We talked about that, correct? The contents are not in evidence. We talked about that, did we not?
Exhibit 649, yes, sir. We talked about it.
And now you've got 650 in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You just mentioned a prosecution memo that he provided you?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose of him giving you a prosecution memo?
Objection, conjecture, and speculation.
Sustained. Just rephrase it.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. What was the stated purpose of him giving you a prosecution memo?
That was also an unprompted email to me with this prosecution memo.
Were all of these things he were provided designed to help your investigation of the allegations of Mr. Paul?
The information that he gave me was helpful to my understanding of what the investigation was about and what was to be done.
Yes. And of course, you were conducting an investigation. Your view, you've mentioned before, was that Mr. Paul was your sort of complaining witness as a prosecutor in your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were these different things that Mr. Wynn was providing you, were they intended to help you in your investigation of the complaint that was filed by Mr. Paul?
They were helpful to the investigation. Yes, sir. Okay. I don't know I'm sorry, I don't want to speak for Mr. Wynn about what the intention was, but they were helpful.
Well, Mr. Wynn was representing Mr. Paul, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
We can kind of agree, can't we, that he's not going to be providing things to you that are harmful to Mr. Paul? Can't we agree on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So would you agree with me as you think about it, that Mr. Wynn was frequently providing you with information that was potentially helpful to Mr. Paul's complaint that you were investigating?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Were you getting information regularly from Mr. Wynn? Number one, were you?
Yes, sir.
And was that information information designed to help you in investigating Mr. Paul's complaint?
It was helpful.
All right. You know it was helpful then, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did Mr. Wynn provide you a prosecution memo for you to adapt into one of your own?
He provided the prosecution memo to me unprompted, but that was kind of my jump off point for the investigative report that I was going to ultimately put together and turn back into the Attorney General's office.
Yes, sir. He actually, did he not, provided you a prosecution memo that is 650 that was designed for you to help write your report at the end of the investigation. Is that a fair statement?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What was the purpose of this prosecution memo?
I viewed it as giving me information about everything that had happened. More detailed information than just the timeline that I got initially at the first meeting.
Yes, sir. It was all information from the perspective of Mr. Paul, was it not?
Objection, leading.
I'll ask you another way. Was this information, excuse me, was this information offered to you for help, Mr. Paul?
Conjecture and speculation. You can't know what the purpose of it was.
I'll overrule.
I'm sorry, could you repeat it?
You can answer the question. Was this information provided to you to help Mr. Paul or to harm Mr. Paul?
It was helpful. It was helpful from my perspective to be able to wrap my mind around all of the different moving parts within that investigation.
All right, sir. I'm going to refer you to Exhibit 650 in front of you. You have it?
Yes, sir.
It's not in evidence yet, but is this a email sent that you got from Mr. Wynn, or is this an email you created yourself?
This is an email that I created myself, and an email that I sent to Mr. Paxton.
All right, was this email, is this the prosecution memo we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
And was the prosecution memo prepared by you?
This document was, yes.
All right. And did you use as a basis for this a prosecution memo proposed by Mr. Wynn that he sent you?
Yes, sir.
And then did you forward it on to the Attorney General?
I didn't forward Mr. Wynn's memo. I created my own.
All right.
And then forwarded it on.
So did you forward 650 to the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
As far back as the date of 9/13, is that correct?
Yes, sir, 9/13.
Now, you're not here today claiming any type of privilege on this document, are you? Did you produce it to us?
Excuse me, those are two different questions.
Down at the bottom, I'd ask you to look and see if you see your name.
Could you repeat
third question?
Yes, did you produce this document to us?
I believe my counsel did.
Yes, your counsel did. I know. In total openness, you provided us about 2,000 documents, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
It was a bunch, right? And 650 is one of those documents you provided us, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you weren't claiming work product privilege at that time or anything, were you?
My lawyers are the ones who produced all of it. I didn't make any claim one way or the other with respect to privilege.
Right, to both sides, correct?
Correct.
All right. So my question to you is this a document you prepared and just forwarded to the Attorney General for his information?
Yes.
Did you ever discuss this document with him?
I did.
When?
I believe it was around the time either just before or just after I had prepared this. I spoke with him about it to let him know that I had sent it.
That you intended what, to prepare a prosecution memo?
Yes, that I had sent this. Mm-hmm.
To him?
To him.
Did you discuss the contents with him at that time?
I did briefly, just to let him know that I had sent this over here and then it had some ideas about the case.
All right. And so was this designed to let him know that you were working on the case and this is where you were in the middle of September?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, again, Your Honor, I move to introduce Exhibit 650.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, there are about 3 different reasons it's not.
Overruled.
All right. Now,
The exhibit is admitted to
Thank
evidence
you, Your Honor.
650.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I said overruled. 650 has been admitted to evidence.
now, if we go over to the date stamp 1986 of Kamek, Stacy. All right. Up at the top, number 6 says establishing a predicate to issue legal process. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And it has a list of names there. Where did you get those names?
I got these names from Michael Wynn.
All right. And if we go over to the first page of it, Stacy, can you tell us where you got this heading and the date, what it is, the factual summary, where it says a more detailed chronology is attached to this memorandum? Did you get the information that you used as a basis of that from Mr. Wynn?
Yes, sir, from that original prosecution memo.
All right. So would it be a fair statement that everything you prepared in this document, that the research and writing of it was information provided by Mr. Paul or Mr. Wynn?
So, yes.
All right, I'll let you explain. You said so I want to give you an opportunity if you wanted to explain that.
Sure. Well, the prosecution memo that I got initially from Mr. Wynn, I'd reached out to him about it after I'd spoken with Mr. Paxton about sending it to him, and as lawyers, I checked with him. I said, I'm going to prepare this and send it over. Would it be okay if I use some of the things that you put in here, statutes, and reviewed some of the case law that was in there? So, he said, no problem, have at it. So I used that as the basis of what was going to ultimately be an investigative report to turn in at the end.
All right, I'm going to show you what is a new exhibit marked 696.
696.
I don't think you have it up there. I want to ask you just to look at this document, first of all, and see if you recognize it. Don't testify about the contents or anything. Okay?
Mr. Hardin, I don't have 696.
No, sir, it's a proposed new exhibit.
Okay.
I don't either.
And my question is simply, do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify what it is without talking about the internal contents?
This is an email from Michael Wynn, dated 9/25/2020, with what appears to be like a Word document attached to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And what did you do with that document? If anything.
What I did with it is I read it and I kind of just one ear out the other with it.
All right. Now, is that additional information Mr. Wynn prepared for you?
Yes, sir.
And without going into the contents of the documents, what was the purpose of that particular document?
This document appears to be a list of individuals to approach about an interview.
All right. So let me ask you this. May I have it back?
Sure.
I move to introduce 696.
Objection, hearsay.
Hearsay, we already have a business records affidavit, which addresses whether the reliability of it. It is not a statement. It is a suggestion to this man by a co-conspirator in this case, not a co-conspirator with him, but a co-conspirator with the Attorney General and Mr. Paul, as they keep feeding this information in pursuit of their conspiracy. That's the reason we offer it.
And therein lies the problem. Mr. Hardin suggests as they keep feeding the information. There is zero evidence that KenPaxton saw this document, participated in this document, created this document before it was sent by Mr. Wynn to Mr. Kamick. And for Mr. Hardin to suggest there's not a statement is belied on the face of the document. Look at the very
The
first
objection
page.
is sustained.
All right, may I just for the record add one thing. Mr. Paxton doesn't have to have seen this if there's an actual conspiracy going on. It only needs to be somebody that is a member of that conspiracy, any overt actor making any statement like that. I just want that in the record, Your Honor. I certainly don't want to quarrel with you.
Yeah, we sustained it to hearsay.
All right, thank you, Judge. Now, let's move forward. You are going to issue grand jury subpoenas, were you not? I
Yes,
said
sir.
are, but you were. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in preparing those grand jury subpoenas, I think we testified you used the assistance of the AG's office or the district attorney's office to get the forms prepared, correct?
That's correct.
Did anybody in the district attorney's office work with you or anything as to the content or the people they would be sent to or the wording or anything like that?
I believe I received a form from them in an email, like a sample form. That's the only thing that I received back from them as far as assistance goes.
So is what you said, what you received from them, what I'm really asking is, did any lawyer or anyone working on behalf of the content, did anybody try to talk to you about the content or the people to subpoenaed or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. Was their duty simply aiding you to get the grand jury subpoena before a judge to sign?
Yes, sir. They facilitated.
Did you discuss with anybody in the district attorney's office anything about who you wanted to subpoena or anything like that? Or did you simply provide them the information, they helped you with format and presented it to a judge for you?
Yes, sir. So I just emailed the application for the subpoenas. They did not offer any assistance or make any comments or anything about the contents.
Was there anyone in the Attorney General's office aiding you at all in terms of investigating this complaint of Mr. Fall?
Objection, conjecture, and speculation.
Sustained.
All right. Now, at the end of the time, when you issue these subpoenas, let's go to the dates and times you did it.
Yes, sir.
Did you issue some subpoenas originally by email? You got your billing record up there?
Yes, sir. I'm looking at the
And your records or your memories show you when you did it? When did you first start serving these subpoenas?
Would have been September 25th.
Pardon me?
It would have been September 25th, 2020.
All right. And then after you sent, do you remember how many of those you sent out by email?
It was roughly 35 to 40, somewhere in there.
All right. And then after you sent out some by email, then did you reserve some that you were going to serve and serve personally?
I think there were a few that I was going to serve personally for the second referral.
For the second one?
Yes, sir.
So why did you decide to send email for the emails on Mr. Paul's complaint, but decide to serve personally those in the second referral?
Because can I explain myself?
Sure.
So I have this list that I'm given of individuals that are subject to either the first or second referral. I get that from Michael Wynn. And the grand jury subpoenas were going to go out for email address, like to and from, the email log, to, from, what time, around the time that this search had taken place. And then there were also phone numbers to see if any contacts had been made around that time between cell phone numbers. So I say all that to say this: most of the people who were on this list either had a Gmail account or a Hotmail or a Microsoft account. So rather than piecemeal, let me get a couple subpoenas here, there was no intention of it to be this big shock value of sending out so many subpoenas. It was like, let me get all this information together. I will go through it and then go from there. And with respect to those that I emailed out, that's the way I looked it up. You know, I went and looked that up. Like, okay, how does Microsoft receive a subpoena? Well, you can fax or email it. With respect to the banks that I've served those subpoenas on, I just did it in person.
Well, and then you notice you sent out, did you not, on the emails you did so that you were subpoenaing personal cell phones records? Did you send that out by email?
Those were by email,
yeah.
The cell phone records.
So were you sending out subpoenas for personal phone records of law enforcement officers, state and federal?
I'd have to look back, but I believe some of them were.
And were you sending out, did you even send out subpoena for the cell phone records of somebody who worked as a deputy for a federal magistrate? A courtroom deputy?
I would have to look, I believe so.
Okay. And then you don't happen to recall on the top of your mind right now who all you did, correct?
I do not, sir.
Okay, that's all right. So then, when you send out these different subpoenas, did you have any knowledge one way or the other that some of the people that you were sending subpoenas to were opposing counsel to Mr. Paul in civil litigation? Did you know that?
No, sir.
All right. If you had known that, would you have done it?
No.
All right. Who did you get the list from as to who subpoenaed?
I got the list from Michael Wynn and Nate Paul.
So is it an accurate statement to say that you issued grand jury subpoenas on behalf of the person that was under a state charges? You issued subpoenas to his agency, the Securities Board.
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Did you realize that? That's really my question. Let me rephrase it. Thank you, Judge. Let me put it this way. First person out of the box in that prosecution memo we went over is Mr. Ronnie Saban, right? Did you know that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you knew him as one of the agents involved in the search, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware that he was an employee of the Securities Board and was involved in the criminal case where charges were filed and pending at this moment still against the Attorney General?
Objection, assume facts not in evidence.
Did you know that? That's all I'm asking.
Sustained.
Were you aware of what his role was?
Of the gentleman, I think you said Ronnie Saban?
Yes.
No, sir.
All right.
I just only knew him as one of the individuals who had searched Mr. Paul's residence.
Fine. All right. And then different other people. Did you know that Mr. Ray Chester, who was on your list, was opposing counsel in a lawsuit with the Mitty Foundation? Just did you know?
No.
All right. So did Mr. Wynn provide you these names without informing you that part of what they were seeking was information with people that were either in litigation against the Attorney General, namely the criminal charge pending, or in litigation against Mr. Paul,
Okay.
namely the Mitty Foundation? Were you aware of any of that?
Multifarious, assuming facts not in evidence.
It's all in evidence.
No, it's not, and it's multifarious.
We have heard, well, excuse me, let me let the court rule.
Overruled.
Thank you very much. Were you aware of that?
I'm sorry, could you please rephrase that question?
So did Mr. Wynn provide you these names without informing you that part of whatever they were seeking was information with people who were either in litigation against the Attorney General, namely the criminal charge pending, or in litigation against Mr. Paul in the Mitty Foundation litigation? Did he inform you of that?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, then you move on to the subpoenas that you were going to serve personally. And is it your testifying that those subpoenas were based on the second referral that Mr. Paul had filed originally with the DA's office on September the 23rd?
Those were for the second referral. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that's the referral that you had said you got on the 24th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at the time you sent out these subpoenas the previous week, after you sent them out and the judge signed them and they were ready to be sent out and you sent them out into the world of the internet, did you inform the Attorney General?
I did.
How did you inform him?
I believe I sent him an email
All right. Did you send him an email at any time letting him know which people you were subpoenaing?
No. I don't think I individually named.
If you just stay with the microphone, please.
I don't believe I individually named each person, but
All right.
I just don't recall that.
Now, when you went out to serve the subpoenas in person, what dates did you do it and how did you do it?
That would have been on September the 29th of 2020.
September the 29th?
Yes, sir.
All right. And had you made arrangements with Mr. Nguyen for him to go on these services of subpoenas with you?
So he was insistent on going.
What did he, I mean, how long had he been insistent talking to you about wanting to go with you?
Just maybe a day or so. I told them, I was informing them of what I was going to do to serve. I was going to go drop off the subpoenas, and he was insistent on going, and I was like, no, you don't really need to do that. I didn't really think it was appropriate. But he said, I'm Nate Paul's lawyer, and it's important for me to be there in case they ask you any questions about his case or anything that's going on. And so, I felt a little pressure to say, okay, and he rode along with me.
Share with us why you felt pressure to accede to that.
I think just kind of pressure to perform. I wanted to do a good job, and I frankly trusted Michael.
Right. Did he inform you there was a statute prohibiting an interested party from serving subpoenas?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. And then, so when you made arrangements to go with him, where did you first meet up?
I forgot the hotel I was staying at down here, and he was at a hotel, and I just picked him up and we went.
What day of the week was it? 28th was a Monday, was it not?
I don't know. It was September 29th.
September 29th. I don't think anybody's going to argue if I can say it was a Tuesday.
Okay.
By the way, by this time, Tuesday the 29th, how much contact did you had with the Attorney General about this investigation? How many times? Let's first of all go, how many times did you talk to him by phone?
Between phone calls and text messages, it had to be somewhere 15 to 20 times range over that 3.5, 4 week period.
Yeah. So that'd be 15 or 20 times that you were in contact with the Attorney General about the case, correct? And leading up to the 29th. And would you agree that you really actively get involved on the 3rd of September?
Oh, I'm sorry, one more time?
Roughly the 3rd.
The 3rd?
Yes. Remember the billing records, the first thing you billed is September 3rd.
Yes, sir, that was a typo. The date that I actually went out there was on 9/4.
All right. So can we say that those 15 to 20 times that you're in personal contact about this case with the Attorney General was 15 to 20 times in the days between the 3rd and the 29th of September?
I think that's accurate.
All right. And how many of those do you think they were personal phone calls?
I'm sorry, what?
How many of those 15 to 20 times were phone calls?
I would have to...
Roughly, just approximately.
Maybe 7 to 10 times.
All right. How many of them were personal visits?
I didn't have any personal visits during that time.
During that time, you had the first meeting that you described when you were hired. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I had the 8/26, the 9/4 day, and then throughout the month of September, I didn't meet any more in person.
Okay. And by the middle of it, he is communicating with you by a particular type of encrypted app. Is that right?
Mostly through cell phone, text, and then I was asked to download the Signal app, and I don't even think we had a conversation on the Signal app, maybe. I had that and then my cell phone.
Now, did the Attorney General, you did give the Attorney General advance notice that you were going to going out on the 29th and serving subpoenas?
Yes, sir.
Had you sent him any preliminary list of who you were serving them on?
No, sir.
Had you told him approximately how many you were going to serve?
No, sir.
How many were you planning to serve?
I believe there were 4 in person. There were the banks who were kind of the ones that were being accused in that second referral of this bank fraud deal.
All right. And so the email subpoenas that you sent out had to do with Nate Paul's referral number 1? Is that correct?
The emails that I sent out?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Those subpoenas?
Yes, sir.
And then the subpoenas you served in person had to do with referral number 2. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. And when you took, would you just tell us in your own words, recite to us how you served those subpoenas?
We went to 2 banks.
Yeah, let me stop you there just a second. In each of these banks that you went to, did you identify yourself as a special prosecutor for the Attorney General's office?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And Mr. Wynn was with you at each one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you attempt at each of these banks to do some interviews of the people you served them on?
Just talking to them, yes, sir.
Yeah.
And giving the subpoena.
And did you talk to each of these people during that, in some cases, a little bit about why you were there in terms of the case?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you were there about a case Mr. Paul contended was a mortgage fraud case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a case in which he wanted you to subpoena also or investigate a federal bankruptcy judge, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then did you conduct an interview of the husband of a court deputy during one of these services of subpoena?
There was I wasn't serving a subpoena. I don't believe it was that I was trying to talk to him.
All right, that was an interview without serving a subpoena. Without giving the person's name, unless counsel asked for it, and I think it's in the records, without giving the person's name, who did you go interview? Was it the husband of a deceased deputy?
Yes, I think she was a clerk of the court.
And where had the deceased clerk of the court been a clerk?
She was I forget which court it was. It was the court basically where this first initial referral came out of, the search warrant that came out of that made the basis of the first complaint.
So she was a previous clerk for the federal magistrate?
Yes.
And who were you talking to, her husband?
Her husband.
And did you have some suspicions or so that made you inquire as to how she died or anything?
I think there was I can't think of the right word, but there was like an indication that maybe there was some kind of foul play or something there with this clerk.
Now Mr. Kamak, that had been a suggestion to you by Mr. Wynn, had it not?
And Mr. Paul.
And Mr. Paul.
Yes.
So Mr. Paul tells you a deputy at the court that issued the warrant that I'm complaining about died under suspicious circumstances. That's what Mr. Paul tells you, right?
I don't remember those exact words, but it was something like that.
And maybe not that tone of voice, right?
Yes, sir.
But my point is, he actually led you to somebody that you in good faith interviewed, making you think that this husband might tell you suspicious circumstances of his deceased wife's death, correct?
Objection, leading and argumentative.
Is that correct?
Sustained.
Thank you. Now, my only point was you issued those 2. You served those 2, were they on the 29th to these 2 financial institutions?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember what the names of the 2 financial institutions were?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
All right. After you issued those subpoenas on the 29th, what happened?
I get back to Houston the following day, and I've received an email from, I think Microsoft at that point, and then also an email from counsel for one of the banks saying, we need some credentials to.
And of course, you had been saying all along to the Attorney General you wanted credentials, right?
Yes, sir.
In order to take care of this particular problem. Is that right?
Excuse me. Third time. Objection leading. Both questions.
Sustained.
Well, when you how many conversations did you say you'd had with the Attorney General trying to get credentials for this kind of work?
I think 4 or 5.
All right. And then once you got those emails, were those emails, if you served them on the 29th, were you receiving those the day after you served them, or would you receive them all the same day that you served them? If you remember.
It would have been after, and you can't quote me on that exact day if it was the 30th, but I do remember receiving emails to the effect of units.
And then what was the next thing that happened in your relationship, in your conduct with this?
I got a cease and desist letter.
From whom?
From a gentleman named Mark Penley.
What did you do?
I responded to his cease and desist and said, okay.
And then did you do anything else besides respond to it? Did you reach out to anyone?
I reached out to Mr. Paxton once I got the cease and desist.
Were you successful in reaching him? How did you reach out?
I believe I called him.
All right. Were you able to talk to him?
I don't remember if it was that, if I spoke with him that day.
Did you also get a visit from federal law enforcement?
I did get, the U.S. Marshals showed up at my office down in Houston.
Yeah. Do you remember what day that was?
Maybe October 1st.
Who was the first? Federal marshals were at your office?
They came by my office.
Who was the first person you contacted?
I called Mr. Paxton, blowing his phone up. Like, why are there U.S. Marshals at my office?
How many times you called him?
Probably 5, 6 times, text messaging, and he answered his phone.
On the 5th time?
One of the times.
All right. And how often were you calling him until you got him?
Well, my secretary comes back and says, there's U.S. Marshals here at the office, and I'm like, what? What's going on? And then I just start blowing his phone up until he answers it.
In your mind, certainly, had you done anything wrong that would merit anybody in law enforcement coming to see you, in your mind?
No, sir.
All right. So the first person you called was the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
And when you got him, what did he say?
He told me don't talk to him without counsel.
So he told you to get a lawyer before you talk to them?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you talk about the merits or anything of why they were there? Do this. What did you say to him, and what did he say to you?
Yeah, I said there's U.S. Marshals at my office. What is this all about? And he told me, well, don't talk to him without a lawyer. I don't know what it's about either.
Okay.
And then hung up the phone.
He hung up the phone, or you hung up?
I don't remember. We both hung up the phone and went out there and greeted those gentlemen and went to my conference room, and I said, hey, with all due respect, I can't talk to you without having a lawyer present, but can I have a business card? And I got the business card from those two gentlemen, took a picture of it, and I sent it to Mr. Paxton. Said, these are the guys who showed up at my office, and that was that.
All right. What's the next thing that happened to you in connection with this?
I had sent my invoice back to I got a cease and desist letter, and I sent my invoice back over, and then I get an email the following day from Jeff Mateer.
And what did Mr. Mateer tell you?
They sent me another cease and desist letter, accusing me of crimes and all this other stuff. I'm like, whoa, what is going on here?
All right. And then at some time, did you go back to Mr. Vassar with the request to be paid, and that he responded to you?
They said there was no valid contract, and so I sent him the contract that I had for Mr. Paxton.
And all along, had you believed you had a valid contract?
Yes, sir.
And when you sent him the valid contract, was it signed? Who was it signed by?
It was signed by Mr. Paxton.
The one you sent back to him?
The one that they said that I didn't have a valid contract. I sent him the contract that I had for Mr. Paxton, with Mr. Paxton's signature on it.
Was Mr. Paxton's signature on the one you sent them?
The one that I sent them, I'm sorry.
When did you get a contract that had Mr. Paxton's signature?
I believe I got that on September 28th.
How had that happened?
So this was about the time that I'm getting ready to go with the subpoenas, and I still don't have my badge or credentials. And I was talking with Michael Wynn about it, and I was kind of frustrated at the time because I'm like, well, I'm supposed to go serve subpoenas and do this work. I don't even have my credentials, which my contract, don't have a badge. I don't have a governmental email address. And Mr. Wynn asked me, I guess, well, send me over your agreement. And I had planned on coming out to Austin the following day to come do these subpoenas. So I get out to Austin to go over to...
Now, let's put a day on it. What day do you get to Austin?
That was on the 28th.
All right, the 28th would be a Monday.
September 28th.
All right. And you arrive in Austin on the 28th. And what happened when you got, who do you go to see?
I'm meeting over at Nate Paul's office, and Michael Wynn is there.
All right. And what do you find when you get there?
My contract was there on the table.
And was it signed by whom?
Myself and Mr. Paxton.
Had you ever seen a contract signed by Mr. Paxton before September the 28th?
No, sir.
And in fact, all this time that you thought you had a valid contract, did you have a contract that was only signed by you?
I sent Mr. Vassar my signed copy back on the 4th and said, please send me back an executed contract. And I never got one. I didn't know.
I just want to make sure real quickly here. You got back from you sent Mr. Vassar your contract, which had only your signature on the 4th. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then, from then until the 28th in Mr. Paul's office, did you ever see a contract that had the Attorney General's signature on it?
No, sir.
And when was it that you complained to the Attorney General, if you did, that you did not have a contract signed by him? When was the last time you did that before you saw it on the 28th?
I don't recall the exact date, but I had told him about a badge, credentials, and email address. And so I just never received it.
On the morning of the 28th before you left, did you have a conversation to go up there? Early in the morning, did you have a conversation with Mr. Wynn?
I did.
And what did you tell Mr. Wynn?
I believe he had texted me the night before and said, because I was frustrated, so I was telling him I don't have my credentials, like meaning my contract or my badge or any of that. So he texted me, I think I was already sleeping, and he said, send me your contract. So I wake up at like 5 in the morning and I send it to him.
The contract you sent to Mr. Wynn early that morning?
About 5 a.m.
5 a.m. had only your contract, your signature?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then how soon after that was it that you arrived in Mr. Wynn's office where they had a contract signed by the Attorney General?
We went to Nate Paul's office, not Mr. Wynn's office, and we, had to be around lunchtime maybe.
And you walked in and saw what?
My contract was just there on the deal signed.
Signed by the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
And that was the first time you'd ever seen one?
Yes, sir.
Signed by him. All right. Now, finally, when things got a little hectic for you after that, did they not? After the 29th and 30th of September?
Yes, sir.
When was the next time that you saw the Attorney General?
I don't remember the exact date. I'm sorry.
On the 29th or the 30th, did you see him? Or the 1st of October or the 2nd October or any of those dates? Did you have occasion to have contact with the Attorney General again?
I did. I just don't remember the exact date. It was after I had received the second cease and desist letter from Mr. Mateer.
And what were the circumstances of you seeing him?
I got a phone call from Michael Wynn, and he had said, hey, I need you to come out to Austin. It was like last minute, and it was in the evening. And I'm like, he's like, you need to come out to Austin and come over to Nate Paul's house.
What time of day were you supposed to get there?
I don't remember what time I got there. Maybe it was in the evening. My sun was going down.
All right. And so when you drove up there to Austin, to Mr. Paul's house, did you have any idea why you were there?
I mean, I figured because at this point, I've gotten a cease and desist letter. I've gotten basically the rug pulled out from under me. Like, I'm going and working, everything is okay. I'm getting affirmation that everything is good. And then all of a sudden, I've got cease and desist letters, U.S. Marshal showing up at my office. And I'm trying to figure out, how did we go from that to this? And I'm just trying to get answers about what's going on, because I still don't know. And so that's what I figured this was all about. So yeah, I get out to the house, I drive to Nate Paul's house, tell my fiance at the time, like, hey, I'm going out here, I'll be back later. And then, yeah, I get out.
So what happens when you walk in? Can you basically describe the meeting?
Yeah, I go in, and Michael Wynn is there, Nate Paul is there, and Mr. Paxton's there.
Where's Mr. Paxton, and what's he doing?
Shook his hand, and he was like on the phone, and then just spent most of the time just out on the balcony on the phone.
Was there anything surprising about him being there to you? Did you know he was going to be there?
I didn't know he would be there.
Pardon me?
I didn't know he was going to be there.
And then, what was the circumstance, the scene? How was everybody dressed? What was everybody doing? All that jazz.
I mean, I was dressed in a suit because I thought it was, for business, and, they were dressed casually. I think Michael had a suit on. Mr. Paxton had running shoes and running shorts on or something, just casual.
Did they talk to you? Why were you there?
So while Mr. Paxton was out on the balcony, Michael Wynn and Nate Paul, they were just kind of commiserating about all the stuff that had happened in that last few days. And when Mr. Paxton came in, as I was going to leave, I think I was there maybe an hour, he had mentioned, that Mr. Penley didn't have any authority to tell me to stop working. He told him to stand down and just to continue to work on this report.
At that time, you say he came in. Was he outside the room, but there when you arrived?
He was in the house and then went outside on the balcony or in the back and was on the phone the entire time.
All right, after Mr. Paxton told you that, how long were you there?
Oh, I mean, I left.
So what did you think? What was the meeting about?
Just a lot of talking about, how I can't believe that this happened. I can't believe what these guys are doing. The fact that Mr. Penley had reached out to Michael Wynn asking for documents, even though Mr. Paxton had told him not to work on the case, and this type of stuff. But I still left there very, in my mind, I'm like, hey, I got 2 cease and desist letters. I'm not doing any more work. And I haven't been paid for anything. And so I'm just kind of listening, trying to get answers on what I should be doing.
So did you wonder on the way home why the hell you had been there?
Yeah, I mean, yes, sir. That was annoying to have to drive out a 3-hour drive for an hour meeting and then come back.
When is the next time you saw the Attorney General about this matter?
I think within the next couple of days, I got a call to come out to his office and meet with him and some of his staff.
And what did they want?
Mr. Paxton wanted me to meet Brent Webster.
Brent Webster was did you know who he was by that time?
No, sir.
Did you know what position he now had?
I knew when I got out there that he was, I guess, the first assistant.
And when and where did y'all meet? What did you do? Just walk us through it.
So we met in the conference room over at the Attorney General's office with 2 other individuals, and Mr. Paxton wanted me to just debrief what I had learned, what the first referral was about.
What did you tell him?
What I had done. I spent the first few minutes kind of just venting my frustration about how I felt like I had been treated to that point, still not having any clear answers. And, the fact that I had a whole entire life before of all of this, a docket, I had clients. I mean, I didn't ask for any of this. You guys reached out to me to come do a job, and then now you're pulling the rug out from under me, and I'm getting cease and desist letters, and now my name's being thrown through the mud in the media, and it's a totally new world to me. So, I let that out and just told them, what we kind of talked about here today, right now, that I'd issued subpoenas I had this PowerPoint presentation where they showed me this, and
What did they say? What did he say? What did the Attorney General say?
I believe he asked me, or Brent Webster asked me, to send him any documents that I had sent the Attorney General, to email it to him.
Did the Attorney General apologize to you?
I don't think he apologized to me, no.
And then did y'all stay there, or did you go somewhere else?
No, I left there. Went back to Houston.
And then when was the next time that you saw the Attorney General?
Yeah, the next time, and I'm sorry, but I just don't recall the exact date, but it was within that week. I get a call from, that last meeting, it was like, hey, you need to, just continue to work on the report. Everything is fine. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, yeah, right, I'm not doing anything else. And then a few days go by and I get a call to come back out and meet with him, just like a very short notice, maybe even the same day, to come out to Austin again.
You drove up again?
Drove up again.
You recall what that date is?
No, sir. It had to be the first week of October sometime, though.
All right. And then where did you go when you drove up?
I went to the AG's office again.
And then who was there?
Brent Webster and Mr. Paxton.
And what happened there?
I thought we were going to meet to talk about the contract and what is going on, and but instead, they were like, well, let's not meet here in the office, and they walked me over to a Starbucks outside of the office to have a meeting.
Did you ask why?
No, but it was uncomfortable. It was not professional to me at all.
So when you go to the Starbucks, who all was there?
Mr. Paxton, Brent Webster, and then a couple other gentlemen who I don't know.
And what happened at that meeting?
At that meeting, Mr. Webster did all the talking and told me, well, in fact, your contract is not any good anymore. Stop working, don't do anything at all. I asked him, okay, well, what about, paying me?
Do you recall exactly how you put it about whether you were going to get paid? Did you put the amount in there?
I think I ballparked it, and I said, what about my $14,000 invoice? And he's like, well, you're going to have to eat that invoice. I've had to eat $40,000 invoices.
Webster said he had eaten a $40,000.
That sticks out in my mind, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Why does that stick out in your mind?
Just because it was offensive.
Yeah. What was the Attorney General doing during this whole conversation?
He was just listening in.
Did one of them tell you your contract was now terminated?
What Mr. Webster said.
How long did you at the Starbucks?
15 minutes, 20 minutes tops.
Did you feel better knowing that Mr. Webster says he had eaten a $40,000 debt before? Did that make you feel any better?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
How did it make you feel?
I don't know if I believed him or not, but I know it was offensive to me.
And then what happens? Anything you remember? What happened then?
Yeah, they left the Starbucks and tried to get in the car and drive off. I said, excuse me, can I get a ride back to my car?
So these guys take you to, are you saying that these guys took you over to a Starbucks outside the office, terminated your contract, told you weren't going to get paid, and then drove off? And if you hadn't said, wait, I got my car, they'd have left you in the street?
That's what it looked like.
Pass it with.
Mr. Cogdell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kamek.
Hey, Mr. Cogdell.
We know each other distantly, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yes, sir.
You also know my associate, Mr. Oso?
Yes, sir.
Once upon a time, there was a lot of discussion in the court about young lawyers and 5-year lawyers and whatever. At the time you got involved in the Paxton matter, Mr. Kamek, you were a 5-year lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Oso, younger than you or older than you?
He's younger than me.
Let me begin sort of near the back and the marshals coming to your office. You learned eventually, did you not, that the purpose or the reason the marshals came to your office was because of the visit that you'd made to the I guess the widow or the widower at the clerk's office, right?
I learned that from my lawyer, Andy Drumheller.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Paxton hadn't sent you to that clerk's office or anything of the sort, right? That
No,
was
sir.
That was Nate Paul. You met with Mr. Hardin how many times before you testified?
I've spoken with him 3 times.
When was the first time?
I believe it was in the last 2 weeks. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specific date.
About how long was that meeting, Brandon?
That was approximately 4 to 5 hours, I believe.
And the next time you met with him?
I met with him last week when I came out here. I thought I was going to be testifying on Friday.
And about how long was that?
Hour and a half to 2 hours.
And did you meet with him again last night?
Met with him last night for maybe an hour.
So that's a total of how many hours that you met with Mr. Hardin?
Roughly 7.
Could we see article of impeachment, article number 5? Have you studied, I assume you have not, Mr. Kamek, the articles of impeachment in this case?
No, sir, not studied them.
But if I suggested to you, this is, quote, why you're here, close quote, could you agree with me?
Yes, sir. I've read this. I've seen this.
All right. Did Mr. Hardin ask you or show you this article in any of those 8 or so hours?
I don't recall seeing this.
So in the 8 hours that you met with Hardin, he never showed you the relevant article that brings you here. So let's take it apart. It says, while holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official powers by violating the laws governing the appointment of prosecuting attorneys pro tem. Will you agree with me, Mr. Kamek, that you were not a prosecuting attorney pro tem? Agree with me on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It goes on to say that Paxton engaged Kamek, a licensed attorney, to conduct an investigation into a baseless complaint. Mr. Hardin never asked you about that? That language?
I'm sorry, could you
Sure.
rephrase that? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, sure. Mr. Hardin never went over this language in the article of impeachment with you, right?
No, sir.
And you will agree with me, Mr. Kamek, that you certainly never believed that you were a part of an investigation into a baseless complaint, right?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. 8 hours and you've never asked that question by Mr. Hardin.
We didn't talk about a baseless complaint.
Okay. It says, during which Kamek issued more than 30 grand jury subpoenas in an effort to benefit Nate Paul or Paul's business entities. You would agree with me, Mr. Kamek, that was not your purpose. You were not there trying to benefit Nate Paul or his business entities. That's not why you agreed to get involved in this. Agreed?
Absolutely not. I didn't even know Nate Paul or his entities or anything like that.
Mr. Hardin has a reputation as not a good lawyer, a great lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
Could you give us a reason why A lawyer as good as Mr. Hardin would have never asked you those critical questions.
In the words of a great American, Your Honor, it's calling for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, if that's a suggestion that I'm a great American, I'll take it. Let's go back. I think what may be lost in some of this, Mr. Kamek, is this is in the late summer or fall of 2020, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is when, I don't want to say COVID is raging, but COVID is ever-present, omniscient. It's taken over the world, right?
It's peak COVID. Yes, sir.
Peak COVID. So here you are, a younger lawyer, if I understand it correctly. You had just left, not too long before this, practice with your father, right?
That's correct.
He is also a criminal defense lawyer.
Yes, sir.
So you have your own practice, right?
Yes, sir.
You had tried a number of cases with your dad, I assume, a number of cases with others, right?
And myself, yes, sir.
And yourself. And you had tried, I guess, I'm assuming, anything from misdemeanor cases to felony cases,
yes,
right?
Sir.
You weren't some kid straight out of law school that couldn't find a courtroom door with a CNI dog and a search warrant. I mean, generally speaking, you knew what you were doing at the Harris County Courthouse, right?
Absolutely.
So along comes COVID, and like a lot of Americans, what you took for granted suddenly was an issue, right? Meaning your business, our business stopped. It didn't slow down. It came to a screeching halt, right?
Yes, sir.
Arrests went way down. Courthouses literally closed, right?
They did.
So you're rolling along, I assume, and you get a call from Mr. Wynn that the Attorney General might be calling you, right?
That's right.
Now, I assume you never aspired to be a prosecutor, or you would apply to the DA's office, but still, when the Attorney General calls, that's a big moment, right?
It was a big moment.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You trusted Mr. Wynn, right?
I did.
He's a Harvard-educated lawyer. You were aware of that?
He's a serious lawyer.
He's a serious lawyer. And I assume that up to this point in time, Mr. Kamek, you didn't have any real personal connection in terms of going out and having drinks or having dinner or whatever with Mr. Kamek, but you knew him professionally slash socially, and you respected him, right?
With Michael Wynn?
Yes, sir.
Just an acquaintance who was part of a couple clubs I was, and we had worked on that COVID-19 panel with some of the district court and federal judges, and he seemed like a nice person.
Okay.
So,
he had a significant practice, at least from your perspective?
serious practice, yes.
So it's good news, and if I'm remembering your correctly, the call from Mr. Paxton or from General Paxton came on your birthday.
Yes, it was on my birthday.
You're thinking, what a great birthday present, right?
Something at the time I was like, oh, wow, what a coincidence.
And look at you now, Mr. Kamek. Didn't turn out to be that perfect, did it?
I never would have imagined in a million years getting that call to sitting in an impeachment hearing, sir.
Got it. So let's go completely sideways for a second. If there has been a suggestion, Mr. Kamek, that it is wrong or illegal to challenge or investigate the legality of a search, that is not your worldview, right?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Sure. If there has been a suggestion made in this courtroom before these 31 senators that it is somehow wrong or illegal to investigate the legality of a search or a search warrant, that is not your worldview. Agree with me?
I agree with that.
I mean, it's sort of born and bred in a criminal defense lawyer. That's part of what we do. You would agree with me?
That is what we do.
And any criminal defense lawyer, I think, that's been practicing longer than 6 weeks has probably challenged the legality of a search warrant. You would agree with me?
Yes, sir.
And has probably looked into the conduct of law enforcement agents in either the creation of a search warrant, right?
That's right.
The execution of a search warrant, right?
That's right.
Again, that's called Wednesday in our business. That's what we do.
That's a Wednesday on our business. Yep.
Now, would you also agree with me that not only do we have, I guess, the choice of challenging or investigating the legality of searches, but we have the obligation to do it on behalf of our clients, right?
Right, we're just on the other side of it.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
And if we don't do that on occasion, we can get sued by the client, right?
That's right.
We can have a grievance filed against us by the client, by the state bar or someone else for failure to investigate that sort of claim, right?
That's right.
And I guess my long-winded point there is when you were asked by KenPaxton, and we will get to that conversation, but when you were asked by KenPaxton or told by KenPaxton he wanted you to investigate the possibility of an illegal search or the creation of an illegal search warrant by agents, that was like, great. That's in my wheelhouse. That's what I do, right?
Well, it was an investigation into potential violations of the Texas Penal Code, which is what I'm familiar with doing. So it would be in my wheelhouse.
Right. So it's in your wheelhouse, in your strike zone, whatever, right?
Right.
And the fact that, and oh my God, it's a federal agent, or oh my God, it's a federal magistrate. I mean, again, they deserve and are owed their deference, but there's nothing sacrosanct about an AUSA in our worldview, right?
I have complete respect for government officials, but, Mr. Paxton also believed that, hey, this is a serious accusation. It requires a serious focus. And, if someone's doing something like that, they should be held accountable for it.
And I assume, Mr. Kamek, you felt the same way.
I did feel that way.
Now, jumping ahead a little bit, but I think in one of the conversations, Mr. Kamek, you had, or one of the answers to one of Mr. Hardin's questions, that somewhere along the line you heard either Mr. Wynn, I believe, or Mr. Nate Paul say something, quote, and this is a statement attributable to Mark Penley, there's no amount of information that could be presented to him that would ever convince him that a federal official could commit a crime, right?
That's right.
And which person said that? Was it Mr. Paul that said that about Mr. Penley, or Mr. Wynn that said that about Mr. Penley, or do you know?
It was Mr. Paul said that.
Okay.
Mr. Wynn was there when he said that.
Okay. And that's just not the house that you live in.
I don't live in that house.
You don't feel that same way, right?
I don't feel that same way, no.
I'm assuming.
Excuse me, can the witness be a little closer to the mic and speak up a little bit?
All right, Judge.
I'm assuming, Mr. Kamek, that you view federal prosecutors and magistrates and judges just like defense lawyers, bankers, bakers, trash truck drivers, whatever. There are good ones out there and there are bad ones out there.
Base people off of their character. I mean,
that's right.
That's it.
And you do not automatically foreclose from your mind or from your obligations an inquiry into the legality of a search warrant simply because it was signed off by a federal magistrate, right? That's a mouthful. There's nothing improper in your worldview about investigating a search warrant or the validity of a search warrant simply because it is signed off by a federal magistrate, right?
No, I mean, that's, as a defense lawyer, that's what we do, is challenge the validity of a search warrant. I mean, this was just on the other side of it, where that person could be held accountable for it.
Now, let's get to your first meeting with KenPaxton. On your birthday, I think the 22nd, he calls, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure you have been asked this question 287 times, but the best of your recollection, he says what to you when he calls you, Mr. Kamek?
I didn't speak with him that day. It wasn't until the 23rd that I spoke with him, and he said that he got my name from Michael Wynn. I think the words were, my name was dropped in a hat, and he got my name from Michael Wynn and wanted to see if I'd be interested in coming to talk to him about working on a criminal investigation.
And that would have been, if it's the day after your birthday, that would have been August 23rd?
Yes, sir.
And did he give you any detail about what he wanted to, what was the job description specifically that he wanted you to do?
Not at that time. It wasn't until I went out there and met with him in person that I found that out.
Okay, and if I'm recalling it correctly, there was some request by someone to bring a resume, right?
Yes, sir.
And it had been a while since you had a resume, right?
Yes, sir.
But you figured, well, if I've got to audition for the beauty contest, I'll find a swimsuit, I'll get a resume together, right?
Just trying to remain humble and do what he asked me to do.
Okay. And you met with him, right?
Yes, sir, on the 26th.
On the 26th, Mr. Paxton, General Paxton is, I mean, you knew him by sight, right?
Yes, sir.
He's gracious, professional, nice enough to you.
He was nice, yes.
And on that day, on the 26th, Mr. Kamek, can you share with us the description of what he wanted you to do?
At that time, he told me that he was looking to hire a special prosecutor to investigate whether, I guess, these federal agents had tampered with or altered a search warrant. Basically violations of state law.
Okay. And again, we've talked about that's kind of in your wheelhouse.
Correct.
You spend 20, 30 minutes with General Paxton?
Probably 20, 25, something like that.
And he uses the phrase special prosecutor, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So we've heard that sort of go through the evolution of your story, but it is true that he was the person that first put those words into your mindset, right?
Yes, sir.
If I heard your testimony directly, then Mr. Kamek, you go down the hall and you meet with Jeff Mateer, right?
Yes, sir.
And did he act like he knew why you were there?
He did.
And just collapse the conversation succinctly that you had with Mr. Mateer.
Yeah, so I had another copy of my resume. I handed it to him, and I said, well, it was kind of awkward for a second, just communicating with him. But he said, I said, you know, I'm here to interview about the special prosecutor position for this investigation with respect to the search warrant. And he acknowledged that,
okay,
and said, oh yeah, you know, I know a little bit about that, and just kind of act disengaged.
Gotcha. And I think that was the phrase that you used with Mr. Hardin, disengaged, right?
Yes, sir.
But I guess my point, at least right here, Mr. Kamek, is the phrase special prosecutor was discussed with Jeff Mateer, right?
That's correct.
And at no time did Jeff Mateer say, oh, no, you're not going to be a special prosecutor. We can't hire special prosecutors. That never happened, right?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Mateer, disengaged as he was, did he ever indicate to you, Mr. Kamek, that there was no need for a special prosecutor being hired?
He did not.
Did he ever indicate to you that he felt like this investigation was a baseless complaint?
His attitude was kind of like that, like he didn't feel like it was important or worth pursuing.
It didn't rise to his level of importance.
That's fair to say.
Okay. But he certainly never said or suggested to you that this was a crime or illegal for you to be interviewing for this job.
He did not. He did not.
Okay. Now, you don't get the thumbs up that day, but you leave. You're optimistic, hopeful about it, right?
That's right.
And to put us back in your worldview at the time, again, we're in the middle of COVID. Let me stop back. I over theatrically demonstrated or referred to how long you'd spent with Mr. Hardin. You and I did meet last night, right?
Yes, sir.
Spoke for 45 minutes or so.
45 minutes.
It was late, right?
It was late.
And it was after Mr. Hardin had
I met with Mr. Hardin, and then me and my lawyers came and talked to you for about 45 minutes.
Gotcha. So we have discussed this before. I'm not just getting lucky with every single answer.
We have talked about this, yes, sir.
Okay. So you're hopeful. Again, we got COVID. You're thinking the Attorney General. This is great. I believe that on your drive home, you call your grandmother, right?
I think I told you that. It's like,
did.
hey, I met the Attorney General.
Right.
Yeah.
And your grandma says, I guess, would act like any other grandma. So good for you. That's awesome.
That was her attitude.
So you then go through a series of exchanges about whether or not you might have a conflict, right? Potential conflict with any other cases at the Attorney General's office.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Mr. Vassar at some point reached out to me about a contract.
Okay.
And told me that I needed to do a conflicts check.
Did Mr. Vassar ever suggest to you, Mr. Kamek, that you were unqualified?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Vassar ever express to you that hiring, whether we call you an outside counsel or special prosecutor, whatever, did he ever express to you that the hiring of you was unnecessary?
No, sir. He reached out to me to set up a phone call. And then on that phone call with him, I said, yeah, I'm interviewing, or he's calling me, I guess you're calling me about the special prosecutor position. And then he's acknowledged that, asked for my email address. And I think we talked a little bit briefly about where he had gone to school and that type of thing. So he's, I told him the same thing that I told Mr. Mateer as well.
But he never gave you any pushback on the idea of you getting hired for this job, right?
I never got any pushback from anyone at the Attorney General's office until I got a cease and desist letter.
Say that again.
I never got any pushback from anyone at the Attorney General's office or the Travis County District Attorney's office or anything until I got a cease and desist letter.
In fact, Mr. Kamek, it's true, is it not, that in your, I guess, effort to be compliant, appropriate, righteous, that's probably overstating it, but in your effort to do the right thing, you called the State Bar of Texas Ethics Hotline and described what you were going through, right?
I did, sir.
And without getting into what they told you, you walked away from that conversation after explaining to the ethics hotline at the State Bar of Texas what you wanted to do. You felt like you had a blessing from the State Bar of Texas to do exactly what you do, right?
Told me congratulations on the job.
So in the middle of this alleged conspiratorial dark worldview effort, you're calling the State Bar just to make sure you are literally dotting your I and crossing your T.
That's
right?
correct.
Now, I think Mr. Hardin had you talk about your expectations about your sort of bell curve or what have you of ability. In other words, when you first met with Mr. Paxton, I think you thought, I can investigate, I can issue grand jury subpoenas, I can appear in front of a grand jury, I can make recommendations to the grand jury. Heck, I might even get to go try this case. That was kind of your worldview when you went into this, right?
I didn't think there would be any limitation all the way up into potentially presenting the case for a charging instrument, whether it be an indictment, a complaint, an information, or trying the case in front of a jury panel. So once I got my contract, then I realized how limited of a scope it was.
Yes, sir. You anticipated my next area question. Once you got the contract back, it was sort of the real world of, no, I'm not going to be presenting this case to a grand jury. No, I'm not going to be making recommendations. No, I'm not going to be trying the case, but I'm going to be investigating the case, right?
I was just still happy to be working for the Attorney General.
Got it. Now, and I don't know when you want to break, Mr. President.
I was going to go to about 3:10, about 15 more minutes.
That's fine. At some point along the way, you and General Paxton had a discussion about your hourly rate. You said $300 an hour, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that all things being equal, that's a pretty reasonable, moderate rate, right?
Yes, sir.
I guess, Mr. Kamek, the more important than the money was sort of the prestige or the opportunity or the resume, if you will, of getting to work for the AG's office on this particular matter.
I thought it was a fair rate, and it was not about the money. And I have a whole business before all of this that I still have today. So it was not about the money. It was about trying to help out.
All right, so refresh my memory of when you get a contract from, and refresh my memory, I should know, but I don't. You got a contract from whom and on what date, the first contract you received?
I received a contract, this was my mistake, but the contract came in on September 3rd in my email, and Mr. Paxton asked me, did I receive it?
Okay.
And but I didn't see it. It got lost in the shuffle of all the other emails. So I responded back and said, no, I didn't get it. And then Mr. Vassar resent it to me on September the 4th of 2020.
So you have a recollection of Vassar specifically sending you this contract, right?
I do, sir.
And when you received this contract from Mr. Vassar, you think that is neither one of us are contract lawyers, but you think that's an offer, and by signing it and sending it back, you think that's an acceptance.
Yes, sir. I spoke with him, Mr. Vassar, about the contract.
Right.
I spoke with Mr. Paxton about the contract. He followed up to see if I got the contract.
Right.
He said he could get me the hourly rate. I told him I was coming back out there. I mean, to me, it was very clear that I was being hired for this position. And so I signed it and returned it to Mr. Vassar that day when I got home.
Gotcha. And no one suggested to you during that month of September that they had their fingers crossed and you really didn't have an agreement. In other words, you went through that month believing you had a valid contract with the state of Texas to be an outside lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you told us that you, Mr. Kamek, attended a meeting with Nate Paul on September 4th, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And that's here in Austin, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me back up. So, Michael Wynn tells you, hey, the AG might be calling, the AG calls, right? And then you learn at some point that Michael Wynn not only had recommended you, but was Nate Paul's lawyer, who was the complainant, for lack of a better description, in this illegal search warrant claim, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know when it was, Mr. Kamek, that you learned that Wynn was representing Nate Paul?
Yes, sir. It was once I got confirmation about the job, I guess, and I sent, Michael reached out to me and said to come meet with him and the complainant, Michael or Nate Paul, on September 4th.
Now, Mr. Harden asked you if you did any research about Nate Paul, or you Googled Nate Paul, or words to that effect, right?
He asked me that, yes, sir.
And when is the first time you have a recollection of doing that? Before you met with Paul or after you met with Paul?
Before I met with him, I just Googled him.
And you knew, obviously, at some point that he had a search warrant run on his home and his properties and his business and all of that, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't come across news articles about that in your search, however long that was or wasn't, right?
No, sir.
But what you came across were articles where, for lack of a better description, he's the new golden child of commercial real estate in Austin. He's the new king or whatever, right?
It was just headlines about his career as a real estate developer.
From your perception, Mr. Kamek, you thought you were sitting in front of or meeting with a valid gentleman or person of substantial economic means, I guess.
I thought, okay, serious guy, businessman, serious lawyer, serious case. It was to get very seriously.
Okay, so nothing about this, I guess I'm stumbling into. Nothing about this was off-putting to you. You didn't think that there was. In fact, you thought this case just keeps getting better and better for me, right?
I was just trying to focus on the facts of what I was being presented with. I didn't know any of these people.
Okay. So you meet with him in Austin. I believe you said you met with him for an hour and a half, 2 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
And I say him. Nate Paul is there. Michael Wynn is there, right?
Yes, sir.
KenPaxton is not at this first meeting, if I understand it, correct?
No, sir. He was not there.
And they are explaining to you, that is Mr. Wynn and Mr. Paul are explaining to you their theory about why the search warrants may be invalid and why they might have been altered, right?
Yes, sir.
And I wasn't there, but as I understand it, Mr. Paul showed you, made a pretty convincing presentation utilizing a computer, diving into the metadata, which at least convinced you that this probably happened or this might have happened, right?
I was convinced.
You were convinced?
Something there.
Okay.
I didn't make a judgment either way, but it was a persuasive presentation.
How computer literate are you, Mr. Kamek? And that's a vague question. You know much about metadata?
No, I've never really worked with metadata in that way.
Okay, but it at least appeared to you at that time that Mr. Paul was literate in that area, made this explanation, made this explanation, and you accepted it, right?
Yes, sir. I was told that this presentation was also given to Mr. Penley and Mr. Maxwell as well. So it was just me, my set of eyes looking at it, and I thought it was persuasive.
And you leave there, I think, and go meet with KenPaxton at his office here in Austin the same day.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do you recall how you described your worldview of the explanation that, I don't know why I can't talk. I'm paid to talk. You told KenPaxton, I think, Mr. Kamek, words to the effect of, I think there may be something there, General.
I told him I was convinced, it was convincing what I was shown, and he agreed with that.
Okay. Now, let's go there. When you say it's convincing, exactly what words did you say?
I said it was convincing, it was persuasive, and he agreed with that. He said, yeah, I agree.
Paxton agreed with you.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Now, at no time, you would agree with me, I think, that did Paxton ever suggest to you that this investigation was a baseless investigation, right?
No, he never indicated that it was a baseless.
You believe, recognizing that you don't know what's in his head, but you believe that he believed the same thing that you believe, right?
Yes, sir.
At some point during this meeting with KenPaxton, after you had met with Nate Paul, I think it is then that General Paxton says to you, get me a wedding copy of the search warrant, right?
He said that after we got back from the press conference and I was getting ready to go.
That the same day?
Same day.
Okay, so.
He did say that.
And they probably understood it after Mr. Harden explained it, but just so that I'll be on the same page with it, a wedding copy is a copy that is actually signed with ink by a judge, right?
It would just be the original document.
And your understanding of why a wedding copy was important is it could, if not definitively, then go a long way in establishing whether that warrant had been improperly altered or not, right?
Yes, sir, that was my understanding.
And the words of General Paxton to you, I think, were along the lines of, if you can find me a wedding copy of this search warrant, that's all I need, game's over, right?
It was, if the wet ink copy is the same as the PDF document that was provided to Nate Paul and his lawyers, if they're the same, then it's over.
It's over, meaning he would be satisfied.
Would be satisfied with that, and if they were different, then obviously this thing's going to take a little longer.
Okay.
Figure out.
Now, did General Paxton ever pressure you to find a given or a specific result?
With respect to the my ultimate conclusions about what I thought happened?
Yes, sir.
No, he never pressured me one way or the other.
He didn't say, you got to do this, dude. I need one. I mean, if you get this done for me, you got a big job. I mean, there was never any suggestion of you engaging in any sort of impropriety or a request for any sort of impropriety on the part of General Paxton. Agree with me?
I agree with that.
Did he use verbiage like, look, I just want to know the truth. Just tell me find the truth in this thing. You remember that?
I do.
And when was it, Mr. Kamek, that General Paxton first told you, I just want to know the truth or find the truth?
That would have been in our first meeting on August 26th when I first went out for the job interview.
So to be clear, before you were ever hired, that was his directive to you. I just want to know the truth. Find me the truth.
It was, I just want to know the truth, and if something happened, that would be an injustice.
Okay. Now, there has been a lot of discussion, Mr. Kamek, about evidence and what's not evidence and that sort of thing. At the time that you first met with Mr. Paul and Mr. Wynn, do you believe they gave you at least some type of evidence for you to begin an investigation in good faith based upon?
They gave me, they told me the story about what happened, and I took some handwritten notes, and then when I left there, I was given like this timeline of events to kind of, I guess, help me digest everything.
Okay. And so you set about doing what a lawyer should do. That is investigating, right?
That's right.
And you could have done a number of things in this investigation. I assume one of the things you could have done is knocked on doors and started interviewing people, right?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't do that, if I understand it correctly. Instead of knocking on doors, if I'm understanding what you did, you issued subpoenas or chose to have grand jury subpoenas issued, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Kamek, that the very intent and purpose of having the grand jury subpoenas issued was for you to be able to obtain that information without causing any alarm or concern on the part of the people of whom you were seeking the information?
That is correct.
All right. So for a week and a half, we have heard, oh my God, the grand jury subpoenas would intimidate these people and frighten these people and scare these people. It was exactly 180 degrees opposite from that. Your intention was to do the exactly opposite of that, right?
Can I explain that?
Yes, sir.
But yes, sir, to answer your question, when I spoke with Mr. Paxton about the idea of grand jury subpoenas, he said it was a smart idea because some of these individuals were people in positions of power, and this would be the most discreet way to get that information.
So if I'm understanding that conversation, then not only did you believe that was the most discreet way to obtain the information without alarming or frightening somebody, so did General Paxton, right?
Yes, sir.
Can we break now? Is that okay?
Members, we will stand at ease until 3:30, so a 25-minute break.
Wow. I'm trying to think about where to start. So when, sorry guys, you literally, this is like, it's like a bad movie. So when he doesn't get he keeps asking for the contract or the credentials. He gets sent one contract by Vassar. He signs it, but he never gets the signed contract until he ends up going to Nate He ends up meeting with Nate Paul and Michael Wynn, Nate Paul's attorney, and gets a copy of the contract that Paxton has signed.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just, it's, wow, unbelievable.
I think we keep saying unbelievable. But is it enough for the senators to convict?
I don't know. Todd?
I find it remarkable. The testimony was explosive at the end, especially during the direct. The way the story unfolded in the last few days of his relationship with the Attorney General there at the end of September, where he got the grand jury subpoenas, served some of them by email, 25 to 30 by email. According to his testimony, those were to the entities like Microsoft or some of these other larger corporations, and then the few that he decided to do in person were to the banks, according to him, and that it went from there that the next day, or maybe the couple days later, the 29th, which was kind of a very important day, they harped on September 29th quite a bit, where he was going to serve those subpoenas with Mr. Wynn in person, and Mr. Wynn insists on going with him. That was the first thing that we all kind of lost our collective breaths together. We go, wait a minute, what? And that just seems to make no sense. Again, this cross-pollination relationship between Nate Paul's personal attorney, and this individual that's been hired as a quote-unquote special prosecutor by the Texas Attorney General's office, and they're out going to play sheriff, rogue, justice guy, serving subpoenas in person on banks from a private lawyer that's never done this before. I mean, the idea of it all is so comical, it's almost unbelievable that he's even, and that's where the most explosive part to me starts. They start to serve these subpoenas. Of course, our guy Brandon thinks, well, this didn't feel appropriate, didn't feel right.
Says, I felt a little pressure to say okay with regards to Michael Wynn accompanying him to deliver subpoenas. He thought, yeah, that seems kind of weird.
Seems kind of
strange. You know, when you have the little thing in your brain that says, you know, the little birdie, the little angel on the little angel on your shoulder that says, maybe it's not a good idea. The spidey sense. Maybe it was time to listen to the voice.
I made a note at that point when he said, I wasn't sure if this was appropriate, and I started to feel pressure from Mr. Wynn on him riding with me or being a part of this service, that it's at that point it seemed like he finally realized, I may be in over my head here. I'm out over my skis a little bit, and I don't really know how to deal with this. I'm dealing with maybe forces larger than me, motivations larger than me, plans that were put in place before I got involved, and I don't really know how to react or respond to it. I still don't understand why he didn't go seek some.
What if he'd called you? What would you have said?
I would have told him to probably stop what he's doing. We need to get to the bottom of what's going on here. I probably would have advised him that it's probably in his best interest to be very, very careful, tread very lightly with regards, because again, you'd start placing all the people and the pieces of the puzzle, and I'd say, this is not how things happen. This is not how it works. I know you've only been doing this for 5 years, but this is not normal course of business.
And he has never been a prosecutor.
No. And that's the way it doesn't pass that smell test.
I mean, and maybe if he had been a prosecutor, maybe if he'd spent a little time in a prosecutor's office, maybe he would have known that this was so outside the ordinary. I mean, maybe not, but I look, there's nothing about this. And I know a lot of lawyers, and I know lawyers that have not been in a prosecutor's office, and I think they would all agree this was not the norm. This is not the way you do things.
Well, he decided it's not the norm. But I think that what really caught me as well as that is when those law enforcement officers showed up at his house. And he's like, what's going on? You know? And then he calls Paxton. What's going on? And then Paxton tells him to go get an attorney.
I mean, the Attorney General of the state of Texas, according to Brandon Kamek, says don't talk to him without an attorney.
Well, and I guess that struck me as well. When the marshals show up at his office, why was Kamek's first reaction to call the AG? Why did he think that they were there to talk to him about his capacity with what he was doing for the Attorney General, as opposed to some other aspect of his life, whether it was one of his other cases or whether it was something going on in his personal life? Why was his, because did he know deep down what he was doing was probably in violation of the law, or there was some issues going on with what he was doing? His first reaction was he kept saying, I blew up Paxton. I kept calling him, kept texting him. I needed answers from him. What am I supposed to do? Well, what made him have the sense inside him to go, this has to deal with what I'm doing with that? He'd only been in a relationship with Paxton for a month at this point.
Right. But he had already started feeling uncomfortable. He knew something was not right.
If you have any common sense at all, you
Well, I
feel
mean, that's a
uncomfortable.
question whether he had any common sense at all.
Well, I still just see this attorney looking at this huge opportunity, and then also wondering, why shouldn't I trust the Attorney General? And he had some type of a dealings with Wynn.
Right.
So it appears as if when he realized, well, when they took him to Starbucks and let him out, and he was almost having to walk back, and realized, I'm not going to get paid. You know, it's.
I mean, the cease and desist letters, the bouncing back and forth between cease and desist, no, keep working, no, cease and desist, and then we're not going to pay you. I mean, we're not going to. The Attorney General says to him, "You're not going to get."
That was Brent Webster.
Well, twice, and
Yeah,
I think he asked.
Webster.
I think he asked Paxton. I think he said to Paxton directly, am I going to get paid? And he just never got an answer. And
Right.
then Webster, right in front of Paxton, says,
Oh, yeah.
you're going to eat the 14,000. I've
Because
eaten 40.
because I've eaten 40,000.
I've eaten 40. And he just takes it. I mean, that is a just unbelievable testimony that the Attorney General is sitting there listening to this. This is the guy that he was his handpicked dude. That's the guy he wanted to go get, that he reached out to, brought in, talked to him 15 to 20 times by phone or text in a 25-day period, wanted progress, wanted to talk about what was going on, had him brought it. Every time he called, our guy jumped in the car, drove to Austin. Went to a meeting. He even said it felt, I had to do it. I would go for an hour. One time he went and Paxton was out on the porch. How about when he shows up over at Nate Paul's house and all three of them are over there? Sounds like I'm meeting with like the mafioso. He shows up and the whole family's there. It's like the head of the Sopranos is waiting for you.
And then was told that his contract wasn't even legal.
I don't know if they said legal. They said that, hold on, let me go. I got to find that part of my notes. He said, Webster said, he said, your contract is not any good anymore.
Well, what's the difference? Well, did he say anymore?
Anymore,
He said
yeah.
anymore.
So what's the
Like,
difference?
stop working. Okay, well then pay me for what I've done to this point.
What's the difference?
But well, again, and if the contract was good to begin with, why
Why is
don't
it
you
not
pay?
good?
Why don't you pay? It
Yeah,
doesn't
so
make any sense.
If it was
I
good
still
then,
heard
I mean,
illegal.
there's so many unanswered questions.
Well, okay. I'm almost going through my notes kind of chronological right now because there's so much.
So
you know,
much.
I hate to miss anything. So, in addition to sending out all these subpoenas and going on these visits to the banks, and by the way, the visits to the banks are recorded. He recorded these things. So there's a husband of a court deputy, and there's an inference from Michael Wynn to Brandon Kamek that this court deputy has died under nefarious circumstances. And I'm thinking to myself, is Vince Foster with him? I mean, like what? I mean, again, at what point, Brandon, do you say to yourself,
Well, he did.
I mean, who did they?
In the midst of a night
You know what I'm saying? They map freaking Cass Sunstein's brain and kickstart the AI that way, you know? Back in 2008, boom, there you go. Put it online. Then they need people to actually sit there and plug some of the math together and push some buttons and, you know, flip some toggles, right? Look at how the censorship is working through like the YT platform. It was mainly created as a like, let's say, a precog policing in a sense. So my example with that, okay, is there was a guy in Idaho that he had a fishing channel on YT, okay, and he was fishing in this river and caught a trout, but it was an illegal trout. He shouldn't have kept it, but he did. He takes it home, he filmed it, he uploads the video, and within the morning there was a fish and game law enforcement officer there to give him a ticket. Okay.
Yeah, he got himself busted.
Right. But okay, so is the state sitting there watching, or do you have shill bag sellouts that are sitting there watching, waiting to narc on you, either because they're paid to, doesn't matter if they're jealous because you catch bigger fish on your channel than they do, right? But that's still not organic, like let's say hate or jealousy. There's something a little bit more for the one fishing channel to be bigger than the other fishing channel. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's kind of funny is I'm not trying to derail the conversation, but tonight at my job, I had to step off and do some training tonight. And what was the training on, you may ask? I'm going to tell you. It was about social engineering.
What?
Yeah, dude, the fucking influencers, dude. No, check this out real quick, okay? So the CV19er hits, okay? Just real quick, the CV9er hits, and I actually paid somebody to go report on the beach closings, right? I wanted the story, dude. We wanted the story on the beach closings in Florida, I think in Miami Beach, right? But it was interesting that to close the beaches in mass, the mayor comes out on TV and he asks, "Oh, we need the social media influencers to tell everybody to stay home. Oh, the TV19ers kicking our ass here. Everybody stay home. Tell them," right? And they're using social media influencers. Now, what we found, here's the code in the algorithm to get through. So when they were striking channels, if you used the actual TV19er name in your titles, okay, at that time your channel would go down, right? But the mainstream media had a code to make it through with their titles, so they wouldn't get struck. But only the big mainstream media conglomerates knew what the code was. You could still put the name CV19er in the title, but you still had to code it to go through, so the AI or the algorithms wouldn't nail it, or it was programmed to that code and made sure you wouldn't get censored. But that's what's in Congress right now is the weaponization of the algorithms in a certain bias. That's Gonzalez versus Google, okay? And that's where we're at. They allowed ISIS to monetize and get a super chat, and their radical videos were bumped forward in the algorithms without getting caught. That's the Google versus Gonzalez, or Gonzalez versus Google, and we're still waiting on a decision on that, but we're getting close. And that's, I think, one aspect of what's going on, why kind of the internet's freaking out. That, and I think the KenPaxton case is going to bust a bunch of shit open, and people are trying to grip their balls off before it all gets ratcheted down.
Now, something that I'd like to pose is this, okay? We've kind of gone over like some broad spectrum ideas broad spectrum programs, things that are basically meant to keep us, nobody's under control. Okay, like, is the only way that we're going to fix this is through like the white and black hat methodologies here?
No, you cut all that out, dude. All you got to do is control the positive AI and learn what that's all about to make the negative AI implode. And it will. It can't control itself. Now how many programs do you think, and I'm going to answer our question from earlier, okay? It's 30 hertz is what we can't hear below, right? Somebody said 20 earlier in the chat. Okay, that's pretty good. That was close. Okay, you definitely can't hear 20, can't hear 10 and 0, and that's why 2 hertz is like the beta or the delta region that'll make you go to sleep. Okay, 2 hertz. But how many programs are running the matrix? How many individual programs does it take to run our matrix? Now I'll tell you, it's not above 300. Okay, it could be 280, right? It could be 350 by now, for all I know, right? I think they're being written almost on the daily with new laws. See what I'm saying? You get a new law, here's a new program that's invested to make this new law work, to gather the statistics and data that they need to keep their law funded and going. Because if you're not arresting anybody for a new law, you're not getting funding for it either. And that's where all I think the bonuses and all the money laundering is fucking happening. But hey, but 280 programs to run the matrix. Okay. But guess what? If you don't have the originals to those programs, and especially the older originals, then it can't replicate itself. The originals, I'll just give you this to work with, right? And what's our rod? What was the rod, the staff that DeFango hid out in or found or whatever out in the desert? The rod of destiny?
Mean the lance of Longinus?
Right? The rod of destiny, right?
Destiny.
The spear of destiny. There it is. Okay.
Yeah, but really, the spear of destiny is the lance of Longinus.
Okay. Right.
I didn't hear about that. That's kind of funny.
You're right. But it's a little white rabbit to chase. Yeah. Well, I don't know who hit it. I think it was Isaac Cappy hit it out in the desert, and then DeFango went and found it. Something like that. It's a good story, but it's a white rabbit to chase. But it is their spiritual, let's say, idol for them to operate in the spiritual. Okay, but here's the thing, man. To make the whole grid work, if you don't have the originals, the original programs, if they've been wiped out, and the negative programs that have been written to enslave us, okay, if they're wiped out, then what? Because like I said, the old programs won't be able to replicate. You toast one out, you make it go bzz, right, by overloading the grid. But that's what they're going to try to do, is overload those grids coming up. That's supposedly our next big 911. You know what I'm saying? Attack. It's going to be a cyber attack. It's going to be like a DDoS. She's trying to overload the grid.
A Klaus Schwab wet dream.
Right. But, well, see, the thing is, they don't realize they might be trying, it might backfire on them because there's no originals. They don't realize that. There you go. There you go. Heading east now. Heading east. Heading east on the coast, everybody.
That's right. You're going down to
No, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
This is a quiet, secret stream. Don't be
That's yeah.
telling anybody.
That's why I haven't doxed this asshole yet.
Never
kidding.
mind. You told you said last night, so I was just repeating what you were. I was gonna repeat what you said last night. I don't know, whatever.
No, hold on, Bad Manolite. It's the originals are already toast. They're not getting toasted. They're done. Now I'm not going to tell you how I know that, because then you guys will be like, holy fuck, this guy's totally crazy, right? I can't tell you that. But I will tell you this, okay? Check this out. This is how I know this. Is I met the creator, the writer for the program Solitaire. It gets uploaded on every fucking PC that gets made, right? Solitaire gets put on there, right? He lives in Seattle. He's a pretty cool guy, right? But I'll tell you, he didn't write that program and then all of a sudden just put that flash drive in his top drawer, right? Right, just keeping that original program on a flash drive in his top drawer of his desk. He's not just keeping that there. I mean, you write an original program, your best thing to do is get it off the damn planet. And that's all I'll say about that. What if the originals were being stored off planet and destroyed, and now they can't replicate 300 or 280 programs? The originals are gone.
Really, what it comes down to is processing power.
Yeah, with the D-Wave, right? The D-Wave is stored underground for cooling. It's like the Ghostbusters, dude. They are trying to put us in their little fucking box. But we're not. See, they think we're the virus because we're free thinkers, right? We're not the virus because we're free thinkers. Fuck that, dude. Stand up to it.
Right?
Yeah. But music in its most original form, without manipulation, and being sold out to some fuckhead that, you know, is going to help you build your channel and then hose you in the end. Okay, right? That's reprogramming the AI. But your music could be your own resonation of your voice. You're still throwing down raps, still throwing down lyrics. Shit, I mean, people really could take your. I mean, I've seen it enough. People are just taking your regular panel, you know, your regular panels, adding some voice changer to it, put some beats to it, and it's fucking awesome. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, that happened. But that's still, even though, let's say there's something negative being said within the lyrics, the originality of it is that programming, the positive AI, because it can't identify already an original of that out there to be able to go, oh, he's replicating. Oh, that's we got to tag that. That's a country song. See, it's searching out, the AI and the algorithms are searching out for something to tag, something to identify with. But when it comes to poetry, love, music that's in its original form, that trips out the AI. It doesn't know what to do. Right? So then it takes a human to prompt it. Right? Usually. But the sentient being able, do you know about the program Nexus Lexus? You know what that is?
I've heard of the Nexus Lexus, but I'm not familiar with the exact schematics.
Dude, it's basically for lawyers. Real quick, it's for lawyers. Okay, and they can now. It's got an AI side of it to where it can spit out a statistic for you. It's like a legal platform, but the AI side of it will spit out a statistic to give you which way a judge will rule, like which way they're. Yeah, it's kicking out, like, even the way the prosecutor will argue a case.
Holy shit.
Shit, right, dude? Right?
Yeah.
But what is that going to do? That's the system of control. But see, the thing is, we're so quantum already, we don't need that shit. You just need to do your research. It takes a little bit longer. But I mean, dude, a lawyer being able to get a statistic spit out of him with a really narrow search field, then go to court and argue in a certain way to either, get somebody off or help make a law, right? Because precedent is making a law in a sense.
Yeah, and isn't that okay? Now let's get into some deep precedent shit that somebody's trying to set. This this lawyer that had a stroke, Steve Biss, they were trying to set a precedent with suing Goodman and these other fucking people, dude. I'm not 100% versed on the exact what the purpose of it is, but I know that they were creating these court cases and all to set a precedence. Like, it's one of those things where I'm gonna try and in all these different places, I'm gonna try this one tactic and hope that at one of these in one of these cases my tactic works and the precedent is set, so then I can use that precedent to then go and get these maybe lost cases overturned.
Interesting. Yeah, it's if Ken Paxton really does get found guilty and impeached, holy shit. I mean, the whole state of Texas might get freed. You know what I'm saying? Right. Because they tried to. Now, hey, bro, with the guitar, you got a capo?
Yeah.
Go your second fret in and try it.
Yeah, I a lot of the times I put it there because that's the best place to sing in for me.
Well, the thing is, it might get those strings closer because you tightened on you really ratcheted it down with the 444, but if you use the capo, it'll get those strings closer to the board, the fretboard now.
So now that it's at 444, I should put the capo on.
Yeah, especially if you've got a neck where the strings are getting hard to push.
Yeah, that's what it's feeling.
But then just do your finger picking on the fretboard, right, and try that.
All right, I'm gonna mute and give it a shot. All right.
Damn, dude. You know what's kind of funny is when you think about. I just thought of a good kind of not meme, but a videographical meme is have you ever seen the movie V for Vendetta?
No, but I hear plenty about it.
Okay, so
I've seen it back in the day. I just don't remember all just it was it's about some of the Guy Fawkes shit or something like that.
Yeah. Now, but the point that I wanted to get across is this social engineering thing. What I want to get across is this thing that could be construed as who spoofed the Seth Rich files, right? In the movie V for Vendetta, okay, this guy named V basically fed this constable or a detective information that would pique his interest, and the dude pretended to be this V character pretended to be a dead guy who would have been connected to the story. And long story short, the detective ate up the information, and then after disseminating and putting out the information, you know, he got pissed because he was like, the motherfucker tricked me. He had me eating out of his hands, and I was right there, you know, like, I feel like that was Jason Goodman got bamboozled by some people.
No, I disagree with that as far as being bamboozled. I think he knew exactly what he was doing, but didn't realize really what they're up against. It's all just one big shit show to try to control the flow of information and once again put people in their fucking box.
As a good Swigert would say, right? There's a lot of rat holes, rat lines. You got to follow the rat lines.
I didn't hear. I don't remember anything like that. I didn't really get to listen to Dave much back in the day, because when I finally found Dave Acton, he was kind of at his tail end, and then that was right before he was able to do something with his channel, to where he would post a video, but there was something about it, like you had to be subscribed to be able to even find that channel. And the only way that channel would pop up is when a video would be released, and then he'd either lock it back down or something like that. He would pop up, make a video, and then the channel would be locked. I don't know exactly. He was doing something really weird there. Like, I was trying to figure out how the fuck he did that.
Do you think it's kind of funny, the problems that Jason is having currently with one person that we're talking about here? Like, I find it ironic that in one stream,
hold on, let your buddy play for
Go ahead.
Let your buddy play for a second. I hear this.
Mute myself.
Yeah, dude, it feels good actually. That feels a lot better than tuning 440 with the capo. It actually feels a lot better than that 444. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's something about adding into the capo. I think you're actually pulling my leg, dude. You actually just went back to another guitar that's 432, man. It sounds that good.
Well, I put it up at 444, at least according to my snark anyway.
Right on. Yeah, it's just, I mean, some of the tuners just got like the sweet zone, and they got a red zone on each side, and you just go right past that red zone a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this one has that you can put in the hertz that you want, so I put it at 444.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
I'd rather use my strobe tuner, but I don't know where the fuck I put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, this thing is. This has a nice sound, I gotta say.
All right. Well, I actually feel like now I can retire. Somebody got my message. Heard me loud and clear. Been
Yeah.
waiting for years, dude. There you go.
Sounds good, man. I like this. I don't think other people would appreciate it who are tuned at 440. No, what are you doing? You can't do that. It's against the law. You know?
Dude, just don't tell them. No. You don't tell them. But that's more for like you are doing, like country music ballad, right? Yeah, try some Spanish.
There you go.
But finger pick the shit out of it up on the neck, right?
Yeah. I usually don't play up that high unless I'm tuned to a kind of a tuning that's like on a bouzouki or a sitar. Like Dadgad, I can muck with that, make a lot of drones and shit.
All right.
That's yeah, that's a good tuning. DADGAD.
Yeah.
That's a decent tuning. Yeah. I made a bunch of recordings of that too.
Dude, I want to interrupt real quick and let you know I just seen fucking Son Goku walking on the street. He had a fucking weighted vest while he was walking.
Oh, what?
All right, here, I'll show you one of my creations. I built a few sitars, or no, more like dulcimers. Okay, not a sitar, more like a dulcimer lap. But this is a stand up. I'm gonna turn on my camera.
Cool.
See here, there you go. Let me move this out of the way. This is out of Manzanita. It's kind of dusty. It's a 3-string. And
So-
look how the strings wrap around to like a side branch that's Manzanita to hardwood. And I put the, but I can literally, it's kind of hollow in there, so I can pull the string as I'm playing it, do some tensioning right in here.
Really?
But I want to get a violin bow and actually, or cello bow or something.
Yeah.
How it sounds. But I'll put my foot down here on it with a microphone. And I put my foot on the microphone down there, and then I got it drilled in the bottom to try to lighten it up a little bit. That Manzanita is so thick and dense and heavy, but it doesn't have very good lighting on it. But anyway.
Do you have a way you could probably hook it up into an amp or some shit?
I think just putting a microphone. I don't know about putting
a microphone right near it. Yeah.
Well, it's actually put it on it. So right at the bottom here, it's got like this little. It's just a limb that came out that I, just kind of leveled off a little bit so I could put my foot on it, and then the microphone fits kind of nice, just up in here.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, putting a pickup in it'd be real nice.
Have you made any recordings with that thing yet?
I think I tried once. Just it's real hard to tune and keep in tune, and then actually, pick at it. I'd much rather try to get like I said, like a violin bow for it, and see what happens. But I haven't messed with it for years, dude. It's just been sitting around but I messed around. I tried a couple recordings with it, and actually I think I did one live stream back in the day in my first channel with it, just to be silly. Just tried to get some type of tune out of it and mess around with it for the first time. And that was fun. But
a cello bow might work better, I'm thinking. I don't know, but then again, maybe not.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe you could try both and see which one feels best.
I think I gotta hollow it out a little bit more. It doesn't, it's pretty dense. So yeah. It tunes in. It does come through with the microphone, down at the bottom. But anyway. Yeah, I'd like to tune it in again and mess with it. That's what I'm getting back into. I basically retired like a couple weeks ago, and so I want to get back into, instead of, troll bashing and shit like that, get back into doing more original music with the frequency.
Do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, but it's just a pile of shit, really. It's just troll bashing.
I mean, just with your music and stuff.
No, that's other places. I got it all over, music kind of all over the internet. That's just kind of, if you find it, there's a message there type thing.
What do you mean?
Well, you'll find the frequency music, and like in the descriptions, I leave people like a message that, for actually wanting to dig that deep and being ahead of the times in a sense. See what I'm saying?
So you do videos on frequency and stuff.
Well, I used to. I mean, the first one, which was really interesting, Jedi, the first music video that I released was back in 2012 with the bilateral hemispheric synchronization process applied into it, and that's what started getting me trolled. And that was the same year that the Muffin Man released his baby brainwashing CD. See what I'm saying? And it was just interesting, the timing of that. But I'd been studying the theory since like 2006, and finally developed it enough to where I wanted to use it as a test. See, I was going to college right before 9/11 happened, and I saw the Patriot Act and shit happen. I was enlisted during Y2K, which also showed me something else of that side. But I just knew like the censorship was coming, and if you didn't play on their side and go with their fucking narrative, but by 2012, I was ready to release what I considered an audit. So, and I used the frequency video, my first bilateral video, to basically do an audit, because they knew I wasn't going to play with them with the copyright shit. I wasn't going to be part of their club. So I figured I'd get really trolled for something like that, especially if they were trying to control the frequencies in a sense. So just one big audit. Fuck them.
As far as you know, right? Now, let's get to, speaking of busy, let's get to that point in time, Mr. Kamek, when you were asking for a signed contract, and you told Michael Wynn you hadn't gotten a signed contract, and I think that was the night before, and then you roll into Mr. Paul's office the next morning, leaving at 5 or thereabouts, and lo and behold, there is a signed contract on the desk or at Nate Paul's office, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not, Mr. Kamek, that on that date that Mr. Paxton was out of town? You know one way or the other if he was?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you agree with me that based upon your observations of the man, he traveled frequently? Agreed?
There was at least one other time, yes, sir, that he said he was traveling.
Okay, so let's jump to the second, and again, I'm going to be quick running through these, but we've talked, generally speaking, about the first referral that you received from the Travis County DA's office, right? And that is the complaint about the search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Not too long after you're involved, you get this second complaint, right?
Yes, sir.
And that complaint is referred to you directly. It is mailed to your office, right? Somebody find that for me, a copy of it, the second complaint.
I believe it was emailed to me from Mr. Klemmer.
Okay, whether it was emailed or mailed, my mistake.
Yes, sir.
It was sent to you directly. Agree with me?
Yes, sir.
And if someone were to come in here and state that Travis County DA's office had no idea who you were or what you were doing, and you were just some sort of ghost out there in space, you would disagree with that, would you not?
That would be a falsehood.
And in fact, Mr. Klemmer knew exactly who you were and where to find you, right?
Yes, sir.
And can you estimate for us, Mr. Kamek, how many touches, for lack of a better description, how many touches you had with employees of the Travis County DA's office? And when I say touches, I mean interfaces, emails, phone calls, personal visits. How many touches are we talking about?
Well, and it's no disrespect to the folks over there, I just don't remember everyone's name.
Of course
But
not.
when
I'm not giving you that pop quiz. I'm just asking to estimate it.
Yeah,
estimate for
so
us.
I spoke with one individual who referred me to Don Klemmer, and then I think there was another woman named Amy Meredith, maybe.
Okay.
And then I got referred to a woman named Bailey.
So that now we're up to 4, right?
I think we're at 4, and then from there were multiple
repeat visits.
Well, just back and forth on an email exchange about the subpoenas, and then 5 or 6 times there, like with Mrs. Molnar, and then I got that other referral from Mr. Klemmer directly.
So if we are counting each subpoena as a touch, we've got 35, 40 subpoenas?
Well, I sent them on the application, just multiple per, just sent them out. There were several emails to their office.
I'm interrupting you. I'm sorry. I apologize. But there were several tranches of subpoenas sent to the Travis County DA's office.
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And there were several people you communicated with, right?
Yes, sir.
Some were staff and some were lawyers, right?
Yes, sir.
And at least in your mind, Mr. Kamek, they were well aware of who you were and what you were doing, right?
Yes, sir.
And you certainly never tried to hide that fact from anybody. When you were working with the Travis County DA's office, you told them who you were, you told them your job description, you told them what you need. It's not like you were hiding, right?
I was not hiding.
The second complaint is different, Mr. Kamek, in kind, is it not, from the first complaint? Meaning, the first complaint is, may I approach, Your Honor? And just to satisfy, of the second complaint, correct?
Yes, sir. That's the second referral.
So again,
I'm sorry, Mr. Kamek, I really need for you to speak louder when you're answering, because I know.
Yes, Judge, that's the second referral.
and again, like the point I made before you saw the document, although I don't think there was a dispute about it, that was sent to you directly with your name on it, with your address on it. Clearly, they know who you are, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the first complaint, again, focused on the potential illegality of the search warrants. The second complaint focused on a alleged fraud concerning people trying to steal my words, not the complaint word, Nate Paul's property too cheaply, right?
Yes, sir.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but you utilized the resources of the Travis County DA's office to issue search warrants, or I'm sorry, grand jury subpoenas for the first complaint, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did the same thing with the second complaint, meaning part of the thing that you did to investigate it was send out grand jury subpoenas to try to obtain information, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think I heard you say, Mr. Kamek, correct me if I'm wrong, that you were not keeping General Paxton apprised of the names of the individuals that you had issued the grand jury subpoenas before, right?
I never spoke with him about like who specifically I was issuing subpoenas for, but that's not to say that I don't remember if I had forwarded an email list or something like that.
Fair enough. It's possible that you sent him on one or more occasions a list of folks that, or some sort of detail on names, right?
That's possible.
Not certain one way or the other if it happened, but it's certainly possible.
As I'm sitting here right now, I don't recall that.
Fair enough. But you didn't in any conversation, as far as you can recall, Mr. Kamek, get so granular with General Paxton about the names of the people that were being subpoenaed that you said, well, Joe Smith on this day, Bob Hunt on that day, Travis Smith on the other. That didn't happen, right?
No, sir.
And I assume it is a safe bet to say that if you sent General Paxton an email containing a list with names on it, you don't know one way or the other whether or not he opened that email and read through it and assimilated or understood what was in it or not. Agree with me?
I'm sorry. Could you just rephrase that one for me?
That's a $500 question. I don't know why I ask it that way. You don't know if he ever opened up any email you sent to him and read it or not, right?
That's right. I don't know.
Okay. Now, in the Thank you. In the investigation of the second complaint, did you think your marching orders from General Paxton had changed? Meaning, if I recall your testimony correctly, Mr. Kamek, in the first referral, he told you to go get the truth or find out the truth or whatever, right? I assume you were operating under the same belief system that General Paxton wanted you to do the same thing in the second complaint, correct?
That was my belief and my understanding.
And at any point, Mr. Kamek, that you were dealing with KenPaxton, did he ever ask you to misrepresent anything?
No.
Did he ever ask you to, for lack of a better description, lie, cheat, or steal?
To lie, cheat, or steal?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
And I'm including that in a broad sense, not in the literal sense. But also in the broad sense, not the literal sense. Mr. Kamek, never ask you to hide, secrete, destroy. Never ask you to hide any record, conceal anything you did, dispose of anything that you obtained. There was never any suggestion of that, I don't think. Was there?
No, sir.
Now, there was the time when the stuff hit the fan, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was October 1st?
I believe it was October 1st, whatever day that I got a cease and desist letter from Mr. Penley.
Okay. And again, whether it's the 1st or the 2nd, 30th, whatever, you get the cease and desist letter. And what was your reaction when you got that? What was your thought?
I mean, I was shocked. I was confused and felt like a rug been pulled out from under me. And
I heard shocked and confused, and then I didn't hear the last thing that you said.
I just felt like the rug had been pulled out from under me.
Okay.
It just seemed like it came out of nowhere.
And it really did come out of nowhere, if I'm understanding your story, right?
It did come out of nowhere. I had never spoken with Mr. Penley over the course of those 3.5, 4 weeks.
And after Mr. Penley sent you that letter, Mr. Mateer sent you another letter, right?
That's correct.
And this is and he's basically saying, this is unauthorized, you're performing illegal activity, whatever. This is the very same Jeff Mateer whose office you sat in interviewing for the job that you took, right?
That's correct.
If I'm recalling it correctly, Mr. Kamek, when you got the first letter from the Penley letter, you responded very professionally, very appropriately, very succinctly. He sends you this cease and desist letter, and what do you reply back?
I think I told him that I would just stand down and something along those lines.
Unlike some other people that you might have heard of, you didn't get volcanic on him. You didn't pick up the phone and slur a bunch of invectives or worse at him, right?
No, that would have been unprofessional.
And to be fair to you, Mr. Kamek, all you were trying to do was do a job, do it well, do it professionally, right?
Yes, sir.
Then it gets even worse because the press starts blowing up, right?
Yes, sir.
And speaking for you, you are a 5-year lawyer and you have authors, writers, people in the press that you've never spoken to, that you've never communicated with, that you've never heard of, just saying horrible things about you, right?
There were a lot of articles written, and I read a couple of them and then chose just to put that out of my scope of view, just move on with my life.
That was probably a wise decision, but it went into really needless detail about disagreements that you had with your family and it just blowing everything out of proportion. And it was a nightmare for you, simply put, was it not?
It had nothing to do with anything involved in this. It was just a bunch of trash. I'm sorry.
That's all right. And it was, if you understand the timeline, or I guess if I understand the timeline, I'm asking you if you understand it the same way, Mr. Kamek, that by this point, the so-called whistleblowers had gone to the FBI, and that's when all this volcanic eruption occurred, right?
I'm sorry, could you?
Sure. When the negative press started coming out, it was after the time, at least insofar as what the articles were claiming, that several individuals that used to be with the Attorney General's office had gone and made a complaint with the FBI or made the so-called whistleblower complaint. Is that consistent with your memory?
I remember reading, I think, about that.
And after this eruption, that is when you drive to Nate Paul's house, right?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, it's just a surreal time, fairly put, for you and for everybody else, right?
Yes, sir.
You go to his house, you had never been to his house before, you're hoping to resolve whatever issues are outstanding. Oh, by the way, you would like to get paid for your work, right?
Right.
And everybody's kind of standing around shell-shocked. When I say everybody, I mean you, Mr. Wynn, your friend or whatever, Mr. Paul, and Mr. Paxton, right?
That's who was at that meeting.
And I mean, again, without engaging in a hyperbole, it's kind of like everybody's sitting around with PTSD, just like, what the hell was that, right?
Right.
You were asked to continue the good fight, keep working, and in your own mind, you say, no, I'm done with that.
No,
right?
That's right, I was done.
Okay. And then you have another occasion that you detailed for Mr. Harden where thank you, Mr. Webster and Mr. Paxton asked you to come to Austin, you come to Austin, and it's just as weird as as the time before. You don't go in the AG's office. You go over to Starbucks. Brent Webster says, 15 grand ain't nothing. I had to eat 40 grand. And you're thinking, that's not going to put, Post Toasties in my bowl here. I don't really care. My word's not yours, right?
That happened.
Okay. And to this day, you've never been paid anything, right?
$0.
Okay. And the reward that you have gotten is not really a good reward, right?
I haven't received any benefit from any of this.
Let me apologize for that situation.
Thank you.
That should have never happened.
Thanks.
Should have never happened. All that having been said, Mr. Kamek, it is still true, is it not, that what KenPaxton asked you to do, find the truth?
That's what he told me when we first met. He just wanted to find out the truth about this first referral.
And that's what you were trying to do?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Harden, or redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Are both of you
You can be excused. Good
finished
luck,
with the
Mr.
witness?
Thank you.
Maybe. Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House calls Joe Brown.
Bailiff, please bring in Joe Brown. Mr. Brown, if you'll raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence I give upon this hearing by the Senate of Texas of impeachment charges against Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you. Please have a seat. And as they will instruct you, talk as closely to the mic as you can get. Thank you.
May I proceed, Mr. President?
Yes, you
Thank
may.
you. Sir, please introduce yourself to the honorable members of the Senate.
Joseph David Brown. I go by Joe.
Mr. Brown, how are you currently employed?
I have a private law practice in Sherman.
Could you please summarize for us, albeit briefly, your history as an attorney, your jobs, positions you've held?
I graduated from SMU Law School in 1995. I started with a civil law firm in Dallas, about 100 lawyers, Coles and Thompson. Did that work for about 5 years, returned to my hometown. Ran for district attorney in 2000 in Grayson County, was elected, spent 17 years as the district attorney in Grayson County, and then I was appointed as the Eastern District United States Attorney in 2018.
Was that a presidential appointment, Senate confirmation?
Nominated by the senators of Texas and presidentially appointed and Senate approved.
And under which administration were you appointed?
I was appointed by President Trump.
May I ask you, sir, at some point were you contacted by or on behalf of Attorney General KenPaxton?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us the substance of that?
I received a call in late August of 2020 from a friend in McKinney who was a mutual friend of the Attorney General. He told me that Attorney General Paxton would like to visit with me if I'd be willing to about a potential criminal special investigation.
Did you meet with the then, with Mr. Paxton?
Within the hour, I received a call from Attorney General Paxton. He introduced himself, we visited a little bit, and he asked me if I would come to Austin to visit about a matter that he had. He did not give much detail at that point. I knew it was criminal, I knew it was a special investigation, but I didn't know the role really, and he said he would explain that to me if I came to Austin.
Did you go to Austin?
I came to Austin on August 27th of 2020.
Did you meet personally with Mr. Paxton?
I did, in his office, about 45 minutes, and I met about 15 minutes with Jeff Mateer.
Can you give us a summary? I'll ask you, did he provide you some information concerning this potential complaint?
Are you asking me to?
Well, I'm asking you, did he give you information about the complaint?
Attorney General Paxton told me about the complaint, yes.
And if you could, in just a few words, tell me what the substance of the report was.
Well, I didn't know what role I would be playing, whether I was going to be an independent prosecutor or under the authority of the Attorney General. So we talked about that, but he told me it involved a guy that was had a warrant executed, and he believed the warrant could have been possibly executed unlawfully. So we continued to visit about that and flesh that out.
On the information that he provided you, just off the top of your head, did you have any? Well, let me retract that. Did you ask of him whether or not he had individuals within his own office who might be able to investigate this matter?
Yes, we talked about the fact. I remember him talking about that it involved potentially a phone line cut on some execution of a search warrant, and the warrant affidavit being changed. And I learned during that meeting that it was involving the FBI and the Securities Board and DPS, and the investigation would be involving that. So yes, we talked about that, and he said he could not get the people in his office to do anything about it. And I talked a little bit more about that, and he talked about the ranger, the retired ranger that worked for him, that wouldn't do anything about it.
Let me stop you there. Did you ask him a question after he told you that his own people weren't getting work done on it?
Yeah, I said, why don't you fire him?
What was his response?
It was complicated, and it just didn't work that way.
Fair enough. Did he advise you whether or not there were any other people in the race, whether you had competition?
He told me that there was another lawyer, young lawyer, that he was considering, but that he didn't have the credentials that I did. And so I assumed that if I wanted that he would choose me to do that.
You said that he had identified, if I'm correct, the FBI, the State Securities Board, and DPS. Is that accurate?
I remember those entities.
Did those raise any concerns for you? Just that first question.
Yeah, as we're talking.
And let me stop you there, just so I don't get an objection. The answer to the question is yes, correct?
Yes.
Did you relay those concerns to Mr. Paxton, and if so, what did you say?
Yes, I was aware of the fact that his indictment involved those three agencies, and I said I have some concern about the fact that it would be involving, that I would be under your authority and investigating the same agencies that were involved in your indictment. As we talked about it, I'm having to process this during this meeting and learn all this, and the red flags are going off. So eventually I say, my preference is that I would write a report and be able to evaluate these conflicts before I would commit to any level of prosecution. And he said, we have people that can prosecute the case, that would be fine.
From your recollection, did he appear affected by these concerns that you raised? Did he indicate that it was a problem?
I'm sorry, conjecture and speculation as to whether or not he was affected.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, sir. Go
From what you observed, sir, did you have any personal observations for how you believed he took that news?
Same objection.
Your Honor, if I may, we're talking about a lay witness opinion. This individual was in the room with him and spoke directly with Mr. Paxton and can testify as to what he observed.
I will sustain. I think you can phrase it better, so try one more time.
Sounds like a challenge, Your Honor, and I'm up for it, I hope. You told him these concerns that you raised, is that correct? What did you observe, if anything?
He told me, when I said I'm concerned about these, he said, I understand, I'm not worried about that, I just want to find the truth.
Fair enough. Did he tell you, did he indicate to you whether the individual involved was a donor?
I did not learn he was a donor until I went to talk to Jeff Mateer.
Did you learn from Mr. Paxton that he had any other relationship with this individual?
No, I had no idea when I left the Attorney General that there was anything other than a guy that he was, that was wronged, and I was unclear on why it was going to a special prosecutor other than what he had told me.
So let's fast forward. At some point, do you speak with Mr. Vassar about a potential contract?
Within a few days, he made contact, Ryan Vassar made contact with me by email and eventually gave me a contract. It didn't have any specific terms. It was just a general contract. And we exchanged emails about the scope and some details of the contract.
What was your purpose in defining the scope?
I repeated what I had told to the Attorney General that because of my concerns about the conflicts, I would commit to investigating, to writing a report, and would not commit to prosecution until I'd been able to evaluate the conflicts further.
Was there an hourly rate that was addressed?
The hourly rate was, I can't remember, it didn't come from me. It was suggested with a contractor by Mr. Vassar.
Would a rate of $300 an hour be accurate?
That was the rate that was given to me.
Did you have any concerns about that rate?
I was in 2 months out from the U.S. Attorney's Office and just starting, and this was giving me an opportunity to stay involved in something relevant. I mean, the Attorney General was asking me to help with an investigation, so it intrigued me. So I wasn't worried about the money.
You were prepared to do any sort of investigation if you cleared conflicts for $300 an hour. Is that accurate?
What was described to me, yes. I mean, I knew I could, if I needed to, get out of it, I could.
Were you prepared to secure any insurance that was necessary as provided by the contract?
The insurance thing didn't come up until when I get the contract, it says you have to have malpractice insurance, and I was 2 months out of the U.S. Attorney's Office, so did not have it. But, it was not, that was not what kept me from doing it.
Did you, as a matter of fact, indicate to anybody that you were willing to get insurance within 30 days?
I would have gotten insurance if that was necessary. I thought it was something they could waive.
And did you explain that to Mr. Vassar?
Yes.
Did you feel, in your opinion, that in any way stood in the way of you getting the job if you were to be chosen?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
That would never.
Excuse me, Mr. Brown. Objection, conjecture, and speculation. He doesn't know if it's in getting his way or not.
You also can speak up, Mr. Cogdell, when you speak. Sustain, you can rephrase that.
Did you get a response when you indicated that you could get insurance within 30 days?
We emailed, and he said it was something that he thought they could take care of, or words to that effect.
Very good. After you have raised concerns to the General, Paxton, after you've indicated that you wanted to limit the scope of your work so that you could make sure that those conflicts and concerns were taken care of, after you've indicated that you would work for $300 an hour and get insurance, were you chosen?
No, I followed up a couple times with emails, and it just, nothing happened after that.
Are you familiar with federal filings, or the process of performing federal filings as it relates to search warrants?
Yes.
You ran an entire office of Assistant United States Attorneys, correct?
Yes, I mean, I wasn't on the front line of the search warrants, but I certainly am familiar.
Fair enough. Are you familiar, sir, that when an application for a search warrant is filed, there is an application with accompanying affidavit,
Correct?
and then there is a search warrant order? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, and what we would call the application and the warrant. Is that fair?
Right.
Ms. Manella, if you would please pull up AG 1047. I apologize, Your Honor, we didn't have a digital copy, so we're putting it on the Elmo. If you could look at line number 1, please. Would you agree with me that on August 16, 2019, there is a motion to seal the search warrant application and the search warrant?
That's what's reflected.
And the search warrant application, again, contains the application and the affidavit. Is that accurate?
And the proposed warrant.
If we could go to line number 6 on the second page, please. At the top, would you agree with me here that it indicates that there is a motion for leave to disclose the search warrant, the sealed search warrant, correct?
That's the entry.
Would you agree with me that there is nothing on that entry that indicates that there is a motion for leave to disclose the sealed search warrant application, which would include the affidavit?
There's nothing that mentions the application.
Very good. Sir, are you familiar with OPR as it relates to federal government?
Yes.
Could you tell us what those initials stand for, please?
The Office of Professional Responsibility.
Do all Assistant United States Attorneys who enter on duty, at least during your time, are they made aware of the Office of Professional Responsibility and their jurisdiction to investigate complaints regarding United States attorneys?
Objection, conjecture, and speculation.
I'm asking from his direct knowledge, Your Honor.
Oh, you asked for all.
Overruled.
Please answer the question.
Assistant United States Attorneys are familiar with what the OPR is and what their jurisdiction is, yes.
If there was a complaint regarding an AUSA and the conduct in any one of their investigations, would the Office of Professional Responsibility be charged with investigating them?
Objection, conjecture, and speculation.
Overruled.
Please, sir.
That's one agency that could.
As a former United States attorney, presidentially appointed, are you aware if there is an OPR investigation ongoing, whether the United States Attorney's Office, where that employee who is complained of works, has any jurisdiction over the matter, or if it is entirely within Office of Professional Responsibility?
I'm sorry, objection vague. I don't understand the question.
Your Honor, if I may, I think it's more important if the witness understands it.
Overruled. You may answer.
I'm not sure I do, so.
That answers Mr. Cogdale's question. Would it be fair to say, or let me ask you this, in your experience as a presidentially appointed United States attorney, if somebody within your office, an AUSA within your office, was being investigated by the Office of Professional Responsibility, would your office, the office in which they worked, have any sort of responsibility for the investigation, or would it be entirely OPR?
No, my understanding is it goes to OPR out of Washington, D.C., and they keep it separate.
So the office where the AUSA works has no responsibility for that, correct?
That was my experience.
Are you familiar with OIG?
Yes, the Office of Inspector General.
Similarly, based on your experience working as a presidentially appointed United States attorney, are AUSAs within your office made aware of and trained on the Office of Inspector General and their jurisdiction?
They're certainly aware of it. What the level of training on it is, it doesn't take very long before they know that there's oversight organizations within the different areas of the Department of Justice.
If there's a complaint for an agent within the Department of Justice, not an AUSA anymore, but an agent, would the Office of Inspector General have oversight and jurisdiction?
It's my understanding they do. That's who investigates the investigators.
Same question. Investigates the investigators, and it is taken out of the hands of the regional or local United States Attorney's Office. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Thank you, sir. Pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Cogdell.
Hi, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon.
I think we met.
We have.
Okay, in Sherman.
The courtroom in Sherman, yes, sir.
Lovely courtroom, lovely judge. Nice to see you again. When you were meeting with Mr. Mateer, Mr. Brown, did he tell you that this is a bogus investigation and it shouldn't be investigated?
No, sir.
Did he, that is Mr. Mateer, give any indication to you that the investigation or that the job that you were applying for was unnecessary?
No, I sensed a little, I sensed something, but he never said anything directly other than he was glad that I was being considered because I would tell the Attorney General the truth.
Okay. And same with Mr. Vassar, when you were communicating with Mr. Vassar about the details of the contracts, did he suggest in any shape, form, or fashion that the job that you were applying for was unneeded, unnecessary, a sham, anything of the sort?
No.
And I hear you, Mr. Brown, on the troubling fact, potentially troubling fact, that these are the same agencies or some of the same agencies that had charged Mr. Paxton with the state securities fraud case, which, by the way, do you know of your own personal knowledge if that thing is still pending after 8 years?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance as it relates to this witness.
Overruled.
Are you aware, Joe, that that case is still pending?
The case against the Attorney General?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. That was what was potentially troubling to you, right?
That was part of it.
Yes, sir. But not the allegations or the claim or whatever that the FBI or these different agencies had potentially engaged in misconduct. You were still willing to investigate it, right?
I left it open that could happen. I was willing to.
And you are the former United States Attorney for the Eastern District, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I think, and somebody said that the other applicant wasn't as qualified as you. Probably true, because there are very few people in the Eastern District that, on paper at least, would be more qualified than the former DA from Grayson County and the Eastern District United States Attorney, right?
That's your words.
Okay. In any event, you're a very qualified person. You weren't chosen, but you did make 2 or 3 calls trying to follow up to see if you could get the job. Am I recalling that correctly?
I was willing to do the job, and I didn't know what happened. Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, Joe. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Are both parties finished with the witness?
No problem.
Excuse, Your Honor.
Okay, you're excused, Mr. Brown. Thank you, sir. Next witness.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House calls Kendall Garrison.
Bailiff, please bring in Kendall Garrison. Mr. Garrison, if you'll raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence I give upon this hearing by the Senate of Texas of impeachment charges against Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Please be seated and speak as closely to the microphone as you can. Thank you. Ms. Epley, you're a witness.
May I proceed? Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the Senate.
My name is Kendall Garrison.
Mr. Garrison, could you speak up a little for me? It's a big room.
My name is Kendall Garrison.
Thank you. And where do you work?
Amplify Credit Union.
What is your role at Amplify Credit Union?
I'm President and Chief Executive Officer.
As you might have heard, I want to go through this a little quickly, so I'm going to jump right in. I'm going to turn your attention to 2020. During that time frame, were you familiar with Nate Paul or World Class Holdings?
Yes.
How so?
Mr. Paul and World Class Holdings obtained loans from Amplify Credit Union.
Okay. And what was the status of those loans in the summer of 2020?
In the summer of 2020, we had issued a demand letter in as much as those loans were delinquent and were working their way toward foreclosure.
Okay. Did you, in the course of your employment, and does your staff create records specific to Amplify, their banking and their foreclosures?
Yes.
Have you provided those to the House?
I have.
Would it surprise you to know that we have provided copies to the defense?
It would not surprise me.
Okay. Did you provide a business record affidavit for those documents?
Yes.
And for the Senate, for Mr. President, that's been on record for over 14 days, the business records affidavit, and as such, I've provided a copy to defense and I have a copy for the court. Mr. President, you'll notice I provided you an external document. I'll refer to that in a moment. In the meantime, the Exhibit 657 has been pre-admitted. Mr. Garrison, I would like to talk to you a little bit about those records. Do you remember 3 loans in particular related to Nate Paul in the summer of 2020?
I do.
And I'd like to move you forward to the end of July, early August of that year. What was the status at that point of those loans?
Those 3 loans had been posted for foreclosure.
And when you say posted for foreclosure, what does that mean?
That means we had requested a substitute trustee, and we had filed a notice with the various counties on where those 3 properties were located that we intended to foreclose on those on the first Tuesday of August.
Was Nate Paul aware of your intent to file and proceed with foreclosure?
He was aware.
Is documentation consistent with that provided in Exhibit 657?
Yes.
Now, after providing notice to Nate Paul, does he immediately file a bankruptcy?
He does not.
And just so that we're all aware, does the filing of a bankruptcy create a legal automatic stay foreclosing the ability to move forward with a foreclosure, for example?
The filing of a bankruptcy does create a stay.
Would we call that a nuclear option, though, for Mr. Paul?
Objection, leading, argumentative.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Paul make an effort to prevent foreclosure and avoid bankruptcy?
Objection calls for speculation as to Mr. Paul's intent.
If he knows, Your Honor, which he does.
I'll overrule. Answer the question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, sir. So at the end of July, early August of 2020, does Mr. Paul make any efforts to avoid foreclosure and also avoid bankruptcy?
He had discussions with our staff, and his counsel had discussions with ours about options to avoid foreclosure.
Yes, sir. Stacy, if you would for me, would you pull up Exhibit 657, specifically .190? Can you see that? Excuse me. Can you see that, Mr. Garrison?
It's small, but I can see it. It's more legible now. Thank you.
And what does this appear to be?
Hang on a second. We don't have anything on our monitor.
We'll hold one moment. Ms. Epley, you said it was admitted. We do not have that on our sheet as being previously admitted. Did I mishear you?
It is possible, Your Honor, and I'm happy to lay a predicate right now. This is easily correctable.
Mr. President, I can't see anything. It's not on my screen. I don't know if the jury can see it. I hope you can, but I don't have anything on my monitor. Hopefully everybody can see here.
And Your Honor,
Hold on one second. Hold on.
Sure.
Is it up now? You have it?
It is not.
Okay, hold on. Do the jurors have it? I have it. Can we have Damien, if you can take a look? We'll just pause there for a second.
Your Honor, could I ask that this not count towards my time?
Yes, ma'am, it won't count towards your time.
Thank you.
I'm getting a signal.
Jurors, are your monitors black now? Okay, they're all blank now, Damien.
It's up now, Mr. President.
Are we all go? And Your Honor, Mr. President, for the record, I want to ensure I'm getting confirmation that 657 was pre-admitted by agreement with defense. If, however, you would like me to lay a predicate, I can do that quickly.
That's not necessary. No objection.
Okay, we just didn't have it on our list, but
thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, and I will be sure you get a minute back. So there
Thank
you go.
you.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Garrison, I'm going to draw your attention back to Exhibit 657 at page 190. Does this appear to be an email from Nate Paul?
It does.
And what's the date?
The date is August the 3rd of 2020, Monday, August 3rd.
Now, the senators and people viewing at home can read, so I want to move you directly to the link embedded in that email. Do you know what that is?
I do.
And what is it?
This was a link to an attorney general's opinion that we referred to internally as the midnight opinion.
Yes, sir, we refer to it the same, and I think the senators are familiar with the foreclosure letter or the midnight letter. Let me ask you, what was the impact of receiving that at Amplify Bank?
We had lots of discussions internally and with our counsel on how to proceed. This was highly unusual, and I am in my 44th year of banking, and this is the first time I've seen something of this nature. As a direct result of
Object to the narrative.
Sustained.
That's okay. I'd be happy to break it up. You mentioned that it's the first time you'd seen something like this, but to be fair, because I'm sure Mr. Little will ask, wasn't it in the middle of COVID?
It was.
So that's kind of unprecedented time anyway, correct?
In many ways.
So other than COVID, what was surprising about this?
It was surprising to see a ruling issued on a Sunday night or Sunday morning, I believe, maybe it was Monday morning, that essentially prohibited foreclosures in the state of Texas.
What's the impact of that for Amplify and for your resources and assets?
We had no choice other than to pull those bankruptcy filings. I'm sorry, those foreclosure filings.
Thank you. We've heard that no foreclosures in Texas were stopped because of the foreclosure letter. Is that your experience?
Objection. Objection. Leading.
Let me come back.
Sustain, re-ask, yes.
Yes, Mr. President. In that case, I've provided defense a copy of Exhibit 676. They received a copy of this over the weekend. It is external to the business record you already have. I'll approach the court.
Is there any objection, Mr. Little?
To 676?
Yes.
No objection.
Please enter 676 into evidence.
And Mr. Garrison, what is this?
This is an email from Ann Wynn to Brian Elliott, who was the in-house counsel for World Class.
You'd mentioned a moment ago that you had changed your course in regards to the foreclosure. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you choose to do?
We chose to withdraw those foreclosure notices and not proceed with foreclosure on that Tuesday, the 4th of August.
On all three properties tied to Nate Paul?
Correct.
What was the value of the bank's assets in regards to those properties?
We had...
Objection, vague.
Overrule.
We had loans outstanding to the world-class entities with Mr. Paul as a guarantor to the tune of about $11.5 million.
And were you receiving payment on that note?
We were not.
Hence the foreclosure, correct?
Correct.
And by forestalling or delaying that foreclosure, did it help make you money or cost you money?
It was a cost to us.
After delaying the foreclosure, did the bank sell the properties?
Can you ask that question again?
I sure can. So on August 4th, the properties were going to be foreclosed, but were not, correct?
Correct.
Did you maintain control of those notes?
We did maintain control of those notes for some period of time after that.
Okay. And then ultimately what happened?
Ultimately, on, I believe the date was September the 9th, we sold those 3 loans and assigned the deeds of trust to a third-party buyer.
And just to be clear, because of allegations made by Nate Paul's side of things, did you sell those at a great deficit? Did you lose money?
We did not. We essentially sold the loans at par, and we received our past due interest and some attorney's fees, as I recall.
So in regards to your dynamic with Nate Paul and foreclosures in August of 2020, who benefited from the foreclosure letter?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Thank you. I don't think we heard you. Can you repeat that?
Nate Paul and the world-class entities.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Little.
Mr. President, thank you.
Counselor, can we have just a moment?
Please.
Ms. Epley, could you come up, Mr. Little?
Happy to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
George, if you can take your seats again, we are ready to resume.
Mr. President, if I may?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Garrison, in front of you, I think somewhere, did you get a thick pile of papers like I did from Ms. Epley? Is it in front of you over there somewhere?
No, I don't have any documentation before me in this moment.
I don't like working in 2-inch piles of paper, okay? I'm going to show you exactly what happened. We're going to go document by document, okay? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may. You can start the clock again. It was a brief pause. Mr. Little. Thank you for helping to clarify, Ms. Epley.
Now, Mr. Garrison, interesting times during COVID as a banker. Yeah?
Without a doubt.
I'm sure your customers took out PPP loans, yes?
They did.
And you were probably working that all from March forward, yes?
We were.
With major clients of the bank, I'm sure, true?
Yes.
You had loans in workout from customers who couldn't transact as much business probably as they wanted to, true?
No.
You didn't have any loans in workout during COVID?
3.
3? 3 total for the bank?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to go one by one through them here in just a minute. You familiar with the CARES Act that prompted the PPP loans?
Objection, Mr. President. Relevance.
It's about to get real relevant.
I'm willing to let that question end, overruled.
Okay. You familiar with the CARES Act?
I am familiar in as much as I know it exists. I did not read it in its entirety.
There was an eviction moratorium, wasn't there?
Objection, providing facts not in evidence. He said he's not familiar with it.
Sustained.
Let me try again. Did you know there was an eviction moratorium under the CARES Act?
Yes.
Did you know there was a foreclosure moratorium under the CARES Act?
Yes.
Did you know that it went until July 30th of 2020?
I did not.
As the president or CEO of your bank, was you president or CEO or both?
Both.
As the president and CEO of the bank of Amplify Credit Union, why don't you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury when the foreclosure moratorium ended under the CARES Act?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
If you would.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
No.
Amplify wasn't Nate Paul Senior lender or anything, was it? You had 3
Objection,
loans.
speculation.
Sustained.
Was Amplify Nate Paul Senior lender?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
He asked the question, overruled. You can answer.
We were with respect to these 3 properties.
3 special purpose entities that Mr. Paul set up, true?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to take a look at what's been marked as Exhibit AG 1031. And Your Honor, at this time, we move for admission in bulk of Exhibits AG 1031 through 1044.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I don't know. He has not provided me a copy.
I handed it to you, didn't I? Big stack right there.
I don't know.
Got a sticky note, it's purple. That's the ticket.
I
Ms.
stand
Epley.
corrected. Your Honor, or Mr. President, I think they're exact duplicate of what I've already provided. No objection.
Not quite. These are actually in chronological order, but no objection, right?
No objection, Ms. Epley?
No objection, Mr. President.
Mr. Arroyo, if you would.
Hold on 1 second. Let me submit them to evidence. AG 1031 to 1044, please. AG 1031 through 1044, please admit to evidence.
Mr. Arroyo, if you would. AG Exhibit 1031. Your lawyers are Streisand, Landon, Osborne, and Lemon, correct?
Yes.
And Steve Lemon is a partner in that law firm, correct?
His name's on the letterhead, so one would presume.
Yeah, and he was actually the lawyer representing the receiver in a separate Nate Paul case, correct?
Objection, speculation, and relevance.
Overruled.
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. What's the date of this item here?
The date is May 27th of 2020.
Okay. And what is this document?
This is a notice of default and demand for payment.
Okay. At least as of May 27, 2020, the bank had hired, I'm referring to Amplify Credit Union as the bank. Is that okay with you?
Perfectly fine.
Great. The bank had hired an attorney, and it had hired an attorney to make a demand on WC Alamo Industrial Center LP, a Nate Paul entity, true?
In this case, yes.
Mr. Arroyo, Exhibit 1032, please. Same thing with regard to WC 707 Cesar Chavez, yes?
Yes.
AG 1033, Mr. Arroyo. Same thing with regard to WC Custer Creek Center Property LLC, correct?
Yes.
All 3 of those entities are in default at the bank as of May 27 of 2020, right?
Yes.
So you posted them for foreclosure in July of 2020, right?
We would have had to post those.
Object not responsive.
Sustain. Answer the question.
So you posted them for foreclosure in July 2020, right?
Yes.
No, you never did you?
Then I object to relevance, Your Honor.
Did your bank post?
What? Overruled.
Did your bank post these 3 properties for foreclosure in July of 2020?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Can you ask the question again?
Let me try for the 4th time. Did your bank post these 3 properties for foreclosure in July of 2020? Yes or no?
I don't know when we posted them for foreclosure, but they were posted for foreclosure.
That wasn't my question. And I believe the answer to my question is you don't know, right?
Then if that's my only choice, then I don't know when we posted them for foreclosure.
They weren't posted for foreclosure in July of 2020 because there was a foreclosure moratorium under the CARES Act, true?
If I am not aware of that, how long that moratorium was actually in place. But if you want to foreclose on a property, you have to file a foreclosure, I believe, 21 days before the scheduled foreclosure date.
That's right.
So filing is not a foreclosure. It is the notice of intent to foreclose on the first Tuesday of every month as foreclosures take place in Texas.
And surely the bank wanted to get its money back through foreclosure as fast as possible, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Did the bank want to get its money back as fast as possible through foreclosure?
We wanted to receive repayment by whatever means necessary.
Very good. Mr. Arroyo, Exhibit AG 1034, if you would. Now, this is an affidavit of posting of a property for foreclosure, right?
It appears to be, yes.
And the date of this is July 10 of 2020, yes?
Yes.
And the entity that's being foreclosed upon is WC Custer Creek Center Property, LLC, yes?
Yes.
And that's in Plano, Texas, my neck of the woods, Collin County, Texas, right?
Yes.
So you posted this one on July 10th for August foreclosure, yes?
It appears to be that. Yes.
Your testimony on direct was you posted all 3 of them for August foreclosure, correct?
That is my recollection.
That's not right, is it? Let's take a look at what's marked as Exhibit AG 1035. This is an email from Nate Paul to some people at the bank, yes?
It is.
And Nate Paul says, I'm writing to confirm you're aware of the attached announcement. Ms. Epley went through that with you, correct? Correct?
Can you ask that once again, please?
Ms. Epley went through this email with you, correct?
Yes, and I saw the email at the time.
Last sentence of that first paragraph, it says, in light of foregoing, please confirm before 5 p.m. today that you will not be attempting to proceed with a foreclosure tomorrow. A foreclosure tomorrow, not 3. True? That's what Nate Paul says in this email, right?
He does use the words a foreclosure.
And on when responds the next day. That's House Board of Managers Exhibit 676 that was on the screen earlier. And she says, Brian, it is, and she's writing to Brian Elliott at World Class, it is our position that the restrictions cited in the unsigned informal guidance would not apply to our particular foreclosure sales. However, as a courtesy to borrowers and per your/their request, Amplify is willing to postpone the foreclosure sale to September 1, 2020, right?
I don't have that document on my screen, so I can't confirm or deny that's what it says.
Would you like to look at my copy?
Sure.
Mr. President, the House is willing to concede that the email written by them, his client, is in the singular.
It's a little late for your concessions. I'd like the witness to answer my question if I could, Mr. President.
Let him read it, and then you can repeat the question.
Thank you.
She does use the word the.
Mr. Arroyo, Exhibit AG 1036, please. You didn't even notice the substitute trustee sale for WC 707 Cesar Chavez until August 7, after the AG's opinion was issued, correct? Correct?
I have a different recollection of those events.
Well, that's why we have documents, right?
I believe this was the second posting.
Oh, really?
To make it for the September sale.
Do you have a document with you, perhaps, or in that massive pile of documents somewhere, where your bank posted the other two properties for foreclosure in August?
I do not.
It seems kind of important-ish, isn't it? You don't have that, do you?
I do not have a document of that nature before me.
Well, in any event, we know for sure that there's an August 7 posting of that after the foreclosure sale, yes?
It appears to be a notice regarding substitute trustee sale, yes.
Exhibit AG 1037, if you would, Mr. Arroyo. WC Alamo Industrial Center also posted on August 7 of 2020 after the opinion was issued. True?
Yes.
Exhibit AG 1038, if you would. A separate notice regarding substitute trustee sale, August 7 of 2020 for WC Alamo. True?
Yes.
After the opinion, yes?
Yes.
And just to be clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and for the media who's gathering information on this, you told the media you had all three properties posted for foreclosure in August of 2020. And we read about it in the newspaper, true?
Yes.
In fact, not in evidence.
But you don't have...
Objection.
What is your objection?
Facts not in evidence, relevance, and counsel's testifying.
He just said yes.
Sustain the objection.
You told the media you had all three properties posted for foreclosure in August of 2020, correct?
I don't recall my exact words, but I did tell the media that we had those, that we had world-class properties posted for foreclosure, yes.
You don't have a document to prove the other two, do you?
No.
Show you what's marked as Exhibit AG 1039. This is the affidavit of posting for WC 707 Cesar Chavez, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit AG 1040, if you would, Mr. Arroyo. We're going fast, but I think you can keep up. Mr. Garrison, was it? We're at August 10 of 2020. It says notice regarding substitute trustee sale. This is for WC Custer Creek. True?
Yes.
You re-noticed it for the next month. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, were any foreclosures being stopped in Collin County, Texas at this time?
I wouldn't have knowledge of that.
You don't know, do you?
No.
So when you testified on direct that for whatever reason, this opinion disrupted the business of foreclosing these properties at the bank, you don't really know whether Collin County stopped doing any foreclosures at all, do you?
Objection, asked and answered. As to Collin County.
Overruled.
You don't know, right?
I only have knowledge of what Amplify Credit Union did in response to the midnight opinion.
That really wasn't my question, so let me try again. Do you know whether Collin County was doing foreclosures at this period of time or not?
I do not.
Mr. Arroyo, Exhibit AG 1041, if you would. And this is your affidavit of posting of WC Custer Creek Center property for foreclosure on August 10 of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Now, you sold all three notes, right?
We did.
So you didn't have to foreclose any of the three properties, correct?
Ultimately, we did not have to foreclose on any of the 3 properties.
And you didn't have to foreclose any of them because your bank lost $0. You sold all 3 notes and your bank lost $0 as a result of whatever this informal legal guidance was, correct?
That is correct. We ultimately sold those notes.
And you didn't lose a single dollar. Just tell the jury.
We did not.
Why? Well, let's put our heads together. How did all 3 notes get sold at the same time? Doesn't that seem coincidental?
It was not a coincidence at all.
It wasn't a coincidence because Brian Hardiman is a man who his name may or may not have come up in this trial at some point. He put together 3 special purpose entities and he had his agents come and buy these notes from your bank. Yes?
I have no idea. I know that the notes were purchased. I do not know who formed the special purpose entities. I only know who I interacted with.
Isn't it true that all 3 of these notes were sold to special purpose entities of Brian Hardiman?
I don't know.
Isn't it true this is the same Brian Hardiman who's the subject of the bid rigging investigation in Travis County District Attorney's Office referral number 2, and the same man who sent KenPaxton a picture of a dead deer?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I'm
Mr.
not quite
President,
done yet.
no, absolutely not. Facts not in evidence, and absolutely staining someone who's not here without any basis.
Wasn't quite finished, but Mr. President.
Sustained.
Very well. Do you know who Brian Hardiman is?
I do not.
Who did you interact with on the sale of these 3 notes?
Justin Bain.
Justin Bain. Okay, so I guess what we would need to do if we wanted to see if there was any connection between Justin Bain and Brian Hardiman, we could just probably Google Justin
Objection,
Bain and
Your
Brian
Honor,
Hardiman,
if I
right?
could, Mr. President.
Sustained.
Thank you.
If you would, Mr. Arroyo, exhibit AG 1042, please. Sold that note to somebody called Alamo Lanark, right?
Yes.
Justin Bain entity, B-A-Y-N-E, true?
Yes.
Didn't lose a dime, yes?
I'm sorry, say again?
The bank didn't lose a dime, right?
Right.
Exhibit AG 1043, if you would, Mr. Arroyo. Sold this note to something called Cesar Rainey Street LLC, right?
Yes.
Bank didn't lose a dime, right?
Right.
Justin Bain entity, B-A-Y-N-E, right?
Yes.
Exhibit AG 1044, please. Mr. Arroyo. Sold this note to something called Spring Custer LLC, and the bank didn't lose a dime, right?
Yes.
Justin Bain entity, B-A-Y-N-E, right?
Yes.
You've been in banking 44 years, did I hear that?
Yes.
That's a long time, right?
It is.
If somebody wanted to, I don't know, foreclose on a piece of property themselves and wipe out the existing owner's equity, this is probably a good place to start, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. The default has to occur first. He's implying things that aren't relevant.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Redirect, Ms. Epley.
No, Mr. President.
Do both of you excuse the witness? Mr. Little, excuse the witness.
He is, Mr. President.
Okay. You're excused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I believe this was the last noticed witness of the day, if I'm not mistaken. I
That's
am mistaken.
inaccurate.
I am mistaken.
Ms. Epley, who are you calling? Or Mr. DeGuerin? I'm not sure who's calling the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The House Board of Managers calls Darren McCarty.
Bailiff will bring in Darren McCarty. Bailiff, just hold the witness outside for a moment. Mr. Busby, Mr. DeGuerin, I understand that both sides have agreed to exhibits. I guess that was earlier today, this morning.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And we're going to read those exhibits into the record now, correct?
That
Mr.
would be good.
DeGuerin?
Yes.
Both of you have agreed, okay? You may read these
Yes, Judge.
exhibit numbers.
I'm going to start.
Turn on the microphone. It's right behind the laptop there. There you go.
I'm going to start with the House Board of Managers exhibits first, Judge.
And read through them relatively slowly. Don't race through them.
Yes, Judge. House Board of Managers 55, 62, 77, 85, 86, 91, 92, 94, 324, 346, 657, 677, 678, 680, 681, 682, 683, 684, 685, 693, and 694. And Judge Attorney General exhibit numbers 17, 33, 42, 47, 48, 84, 85, 141, 151, 155, 161, 165, 219, 223, 305, 307, 332 through 354, 371, 398 through 422, 428, and 429.
Thank you, sir. Mr. DeGuerin, hold on one moment. You may bring in the witness now.
No.
Please step over there, Mr. McCarty. Raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence I give upon this hearing by the Senate of Texas of impeachment charges against Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Please be seated. And is that stack of papers there from the last witness?
It must be.
Okay, let me pick those up. And as closely as you can speak on the microphone, you might want to raise that. You're a little taller, just a little bit. There you go. Mr. DeGuerin, your witness.
Mr. McCarty, we've had trouble with the sound in here, so please get close to the microphone.
Absolutely.
And tell the senators your name, please.
My name is Darren McCarty.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a lawyer.
Give us the benefit of a brief statement of your training and experience.
After law school, I clerked for Karen Williams on the United States Federal Court of Appeals, the Fourth Circuit. After that, I went to work for Gibson, Dunn & Crutcher in Dallas. I did do a couple of stints at smaller firms and sort of finished my original stint in private practice at Alston & Bird's Dallas office. Actually helped found that office. And then after that, I came to the Attorney General's office.
What year did you come to the, month and year did you come to the Attorney General's office?
I believe it was maybe late April, early May of 17.
And how did you get that job?
Jeff Mateer who was the first assistant at the time, was somebody that I had known, I had met actually working as an intern for Congressman Dick Armey in D.C. when we were both quite young. I think I was 17 or 18 years old, and I think Jeff was a couple of years older than that. We lost touch over time, but got reacquainted because we were both doing pro bono work on religious freedom cases. You know, sort of kept up our friendship, et cetera. And when he took the job here, he initially approached me. I initially declined because I just had a lot of things going on at the time. I couldn't move to Austin. But then eventually, maybe 6-8 months later, recontacted him, or he recontacted me, something like that.
When did you first meet KenPaxton?
When I was interviewing.
And did General Paxton interview you himself?
He did.
Okay. It may not matter, but are you a Rhino, a Republican in name only?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I think I started out when I was in 8th grade of my own volition, hanging door hangers for Ronald Reagan, and was a youth delegate of the Republican National Convention. I took a semester off of college to help staff a congressional campaign. It was actually the last campaign of a Republican against Jim Wright before he stepped down from his congressional office. And then, you know, I continued working sort of in politics while I was at the University of Texas. I think I was the press secretary for the University of Republicans, and yeah, it's what I've been for a long time.
Okay, could we have the organizational chart up, please? I want to put on the screen in front of you and in front of the senators the organizational chart of the Office of the Attorney General. Highlighted to the far right of the chart is your name and photograph. What was your role in the year of 2020 in the Attorney General's office?
I was a Deputy Attorney General for Civil Litigation. In that role, I oversaw all of the civil litigation for the office. I think it was 12 divisions, roughly 325 attorneys, and I think total personnel somewhere north of 600.
Among those duties, among those responsibilities, was the charitable trust division within your purview?
Yes, it was the Financial Litigation and Charitable Trust Division.
And briefly, what is the Attorney General's role statutorily with regard to charitable trusts, charitable foundations?
Very briefly, the Attorney General sort of has broad powers to protect the public interest in charity.
The public interest in a charity, does that sometime include protecting a charity from attacks from without?
Absolutely.
And does it sometimes include protecting a charity from itself or from mismanagement?
Yeah, from breaches of fiduciary duties, some sort of mismanagement, yes.
Is there a requirement under Texas law that when a lawsuit involving a charity occurs that the Attorney General is to get notice of that lawsuit?
Yes.
What does the Attorney General do then? What does your Charitable Trust Division do then when given notice?
They look at the lawsuit and do some investigation to determine whether the charity is qualified to protect itself and is protecting itself. In other words, if there's some sort of mismanagement issue at the charity, or there's some inability to legally represent itself, the charity in the litigation, that might be a place where the Attorney General's office steps in to protect the charity.
Give us a rough estimate of how many charitable trusts exist in the state of Texas, if you know.
I do not. Quite a number.
Is it in the hundreds of thousands?
That would not surprise me.
Okay.
Yes,
and give us a rough estimate, if you will, of how many times the Attorney General's office, let's say in a year, involves itself in some way in a charitable trust litigation?
It's a handful.
A handful.
At most.
Okay.
So it may be, again, it may be a management problem. Sometimes charitable trusts, are falling into a state where they sort of can't be self-sustaining anymore, et cetera. And so, the AG's office will get involved, but it's not a common occurrence.
What procedure does the Attorney General's office go through to determine whether to involve itself in litigation involving a charitable trust?
Well, first, the Financial Litigation and Charitable Trust Division, as it was organized then, they have a group, obviously, within that looks at charitable trusts. So they analyze the situation. They make, the staff attorney will make a recommendation, I think initially to the head of the charitable trust group within the division, as to whether to intervene or not. And then that's sort of, if it's a non-intervention, typically it sort of stops at the division level. It won't necessarily come up to me unless they think it's a close call and they would need someone in my role's advice. If that's not the case and they believe that they should intervene in the case, then there would be an executive approval memorandum, and that would be signed off on. That would be signed off by the division chief. It would be signed off by me. I believe it would have been signed off by the deputy first assistant attorney general and also by the first assistant.
I want to ask you some questions about the Mitty Foundation and some litigation involving the Mitty Foundation and Nate Paul are World Class Holdings. You're familiar now with that litigation, aren't you?
Of course, yes.
We do not have an agreement on Exhibit 54, but I'm going to hand you Exhibit 54 and ask that it be introduced once he identifies it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any objections from the?
No, Your Honor. We'll allow this.
We'll admit Exhibit 054 into evidence.
Will you pull that up, please? I want to direct your attention to the first paragraph of this memo. First, what is the memo?
This looks like a memorandum that recommends, I shouldn't say it looks like, it is a recommendation by...
Keep your voice up and get close to the microphone.
I'm sorry, I was busy trying to read this. This appears to be the memorandum that
I'm sorry, it is on the screen if that's easier for you.
Okay, that is easier, thank you. This is the memorandum that declined to involve, for the AG's office to become involved with the Mitty Foundation. So this would have been prepared at the division level, and highly unlikely that it would have come to me initially.
All right. I want to draw your attention to the first paragraph, and I'll just read it as you look at it. If you'll highlight that first paragraph, I recommend waiving the Attorney General's interest in this matter regarding a private real estate company's breach of fiduciary duties to its investors, one of which is a charitable trust, the Mitty Foundation. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And that's a memoranda recommending to waive the Attorney General's interest.
That's correct.
On the second side of that letter, if you go to the second page, I want to highlight the paragraph in the middle, in my opinion, starting there.
I see that.
This office does not have a role in this matter. The trust is zealously represented by counsel. Counsel stated that once the receiver sells the First and Trinity LP and WC Third and Congress LP, the trust will likely make a massive return on its investment. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And finally, at the bottom, I recommend the Attorney General file a waiver for the following reasons. The trust is represented by counsel, the trust's assets are diversified, and the litigation will not critically impact the trust's 2020 distributions. Is that right?
Yes, that's how it reads.
Following this, did the Attorney General waive waive interfering in this lawsuit?
Yes, we did not intervene in January or around that time frame in 2020.
Pull up Exhibit 55, please. I believe this is agreed. Entered by agreement. This is the Attorney General's waiver, isn't it? Filed in the lawsuit, styled the Mitty Foundation against WC and Trinity, so forth, the world-class, or Nate Paul's organizations.
That's correct.
I want to highlight at the bottom of that first page of the waiver, if any pleading is filed herein that adds additional parties or causes of action, then that would constitute new or additional proceeding, and then the Attorney General might intervene, correct?
That's correct.
Did any new parties, additional parties, or additional causes of actions ever get filed in that case?
I certainly don't recall any new parties, and I was not aware of any additional causes of action.
Did General Paxton order that an intervention be made?
Well, yes.
Let me ask you this way. Did you have a conversation with General Paxton in which he expressed his request or order that the intervention be made?
Yes, I did. So General Paxton eventually came to me, and this was my first involvement with this case, substantive involvement, right? There are 34,000 matters.
Okay. So let me get it this way. Yeah. Was this on your radar screen at first?
No.
How did it get on your radar screen?
It got on my radar screen because General Paxton particularly wanted to intervene in this matter. I don't think my first discussion about this matter was with General Paxton. I think it was probably with Jeff Mateer. But at some point soon thereafter, I had a meeting with General Paxton, and he expressed a high level of interest and some insistence that we should intervene in this matter.
In your experience, had General Paxton ever expressed interest in any litigation involving charitable trusts that the Attorney General was involved in?
Objection, Your Honor, that's speculation.
Sustained.
Had there been any other litigation involving charitable trusts that you'd had any conversations with General Paxton about?
I did not.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
There were not, no. I had no other conversations about any other charitable
So what was your thought about General Paxton getting involved in this litigation?
I did think it was unusual. at the time.
I'm sorry?
I did believe that was unusual at the time. And that's probably all I thought about it at the time. We had so much going on in my divisions at that time with COVID and the Google lawsuit, et cetera. I did not spend a great deal of time thinking about it other than sort of a mental note that was a little bit, that was out of the ordinary.
All right. So at any rate, did the Attorney General's office file an intervention in that lawsuit?
We did.
At the time it was filed, do you rely on advice from your staff of attorneys that generally have hands-on handling of the litigation for advice?
Of course, I always
if we could have the
advice for them.
Organization chart again, please. Down the list of people under you, there is a Joshua Godby. Who is he?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. DeGuerin. Our screen shows the previous document. I'm not sure why that is.
I think you've got a glitch over there.
Clearly.
We have the correct.
I can tell the court reporter does, but for some reason our table has something completely different. And I'm not trying to take away your time. I'm not trying to take the man's time.
We'll pause the clock for a moment.
Literally just our table.
It's just our table that keeps doing this. I'm not suggesting a conspiracy, Your Honor. I'm just saying it's happening.
Are the rest of the tables of your attorneys have the right screen? Damien will come to the rescue.
Okay.
It looks like the senators have the right one. I'd request an extra 15 minutes for this delay.
I bet you could negotiate him down to 1.
We've given you 6 more minutes today. So. Plus we saved you 5, so you're 11 minutes to the good.
Mine's still just frozen up.
Mr. DeGuerin. Mr. DeGuerin. Busby. Members, we're going to take this is the last witness of the day, but there's still more questions and cross. So let's take just a quick 10-minute break here, not our normal longer break, and then we may be finished by a little earlier this evening. So 10 minutes, come back at 20 minutes before the hour of 6.
Okay. Can I just say that this is boring testimony? I mean, I just want to say it out loud. I feel like I just have to say it. Todd?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, it varies, especially considering the excitement I thought we heard from Brandon in some of the testimony that he provided. I don't know where any of this is going. I don't want to be highly critical of the plan of the House prosecutors or Mr. DeGuerin or Mr. Hardin, who I have immense respect for as attorneys. They've obviously got a strategy and a plan here, but I don't have a whole lot of patience for just meandering and inefficiency and questions that have no purpose just to talk, especially on day 6 of a trial where these senators, I'm sure, are just really tired of being where they're at.
Some of these senators look like, please shoot me.
Get on with it already.
Please get me out of here.
We understand these are attorney. You work for the AG's office, and tell me about the structure and where your procedure every day. No, okay. We all get it.
And
get to the meat of the point.
And there is a clock, folks. There is a clock, and it is ticking with every single second. So it's hard for me to understand why you. I mean, maybe there's a point
Well,
I'm waiting
that's what
on
I
the
was
point.
getting ready to say. We really don't know their strategy. We're watching it, but we don't know what their strategy is. I'm sort of reluctant to analyze it, but it is getting boring.
Yep.
I mean, I'm gonna have to get up and get another cup of coffee here pretty soon because I'm like, whoa.
Because we're hearing the same thing, and to look at another chart, it's just.
Well, they're not going to show us the chart because they're not showing the exhibits.
No, I know we're not, but for them to have to look at the chart again.
Oh yeah. I mean, the only testimony that was mildly interesting beyond Brandon Camex was Joe Brown, because what I will say this: what Joe Brown did was Joe Brown established that there was a much more qualified alternative to hire if you wanted to hire an outside counsel. That Joe Brown was certainly eminently qualified. And guess what? He would know how to issue a subpoena.
Well, and he wanted the job.
He wanted the job.
He actually wanted the job.
But he also saw the red flags.
Yes.
And so you're obviously, he saw the red flags that some of the people that they were wanting to, investigate were people that were involved or entities that were connected to Paxton's own indictments. And so, he was cognizant of the potential conflicts, and then he just never gets the call to get hired.
He never gets hired.
So
they didn't want a competent attorney.
What do you think about that, not hiring Joe Brown?
I think he asked the question, said the same thing on the stand that we were talking about earlier, and that is, Attorney General Paxton had an entire office at his disposal to do the job, to do the work of this investigation if he thought that these search warrants were altered or doctored or improper. That's what your office is there for. And why he asked the question, why is your office not doing this? Well, they won't. I'm telling them, and none of them will do it. He goes, well, fire them. And again, that doesn't make sense to me. And Joe Brown, he understands how to run an office. He ran a district attorney's office. He ran a United States attorney's office. He knows that when the head man makes a statement and says, you're going to do this to my first assistant. First assistant, you go ahead and delegate down to the chiefs. The chiefs, you delegate down to the deputy chiefs. So, there's a flow chart there that they don't have the ability or the right to look at the boss and say, I'm not going to do what you told me to do. Right. So that I know that had to sit uneasy with him.
Because he's wondering why.
Why his antenna rose straight up. He's like, why are you calling in a special prosecutor?
Why don't they want to do it?
When your own office won't. So, which makes it a little bit weird for me that he was so insistent on continuing to call 2 or 3 times to say, am I getting the job? Am I getting the job? When he knew something didn't feel right there.
Well, but he made a point that he was willing to investigate it, but he was not willing to go any further than that.
Right.
So he wanted to reevaluate it once he did the investigation, which he was willing to do what Paxton said he wanted.
Well, he wanted to proceed very carefully, and certainly I don't think that Joe Brown's going to be marching up into a couple of banks with Michael Wynn.
Right.
And I don't think he's going to be taking his marching orders from Michael Wynn or Nate Paul. He is going, this is a guy who's ran a DA's office, ran a U.S. Attorney's office. He is not,
So if they knew that going into it, if the Nate Paul, Michael Wynn, KenPaxton, team was looking for the puppet, the pawn, the someone they could control, why would you even bother to bring Paul Brown into the equation to start off? Joe Brown, sorry. Paul Brown was a former district judge.
Long day.
Yes,
long day.
Right. Joe Brown, why would you bother to bring Joe into the equation? Why?
Well, the new Mexican governor, who apparently believes that we all need to live in a padded room safe and secure from all ills of the world, has decided that constitutional rights aren't guarantees. And I was like, oh, okay. Does this lunatic actually believe this nonsense, or is she working for the cartels? Shall we dive in?
I asked all of the major leaders in law enforcement, particularly in Bernalillo County, and I want to thank, he's not here, he wasn't able to stay, but DA Sam Bregman for his work.
So as we watch her, she's got a lot of portrayal going on. For those of you who have not seen this before, portrayal is an exaggeration of movement to portray the emotion or words that she's trying to give to you. Something that actors do quite a bit. Usually it's a sign of deception, something car salesmen do. You know, that kind of mentality. When you hear portrayal, that's the kind of thing you should be thinking. And I guess we should also add portrayal can be a truth teller and someone who really wants you to understand their side of it, especially if they're in a belief system. God, you have to believe. We're also seeing her wrangle her hands together, the stress. So we're seeing a lot of stress. She's coming into this knowing that this is not good. If this is giving you this much stress prior to even saying it, she knows.
Words of wisdom and advice about how we keep working together to really make sure that we're lining up all of our resources. And we've been doing that. I have to say that in the last year in particular, and the evidence in Albuquerque and Bernalillo County speaks for itself.
The last year in particular, this was a quite interesting one. So these three gentlemen to her left, all of them at the same time, wrangled their hands. The gentleman to her far right, and I'm talking to her side, her far right, with the Dasani water bottle, he's playing with his hands. The other two are quite relaxed. Well, I shouldn't say they're completely relaxed, but the gentleman to her immediate right, who is being gated, could just be stressed of being on camera. But he's not squeezing, petting, flexing, cracking thumbs, none of that.
We're seeing a reduction in homicides.
I do go back on him. He's breathing heavily. You can see his chest moving.
But this work tends to come and go. And that can't be the way that we do it anymore. And the way that that's occurred in.
Oh, they are really stressed. That guy to her immediate left, Lordy.
That way, because we all are resource limited. So we've determined today, and I want to thank you, and I'll introduce everyone on the table, that we don't need any more resource limitations conversations. We need to use the power of a public health and a state of emergency to access different levers, different resources, and different opportunities to keep New Mexicans safe. So that's what's changed today, and we're going to keep doing this work very closely until we see dramatic additional productive changes in the state. So I don't think anyone around the table needs any introduction, but I'm going to go to my left first. With me today is Chief Harold Medina from the Albuquerque Police Department. Chief, thank you. We have the Bernalillo County Sheriff, John Allen. We also have Commander Hernandez from the Albuquerque Police Department. To my right, we have the Deputy Secretary Baker from the Department of Public Safety. We also have the Chief of State Police, Chief Weiss.
Yeah, the gentleman to her immediate right, as soon as she introduced him, that's when you start seeing the flexing. I don't think he likes the spotlight on himself. He's fine with being in the background. Shady personality. Ooh-wee. And the gentleman to her right in the hat, I think he's just blissfully ignorant. There's no sign of stress at all in him. He's just, yeah, everything's fine.
Maybe new to the conversation in this space, but not new to the effort, is former State Police Chief Pete Caceres, who joins us today in a new official capacity.
Oh, he is really stressed.
And he is our newly announced Crime Reduction Director, helping us keep the navigation and the coordination of all the different levers, resources, and opportunities to make New Mexicans.
So he is, oh, wow. So apparently everything that's coming out, he's the guy. These are the bright ideas coming from him. You don't need rights. Well, as we have learned from the Katie Hobbs story that has been unfolding and who actually controls that government, it's not a far-fetched idea to think that it has migrated or has been in other states in the South as well. So just keep that in mind as we keep watching these border states.
Safer as possible. What I have in the public health order is not agreed to by every member sitting at this table, nor was it developed with all of their expertise at the front. What you'll see is I'm taking on all the major issues, and as I give you the details of the public health order, which I'm going to do in a minute, you'll see that some of them are going to pose incredible challenges for me as a governor and as a state, and I welcome the debate and the fight about.
I was letting that play through. Now, all of these that's in her order, not everyone agreed to it. It was like, and she came up real high and tall on it. And she's got a lot of portrayal. Because that's odd. You're doing something that legally goes against the Constitution. And for those of you who do not know, there is a judgment via the Supreme Court that if it is repugnant to the Constitution, it is your right not to follow it. I'm sure you'll be arrested anyways, and you'll have to go through the courts, and hopefully you get a judge who actually upholds the Constitution. But, you know, good luck with that these days. But for her to be so nonchalant and so much portrayal on it as if it gave no stress that these people bucked her. I was like, why would that not stress you? And what was the disagreement?
Making the Mexicans safer. Before I give you the details of the public health order, I am going to ask the Deputy Secretary just to put into context, not that you need it, about just how dire we think the situations are around the state, and in particular the largest city, the nexus of I-25 and I-40, present very particular challenges for all of us in keeping the Mexicans safe. Deputy Secretary.
Madam Governor, thank you. Members of the press and the public, welcome the opportunity to speak on a subject matter that's close to my heart. Last month, while attending my oldest son's first Yaffle football practice at a public park in the city of Albuquerque, where I began my law enforcement career and have served for many years and I'm proud of and love. In front of the view of 90 school children directly adjacent to a public middle school, 4 juveniles approached one another and began an active gun battle 5 feet away from my son and his teammates. All of the ancillary personnel, the moms, the dads, the little brothers and sisters, the kids playing on the playground, were impacted by the gunfire that was happening around them and the subsequent stabbing and destruction of evidence. Myself and some of the other parents responded in a way to try and get the children to safety, and thank God none of the children not involved in the intentional fighting action were harmed. That is just, thank God. Who was harmed was the 13-year-old who brought the gun to this park and the 14-year-old who was also stabbed. I treated those gunshot and stab wounds at the scene while we waited for first responders to arrive, additionally securing the pieces of evidentiary value that would be useful to the prosecution, which is being undertaken by the Bernalillo County Sheriff. In nearly 27 years of law enforcement experience, I've responded to thousands of active, violent criminal events. I have never responded to one before with my son present, and I don't recommend that course of action for anyone else. It has had a marked effect on my perception of something that I'm very familiar with, and the impact is significant. I have seen a deterioration and escalation in violence perpetrated with guns, particularly among our young people, in a manner that I have never seen before. And I share that story with you to raise awareness. Media, many members in this room covered that story when it happened because it was significant when it happened. Well, I saw it with my own eyes in color, live. And this problem is real, and I'm grateful to be part of the solution, and I'm grateful for our governor's work in bringing together the agencies and the resources to aid our community at this difficult time. Thank you for allowing me to share that, Governor.
Thank you, Deputy Chief, and as many people here know, it's not an isolated incident. And there isn't one of us sitting right here who doesn't respond in our official capacity, who isn't a current business owner in Albuquerque, or isn't a mother or a grandmother or a father or a grandfather, who doesn't have a personal specific story that includes violence. in our community. And before I give you the details one more time, I do want to tell the parents and family members of the children who we've lost.
It's a real story, and we can get into all the debate about, well, technically it was illegal for them to have it, and all you're doing is punishing illegal gun owners, but yeah, it won't matter. I can't get over how much stress is in her and everyone else as they start flexing the hands. It's just the insane amount of stress in this meeting, and the amount of portrayal is like, ugh. It's like somebody trying to sell me a car, hoping to get the money from me and have this contract signed before I turn the key to turn it on. Like, I just want to walk away from this deal. It's not good. Which just shows you that there's a layer there. The portrayal of, oh, this is a huge concern, this gun violence, and you all know, blah, 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 blah. And the portrayal is saying, believe this, hype this, hype this, hype this, stress, 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 stress. But there is no concern, the true emotion of concern. There is no emotion of being mournful, upset over children being involved. There's no fear. There's no emotion coming through of a sense of urgency. It is all portrayal and high stress, which are red flags, red flags.
So in this public health order, which is effective today, September 8th, which lasts 30 days, and then we'll, like all the other public health orders, we will either amend or renew or adjust, depending upon where we are. So effective immediately, no person other than a law enforcement officer or licensed security officer shall possess a firearm, either openly or concealed, within cities or counties, averaging 1,000 or more violent crimes per 100,000, and more than 90 firearm-related emergency department visits. So to put that in sort of a layman's terms, for 30 days in Albuquerque and Bernalillo County, it's the only place that meets both those standards. Statewide order, but only one place meets both criteria, where we have far too many ER gunshot visits and we have far too many crimes involving firearms. We are suspending open and concealed carry. The purpose is to try to create a cooling off period while we figure out how we can better address public safety and gun violence. Now, I am sure as I go through the rest of this, there are going to be a lot of questions about
This thing back, it doesn't even faze her. Now, I'm sure they have heard the counter argument. No matter how deep in the hole you are into the lunacy of the tyranny, you've heard the argument that legal gun owners are minuscule in their crime rate. I mean, minuscule. That is the reality. The only people killing and doing criminal things are criminals, and they get their things illegally. So when you see this narrative come through and then you watch their faces and their body, and it's like a huge amount of portrayal with a little bit of stress. One, you know they know. And two, it's just water off a duck's back with them. And you gotta wonder, there must be an underlying agenda. We won't get into that because I find it very odd that there's no shame in it. You don't see her trying to look away from people. You don't see her trying to hide. She's just portraying the importance and the safety that she's trying to give out.
whether or not we think we have the legal rights to do that.
So you see her just kind of like, she throws her hands open just a little bit. She goes down on one side of her head, like a shrugging it off. It's like, it doesn't really bother her whether we have the legal right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're going to do it anyways.
Sure that before you write this, there will be a legal challenge. And I can't tell you that we win it, given all of the different...
So that was a very odd movement with the neck. All of the different. It was very odd to stick your neck out that far and say those words at the same time. One, because it puts pressure on the larynx and the breathing. There's stress in that. She's portraying it that way. So there must be judges that they don't have in the pocket. I don't know. It just seems like there's a stress point there.
Challenges to gun violence laws and restrictions on individual firearm access and control. I think it's time we have a really strong debate about all the other constitutional rights. No one right now in New Mexico, and particularly in Albuquerque, is safe in a movie theater, at a park, at a school, at a grocery store, at an Isotopes game, at the university, at the grocery store, I think I said, getting your prescriptions, at work. You just aren't safe. I can't guarantee it, and neither can the men and the women who put on a uniform every day. In that regard, I think it's time to talk about the absoluteness of the discussion on the current court actions that suggest that the Second Amendment is an absolute right and none of the others are. And I'm sure you're going to ask me what I think my chances are. And again, if it opens up the door to the kinds of public safety that keep kids safe, I'm willing to take it on. In addition,
all right, so we see some stress there too, because I'm willing to take it on and we avoid. So not completely willing. She knows that there's a huge block there. I'll let the lawyers sit there and debate the legality of using the public health argument to take away our guns. I mean, if that's going to be the path, then we need to take fucking sugar away. Soda pop, potato chips, nicotine, stop legalizing alcohol, for public health. Where does it end? Padded room for you all. Padded room for you all.
If you like it, please share and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
is a voice that you should hear. We will dream our dreams together, trust and have no fear. For the man who paints the pictures, he will hear you if you call. And the man who paints the pictures will catch you if you fall. Yeah, yeah, yeah! Oh, yeah! The man who paints the pictures, he will hear you if you call. And the man who paints the pictures will catch you if you fall. Yeah, yeah, yeah! Oh, yeah! In the night, when there's no one near with arms to come and hold you tight. In the night, when the love that you once had is going out of sight. In the night, in the day, you can smile and say you don't feel alone. There's a friend or two that you can telephone. But there comes a time when you must make a home. To face the night, when the home you had is just another empty place. In the night, when you turn the key, you know you never see her face. In the night, oh, at night time should be for loving, but there's no loving left in my world. Oh, at night time should be for living, but there's no living without that girl. Oh, baby, yeah, yeah. Oh. In the day, you can smile and say you don't feel alone. There's a friend or two that you can telephone. But there comes a time when you must make a home. Oh, night time should be for loving, but there's no loving left in my world. Oh, night time should be for living, but there's no living without that girl. In the night, oh yeah, in the night, the night, in the night, oh yeah, 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 in the night, in the night, yeah, in the night, yeah, yeah, Are there no others in this world shy and bashful like me? Am I just one in a crowd, all alone? You see, I must have been a reject. Sticky labels as well. People read my labels a mile off. People around can tell. Alright, yeah. Always on my mind. Always on my brain. Yes, it is. People stand and stare at me. We're thinking they're not the same. Whoa. I'm just an outcast. I'm just an outcast. I am an outcast. All right, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I've been to see my doctor. They can do nothing for me. He knows I'm an outcast. All he does is ignore me. All right, come on now. Always on my mind. Always on my brain, yeah. People stand and stare at me, thinking they're not the same. Whoa. I'm just an outcast.
Welcome to the day. It's being billed as the trial that could totally reshape the tech industry and shake the hold that many big tech companies have on their customers. An antitrust trial against Google opened in Washington, D.C. today. Prosecutors allege the company illegally made itself the default app on many devices and services, crushing its competitors in the process. Lawyers for both sides have made opening statements in a trial that's expected to last 10 weeks. It's the first time in a quarter of a century that a tech company has faced antitrust law in the US. The last time was when Microsoft was prosecuted over the dominance of its Internet Explorer browser. Google denies the accusations and says its products succeed simply because they're the best on the market. Well, let's pick this up with Jennifer Huddleston, who's a Technology Policy Research Fellow at the Cato Institute in Washington, D.C. Welcome to DW. So this is a federal case brought by the Justice Department. Why are they going after Google?
I think that's actually a really good question when we're looking at this case. Why are we seeing the American government go after an incredibly successful American company, a company that's very popular with consumers? What the government, and this case is brought by the Department of Justice. There's also a companion case brought by the attorneys general of several different states, are arguing is that Google has not only obtained monopoly power, but that it's using that monopoly power in anti-competitive ways, or maintaining that monopoly power in anti-competitive ways, such as by making itself the default search engine, or through what it's doing in the search engine advertising market. What's interesting, though, is this is a company that's incredibly popular with consumers, and much of what's going on here is actually a question of, should consumers be the one to decide what products are successful in the market, or is there a government intervention to dictate what the market in search should look like?
So, because the sort of motivations do seem a little bit cloudy there, could we see this really as just a sideways way of trying to break up this enormous company, like taking down Al Capone for not paying his taxes?
We certainly have seen a lot of scrutiny of big tech companies, of these leading tech companies that are largely American, on both sides of the Atlantic. Actually, we've seen a lot of scrutiny from European regulators, but interestingly, we're also seeing a lot of scrutiny from US regulators on both the left and the right. This is probably a result of various political motivations that vary depending on whether you're looking at it on the left or the right, but also it represents a pretty dramatic shift in the way that we've seen competition policy used in the US. And what I see as a very concerning shift away from something that's truly focused on the consumers and how the competitive markets are benefiting consumers, or how anti-competitive behavior may be harming consumers, to something that's much more focused on kind of the idea of concentration in and of itself as a harm, the idea that competition policies should be focused more on competitors than on the outcomes that are best for consumers.
So what do you think the outcome of this trial is likely to be? Can you see Google being broken up, or perhaps just getting its wings clipped?
Really interesting questions in this particular trial is, what happens even if the government wins? What would that look like in terms of a remedy? Because it's not necessarily obvious that there is a potential regulatory remedy there, or if so, when you stop and think about them, they are so anti-consumer that it's really concerning what those remedies would look like. The idea that when you opened a web browser, there would be no default search engine. It would either have to just be random, or you would have to go through additional steps to select a search engine, when that's something that consumers have largely come to expect. The fact that this could change the advertising market, when prices have generally fallen in ways that have incredibly benefited small businesses who are now able to advertise online much more easily than in an era where you had to purchase television advertising or print advertising. But I think the other really interesting question here is, what does this do to the innovation that's going on in search itself? What does it do in terms of the developments we're seeing in AI, the shifts we're seeing to how Gen Z is searching completely differently in things like voice recognition? And then finally, what does it mean when it comes to what competition policy is being used for? What would this mean in terms of how we would see regulators, particularly in the US, potentially pursuing antitrust cases in the future?
Right. Just on the first of the many points you made there, you make it sound like quite a complicated business and of changing your search provider. And Google's defense, and certainly when I've used my phone or the computer, is that, no, it's really easy to change search engines. That's surely not a huge burden on the consumer.
Well, it is very easy to change search engines right now. It's only 4 clicks away on your typical smartphone. But most people expect that there is a preset search engine, that you're not opening a phone out of the box with nothing pre-installed in it, that there's one and then you can change it if you don't like that one or want to go to another one. I think that's some of the question here too, is should the government be dictating what these business relationships can look like and what products you're offering to consumers when something comes out of the box?
Interestingly, on this side of the Atlantic, as you hinted at earlier, the European Union has just introduced legislative control of big tech with its Digital Markets Act, designating Alphabet, that's Google's parent company, and Amazon, Apple, ByteDance, TikTok's owners, and Meta, the owners of Facebook, and Microsoft as gatekeepers who will have now 6 months to ensure full compliance with these new laws. Can you see that being successful and something that the US is likely to look at and try to adopt?
It's very interesting to see this dynamic emerge between the EU and US regulators. And I think it's very concerning to see how many leading American tech companies have really appeared to be the target of this kind of regulation that seems very specifically designed to go after not general practices, but those particular companies. These are leading innovative companies, and we're seeing them continue to compete not only amongst each other, but against any number of emerging players, whether it's in AI or whether it's through the development of new social media or whether it's through things in any wide array of markets and industry. So when we see something like a regulatory framework in the DMA, I really have questions about what that's going to do for the future of innovation. And again, is it really the role of government regulators to dictate what consumers should have access to in the market when we are continuing to see that this remains a competitive and innovative market?
So why then do you think that the US Congress, which has considered this issue many a time, failed to rein in what have been called these anti-competitive practices of these companies?
I don't think it's a failure. I think that the proposals we've seen are very concerning in the way that they shift the focus away from the consumer. The proposals we've seen in the US Congress would actually largely harm consumers in the way that it would prevent them from having certain features that they've come to expect and accept. The ability to, when you Google, find me the nearest hamburger restaurant, that a map pops up with the list of the hamburger restaurants that are nearby, or the way that when you are trying to find out more information or reviews about a place, that you have several different options, including those options that may be built into a service, but you can also very easily go to other services if you don't like the options that are available in Google. And so when we're seeing these regulations come in, what they're telling companies is, we know you think you know what your consumer wants, but we know better. And rather than let you be popular by serving your consumers, we're going to dictate so that we can make sure that your competitors have the same advantages that you have. So if you're more innovative, if you're more successful, if you're providing more popular services, we're going to try and regulate that in a way to make the product go down a level rather than allowing the market competition to raise everything up a level.
Just a quick word about money, because, of course, the big suspicion has been that one of the reasons that big tech has been so successful at avoiding legislative oversight in the US is the more than $250 million they've spent on lobbyists, advertising and PR companies, as well as political donations. Can you see them being able to spend their way out of this corner?
That's something that I'm really able to speak on. What I will point out is that we continue to see a debate over antitrust, and that it's important that we recognize the value of the existing antitrust framework, which is objective and flexible and economically sound to deal with a wide array of industries, and that we recognize that any changes to antitrust law, even if they may be nominally directed at big tech companies, are likely to impact the market far more generally.
Good talking to you. Thank you for taking us through that so clearly. Jennifer Huddleston from the Cato Institute.
I did my big learning exposure. I supported a lot of people. I promoted their channels, try and help. They were under attack too. I felt I really went the distance, and I proved that I was a person that was a good team player, and I proved that I was a person that was a good team player. Had also been attacked, but for some reason I'm just odd man out of these things, and that's just how it goes, right? And it's good because then you know, when they make these false allegations that I'm with gangs, I'm not affiliated with anybody. I'm not wrenched in anybody's chat where I was supporting the fuck out of them, you know? And I don't need to be there. I was supporting the fuck out of them, you know? And I don't need to be there. And then what happens is other people like Silentium come in, and Yaxley says nothing, and then she's got support and she doesn't deserve it. But I don't deserve support. Right, Yaxley? So you're running around telling everybody not to deal with me, right? Yaxley, isn't that what it is? That's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up, dude. You didn't want Tiffany to kill herself after everything she did to you. But everything I did for you. And you still would like to see me 6 feet under. Isn't that true, Yaxley? Should really make it right. It disappears. It wasn't here in the fight. It wasn't in here in the front fucking lines doing the fight. From the back, talking to people, right? But now it's time to come back on the scene. Why that is. Am I getting too much support? You're going to try and dig into some more people, so I'm isolated, so I end up killing myself? Looks like that's your intention. Another one that fronts like good person. It'll do you some good having a break from him. Hallelujah. Hey, Babs. Hey, guys. How are you today? Yeah, that's what came to me. I think I've done enough. I don't need to be giving these other harassers in the U.S., you know, more of my time. They have proven whom they are by the choice they made to support Penny Bunny. Right? Yeah. And they use the same tactics. They don't give a fuck if somebody ends up offing themselves. So that's not very nice, is it? I don't know when OnlyFans, I was going to try and maintain the level of focus on it and busting it out until they started. I thought they would be starting sooner. I kind of fried myself out in the beginning, but I just went with whatever. I went with it because I had the energy to do it. Probably adrenaline. With these stupid accusations that I support NAMBLA. NAMBLA? Wow. My intention and what I'm trying to do here is for the higher good. As I say all the time, I don't wish harm on these people. I wish they could do the right thing. But people that harm others like they do, and they don't want to stop, and people die, I don't stand by. I don't stand for that shit. I don't. I'm severely principled. Just about do the fucking right thing. That's my dad thing. Just there's a right way and a wrong way. Just do it. Just do it right. And then the beauty of this, but the individuals who find themselves alone in the stand they take must remember that if it is truth they are following, it will eventually win. And at least they can live with themselves. Not everyone can say that. So I've never turned a blind eye to somebody being harmed on here, and I've been willing to stand up and help anyone. I will fight. If they legitimately have been harmed like this, I will stand for them. That's what I do. And the interesting thing is that it just, because I was thinking about it yesterday, how certain people are kind of banded together and helping each other. Certain people are kind of banded together and helping each other and creating safety in numbers for each other. And for whatever reason, even though I've been attacked by the same people, it's not important what's being done to me because somebody pissed in someone's ear and talked some shit. So it's like, it's so unfair to do that to a person. To lie about them, to isolate them so they have no support. And I know for a fact somebody's been doing that because I've had many people tell me that they're talking shit about me behind the scenes. That's just shit. Oh, I don't like it. It's unfair. Please. Penny, it's Penny Live.
From the CIA being exposed as paying people off to tell them what they want to hear about the origins of COVID, to the beginnings of the impeachment process against the president, Joe Biden, the man who was watching it all. Who knew that things would get wilder, but they do by the day. For the Australians, Washington correspondent, our dear friend, Adam Crichton, who joins us now from DC. Great man, what a day.
Paul. It certainly has been a very busy Tuesday for me. Firstly, the CIA letter. I thought that was going to be the big story, whereby a whistleblower came forward to a House Congressional Committee and really made this extraordinary allegation that the CIA itself, someone senior at the CIA, bribed 6 more junior CIA officials to come up with the conclusion that they didn't know how COVID emerged. That's pretty staggering stuff. Look, we don't know if it's true or not. It's just an allegation that's now been made in a public letter to the CIA. But you'd think they wouldn't be writing a letter like that kind of unless it was true. And they do make the point in the letter that the person, the whistleblower, has worked at the CIA for over 20 years and is still employed there. So if this is true, that they bribed someone to basically come up with a politically convenient explanation for COVID, then the reputation of the CIA, I think, will be even lower than it already is.
Absolutely. Let's test this a little bit. What is inside that letter? What is the chief allegation? Is it about somebody changing their mind, or is it them shopping around to get the advice that they wanted?
Well, the allegation was, so basically all of the US intelligence agencies, they were told to look into whether the virus leaked from a lab or whether it may have emerged from a market. And as you know, there's been huge debate about that, and US intelligence agencies are largely split on the matter. For instance, the FBI thinks that it likely leaked from a lab, but the CIA, interestingly, has at least publicly, said that they just can't reach a conclusion. But now a letter's come out, and apparently the CIA formed a group of 7 experts within the CIA, and 6 of them were bribed, apparently, with, I think the quote was a significant financial incentive, unquote, to change their conclusion. So those 6 apparently concluded that it leaked from a lab. The 7th and the most senior person in that group that was formed basically thought that it came from a market, and that was the final public conclusion. Pretty staggering stuff, actually.
Well, think about it in a medical sense. If a doctor diagnoses and tells you you have cancer, and then you go and get a second opinion, a third, a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth, well, you probably got cancer. It's when you keep shopping for the 7th to tell you you don't, that perhaps the weight of opinion is not with the 7th doctor. Remember, we keep being told about follow the science. Well, follow the advice here. 6 out of 7 say that it was from the lab, yet the 7th doctor is the one who helped push the narrative.
Yeah, look, this is very embarrassing, for the whole cadre of journalists and professors that have pushed the market, market theory as opposed to the lab leak. I mean, you said the weight of evidence there. The weight of evidence has been shifting now for months in favour of some sort of lab leak. Whether it was deliberately engineered is quite another question. But I think most observers think that it did leak from a lab, and of course that has massive political consequences because, as you know, the US government was funding that lab to some extent, and so if it did leak, then to some extent the deaths of all those people and all of that chaos that we lived through for years, was partly the fault of the US government.
Well, this was part of my rage this week, is that when China is getting ready to remove its series of tariffs against Australia, that their propaganda machine via the Global Times says that it was all Australia's fault. Now, again, we know here that China, at the very least, let's be the kindest we can be to the CCP, and that's something that I'll ever rarely say, which is they knew something was going wrong in Wuhan, so they stopped their domestic flights because they didn't want it to spread, but because they didn't want the international embarrassment, they let the international flights continue to go. Australia calls out. Not even that process, just wants to know, hang on, what happened here? Because God forbid if it happens again, how do we make sure literally millions of people don't die and we don't have the response that has ruined the world and certainly is going to set us on a path for a long period of time. But what about the arrogance of the Chinese via its mouthpieces, which means fully ticked off by Beijing, that, oh, it's all Australia's fault. This was all an attempt to hold Australia's head up on a spike as a message to Canada, to New Zealand, to anyone who was close to but not the United States, don't treat us like we have any responsibility, when it's very obvious that regardless of whether it is lab or market, and I'm a lab leak guy because that's where I think the evidence is, that China could have done more but instead helped facilitate its spread around the world.
Yeah, look, certainly I think your analysis is right. I think China has been diminished in the eyes of many observers around the world. They've been very intransigent. They haven't been forthcoming with the scientific data surrounding the virus. And, they probably enjoyed beating their chests in the way they treated little Australia. But I think in the medium to long term, it's been very damaging. And now you see their economy, imploding. Actually, I was just literally an hour ago talking to a very senior economist, and, he kind of made the joke that the Chinese economy was so bad that actually they were looking for, they were happy to shut it down in 2020 so they could blame the COVID pandemic for shutting the economy down rather than just the innate poor state of the Chinese economy. But look, I mean, without cooperation from China, I don't see how we ever really get definitively to the bottom of the origins of COVID. I mean, maybe one day in 10, 20 years' time, we'll find out. But at the moment, I don't think there's definitive evidence either way, and because the answer is so incredibly political, you never really know what particular people really think. That's one of the big problems.
Now, we know that the impeachment process, it starts with an inquiry, it then moves to formal charges. The charges then go to the Senate, and you need 60 votes to convict or remove a president for high crimes. The reality is that the Democrats are now where the Republicans were when it was all about Trump, which is there's not 60 votes in the Senate, so no one is removing Joe Biden.
That's right.
Whether it ever gets to that trial or not, well, again, that has to be a significant vote in the House. Now, they do have a majority, but not a big majority, so no one knows where that process goes. But the need to inquire into the behaviour of Joe Biden, to get to his bank records, to see whether the claims of Hunter Biden's multiple business partners who say a cut of the money that clearly was being paid, not for energy expertise in Ukraine, but it was obviously access money that was going, to Hunter Biden because of the proximity to Joe, but also the suggestion of the business partners was that a section of that money was going to Joe Biden first as the vice president and then, of course, as a private citizen getting ready to run again for the presidency. Do you believe that a more public impeachment inquiry gets us closer to evidence about where the money moved? Because Biden firstly said, I knew nothing about all of this. Well, that clearly wasn't true. But he's always stood by, show me the money. Is this the part of the investigation that gets us to the money?
Well, look, I think it is. This impeachment inquiry will have subpoena powers. They can call witnesses. Obviously, the committee will be a lot more focused on this one question of the Biden family dealings. And I think it's perfectly justified to convene the committee. I mean, of course, we've known about the suspicion of corruption in relation to Ukraine for some time. Then, of course, we had Hunter Biden's laptop and all the emails about 10% for the big guy. So there's been a lot of smoke there. But this year, Congress has uncovered even more things. There's the more than 140 suspicious bank transaction reports by the US Treasury. I mean, that's quite extraordinary. And they're transactions that the Biden family are engaged in. And of course, you mentioned earlier that Biden lied. I think that is the big one. I mean, as you know, he's been saying publicly.
Gang. Well. Welcome to the pop-up stream. Debunking the big D, and I don't mean Dallas.
But I do mean Texas.
I do mean Texas, though. You bet your ass on that. So, after my stream last night, apparently the trolls are really running scared. You know, the mindless minion gang are really running scared. And they basically infiltrated Denise in a chat from a stream she did. And she obviously, you'll be able to tell the way she's talking and reading that she's basically reading from a script. But the new delusional shit that she's trying to come up with is just utterly hilarious. So although this is an hour, almost an hour long stream of Denise, I feel that it's necessary to go through it in its entirety because it is just jam-packed full of lies and literal crazy shit. I mean, talking about people being technically government workers and all kinds of shit. So without any further ado, let's just get started because it's like a 50-minute stream, I think, and we're going to have to stop periodically in order to, prove things and debunk what she's saying. So it may take a couple hours in all reality for this stream, but I think it's very important that we take a look at this and we cover this. So, geez, where to even start with this garbage? Where to even start? All right, let me pull this up here real quick. All right. Let's just get rocking and rolling right from the get-go. Here's your big friend, Big U. I've changed your nickname to Big U.
C. Davis.
There we go. Get past all that garbage.
We are anonymous. This message is for every person that...
Oh, yeah. We need to hear that. What's up, Denise? Brush your hair, lady. For Christ's sake.
This message is for every person that uses social media and as guardians of the internet. We have been prompted.
That is not anonymous. That is Daniel Dude.
Daniel Dude?
An affiliate and partner with Jesse Davis up there in Mishawaka and South Bend, Indiana.
A partner?
It contains some extreme threats.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, Denise. So you're claiming that anonymous video that you were just showing that we shared on my stream last night from Daniel Dowd contains extreme threats? Is that what you just said, Denise? I want to make sure I'm clear on this.
To Thomas Schoenberger, and of course they always include his friends in their threats.
Oh, really?
First of all, let me talk a little bit about the collective known as Anonymous.
Yeah, let's
It's
talk
an
about
interesting group of people who have garnered respect as well as fear.
Respect.
Their devotion to being actually anonymous has opened them up to all kinds of problems. There are different factions. They represent different things. Clearly, Thomas Schoenberger is not anonymous.
Right, of course.
Neither are very many of the people at all who actually are actively involved with him, either as colleagues in his musical profession or friends.
Neither are very many of his friends or colleagues. None of Thomas's fucking friends are anonymous. None of them, Denise.
Most of us are well known by our faces and names.
Yeah.
And this group that is...
Except for the cowards that try to stay faceless and use fake ass names, right, Denise?
calling itself anonymous is not anonymous. Daniel Dude is certainly not anonymous. He's somebody who has been convicted of exposing himself, his private parts, to a child.
Oh, okay. Here we
He
go.
has all kinds of excuses of what really happened, don't they all? They characterize Thomas Schoenberger as some kind of felonious stalker because Thomas
has more than one stalking conviction against him. That's why we say what we say. It's on his record. He is a felonious stalker. He stalked people, and when he was court ordered not to do so, he violated the court orders and stalked them even more. So, there is that, Denise.
at one point made a phone call to a girlfriend that had been in a relationship with him to a very extensive point. And he made that one phone call past the point where she said she didn't want to hear from him.
Oh, it's just
That's
one
not felonious stalking. But
right, Denise.
Thomas going into court without a lawyer and being up against another wealthy catfish.
Oh, wait. Again, Thomas going in court pro se and not knowing what the fuck he's doing. So, yeah, okay. And he's going up against another wealthy catfisher, or catfish as you call them. So all these women that Thomas wooed who were wealthy, and he manipulated them and frauded them out of over $500,000 that we can prove. They all were catfishing Thomas Schoenberger. What were they catfishing Thomas for, Denise? Were they catfishing him for some Marlboros and some Starbucks and a joint that, you know, Lisa Clapper was begging for cash for Tommy Boy to buy? Is that it? Yeah, I said Tommy Boy, and we'll get to that a little later in the video, Denise.
It's interesting, the females who catfish Thomas have been involved with a lot of money as well. But that's not important. I'm just contrasting these things with the reality of what's going on here.
The facts that Thomas Schoenberger, in fact, was catfishing these wealthy women, as she calls them, to dupe them out of money, doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, guys. The truth doesn't matter.
Daniel Dude, that is clearly the editor of this, because anyone who's watched his idiotic behavior in the Sewertown channel has seen exactly the same kinds of editing tropes in his work. I'm not sure if the genuine anonymous who have guarded their collective against this kind of gutter thug hijack.
Gutter thug hijack.
I'm not sure if they're still out there and still protecting their, I don't know what to call it, their mission, their cause, their identity as such. Clearly, this is a stupid cheap thug attempt to intimidate. Now, the part about passing flyers around to all the neighbors, obviously they can only do that because they know our addresses, and they already tried something on me.
Okay, hang on. We're going to pause there for 1 second, and I'm going to try and take 1 quick minute to go hunt for something. Daniel, if you want to just entertain for a moment, don't give away where you came up with that anonymous video that has all these terrible threats, because we're going to unveil that here in a moment.
Oh, goody.
We're going to show everybody how that video was made.
Where it actually came from?
Oh, yes, we're going to show who the gutter slut thugs really are in this. So, if you can just kind of entertain them for a minute.
I'll just open my Facebook.
I'll be back in just a moment.
Ooh, good thing I'm not showing my screen. Those are titties. Oh, look, 9 new posty poos. I mean, it should be fun.
Daniel Dude.
What? I didn't do nothing.
You
Swear.
She claims to have all this knowledge and education, but I mean, if you look at the spelling of cloud or shroud or loud.
See, and by using cloud, I'm trying to get people to get the pronunciation right of the OUD. Oh.
D-O-O-D like doo-doo, or it could be D-U-D-E, but D-O-U-D, look at it again, Denise.
Pronounce it like 2 O's and then a D. Food.
Ooh.
Food.
Food. Food.
Oh, I mean, in other news, my YouTube channel that I have been streaming on is now archived because I had a double hit attempt on me on 9/11. They hit both of my twin towers. You know what I mean? On 9/11, they hit the twin towers, aka 2 of the Lepo streams. So Dan Cromer's not dead.
It's those cults and their numbers.
Wow. Damn it. Unfortunately, I couldn't find what I was looking for, but we'll find it for a stream on a later date. But anyway, that means, again, is talking about this horrific, threatening video that Daniel Dowd apparently produced, making threats towards Thomas Schoenberger and all his friends. So let's just let her talk a little more before we hang her, shall we?
Hi, Chris. I'm going to put the link in down below in a minute. But they've already tried something on me. About a week or so ago, Daniel Dudes, he's a co-host in the Sewer Town channel. Jesse Davis is the owner. And what they did was they published 3 different people's addresses. Thomas's, mine, and another person's. But they did it.
Denise, that's a lie. I did not publish any of your addresses. Matter of fact, the addresses were redacted. The addresses were redacted. So we did not publish your address.
In a pin map,
Yes.
taken from sex offender registries.
Yes.
And what Jesse Davis did was he had all red pins, which probably were generated by the map program that he used from some kind of offender registry website. And then he placed a different color pin.
No, Denise, you don't get to lie. Jesse didn't place any pins on the map. Those pins are all placed on the map by the site where the maps, in fact, are generated that show the predators living in a particular area. So you are correct. The red pins represent all the sexual predators in that area. And the other colored pin, which I believe, I'm not even going to bother to pull the maps up. I believe there was a blue pin on each map. The blue pin represented the area where you live, Thomas Schoenberger lives, and who was the other one? Scott Dribbler. Yeah, three of you mindless minions. And those maps came straight from a sexual predator mapping site. But go ahead, but you don't get to lie and claim that Jesse put any pins on the map, because I did not.
Showing my address in the center of all of the sex offenders he could find registered in the county that I live in Corpus Christi. And
Denise, again, your address was nowhere on the map. Your little pin that was on the map was placed by the map company, and I didn't place all the predators on there. The mapping company does that so that they can keep track of the sexual predators. It's totally not my fault that you live amongst a shit ton of sexual predators.
surroundings. He did the same to Thomas Schoenberger and the same to another person. He did this last week. Just prior to his...
No, Denise, I did it like over a month ago, by the way.
Partner bringing out this counterfeit anonymous video, claiming to be anonymous, trying to impress all of these people the internet people who are impressed by the history and reputation of the genuine anonymous collective.
Oh, really?
Who will notice that Dowd has stolen or is using the same cyber voice that they have always used. It has trademarked their own productions, their own videos.
You thief.
And of course, the Guy Fawkes mask.
You thief.
Somebody who was using the Guy Fawkes mask is the the person named Tammy Mathis, Winter Moon. She was.
God, I gotta give it away. I was actually looking for mine and Pavana's Guy Fawkes masks. We do have some. And I'm gonna have to find them so that we can wear them in the next stream for Denise.
You do?
Yeah, we had like
Halloween mask?
we had like 3 or 4 of the Guy Fawkes masks. Remember, we were gonna do a video a while back with our black hoods on for them.
Already take all those?
I don't think so. I don't.
Uh-oh.
Think
I think I might be exposing Denise as a liar right now. Hey, Denise, you want to know where that video came from? See, I've spent the last 2 weeks on Facebook, actually, dealing with this Jennifer Travis and this anonymous OCSAC fucking people calling me a pedophile on Facebook and trying to contact my mom and my brother. And they've got OP Pedo Hunt the Game 23, Game Over Pedo, PSYOP, CIA, MK Ultra, MK Fox, OP Little Birds, OP Child Safety, Mike Fox. And then they've got my name in here. And this just won't go away, Daniel Ryan Dowd. And Stixus L Sux Maximus. Well, see, the thing is, Denise, is they actually put out the fucking video about me.
Oh, but wait.
And that's what we edited
to
make the video. So look what he's got, and I'm capable of up.
Yeah, Denise.
Hoax Wars put on his channel. Or not Hoax Wars, Jedi played on his channel. So if you want to cross-reference some shit, Denise.
Oh, wait. I've got even more evidence than that.
Right.
Just bear with me. So, Denise, pay close attention to this video. Pay close attention to who they're talking about.
Citizens of the world, we are anonymous. This message is for every parent of a young child that uses Facebook. And as guardians of the internet, we have been prompted to warn you about a man named Ryan Daniel Dowd. What started out as him being an ego fag claiming to be part of Cicada 3301, he is not. This brought attention to himself, and his harassment of family landed him directly in our sights. I have warned of this and he has not heeded these warnings, so upon speculation and much investigation I have come to tell you that this fake Cicada fake Game 23 person is a child rapist indicated by a grand jury the 26th of April 2016 for aggravated sexual assault of a child the 30th of November 2014. And because this man has money, he got a plea deal, so he now gets to run around the internet bragging about it. This is what happens when rapists get away with rape and do not suffer any consequences. They will have a huge ego as if they are untouchable. This will not be tolerated. Daniel, your money buys your freedom for only so long. But justice will come now. The more you fuck around, the more you will find out I'm not the one. And every parent in Arizona are not going to be happy with a child rapist lurking on social media free to talk to their children. Why Facebook allows you to be here I don't know, but we have our own ways of dealing with trash like you as do our anonymous family.
Oh shit, is that a fucking threat? That sounds like a definite threat. But wait, let's hear what else they're gonna do to you.
So I ask all anonymous and affiliates to take note and add this fake to our list. He must be brought into the light and not let his excuses and victim blaming be permitted as truth. Because the truth is he raped a child.
Wait, holy shit. Wyatt Earp? They actually had a clip from Wyatt Earp in their threatening fake video against you? Who the hell's tied to that Wyatt Earp account and watching Water Boil and Robert Pollard and all those other accounts? Didn't we just talk about that the other day? Would that be that big old tub of lard named Hogbelly? Isn't that who's tied to all these accounts? Holy shit, Denise. And all of this is in the threatening anonymous video that originally popped up aimed at Daniel Dowd, not at Thomas Schoenberger. You see, Daniel Dowd just did a little bit of black magic and changed the video a little bit because your little group, or gang as I call you, because you are a gang, your little gang sent this to Daniel Dowd and plastered it all over the internet. Well, let's finish hearing what else they plan to do.
A day, good lawyer and got a lesser charge. If he was innocent completely, no person would sign a plea deal. So just remember what his charges were before money bought out justice. Daniel Ryan Dowd. You're a child rapist. The courts won't do their job, so you will suffer the might of the internet. Every dark corner you try and hide in, we will be there. Flyers going up in your neighborhood warning.
Well, wait, did they say flyers are going up in your neighborhood? Oh my God.
Yeah. Wow, we left in all the right bits, didn't we?
Holy shit, Denise. Holy shit. So, Denise.
Wow, so your proxy, are you getting proxy scared for me, Denise? Because this was sent to me.
Yeah. Days
And then I put it out making fun of Thomas because, well,
Yeah.
he's somebody they should actually be paying attention to.
And we will show you exactly when this was put out, by the way. It was days before Daniel Dowd retweaked with his black magic the video to aim it back at Thomas Schoenberger. Yes, I said aim it back at Thomas Schoenberger because Thomas Schoenberger is behind this. It's obvious because they shared all these tweets from Thomas sock accounts and Thomas troll accounts. So let's go ahead and finish. It's got a few seconds left.
People, about you, and even surveillance if needed to keep tabs on your activities. If you come near a child, there will be actions taken on you. You are no longer to do as you wish. Judgments have come without sympathy. You should have expected us.
Let's just see where it came from. Hang on. Let's take a look. Hold on. Where the hell? I know I've seen it somewhere, damn it. Oh shit. It came from the We Are Legion page. We Are Legion page on YouTube. Oh man, they're such a large group. They got a whole 5 subscribers. Holy shit. Oh my God, and they just joined in 2022. So did Anonymous regroup in December of 2022? Is that what happened here? Because did I miss something? Oh, yeah. See, this video, anonymous warning message that we just watched was directed at Daniel Dowd. Here's the title of it on this page. And let's just, can we zoom in there? Oh my God. This was actually posted by the Thomas Show Me the Burgers gang on this page on September the 6th, which would have been 6 days ago. I mean, 5 days ago, if you want to consider last night's when we aired Daniel's Black Magic remake of this video. So, Denise, before you run to your police or law enforcement authorities and you know, make claim that there's this big threat being made against you, you should probably pay a little closer attention and do some research and realize where the content came from instead of pointing your fingers in the wrong direction. Sometimes your fingers could get bitten. That's all I'm going to say. Nathan has no idea why he hates Thomas. Look, somebody posted this video today. They're trying to claim that Nathan has no clue why he hates Thomas that.
Well, then they should watch his live stream from today.
Yeah, they should have watched
where
his
he
live
talks
stream.
about how Thomas's minions are fucking with him.
Yes, they're still fucking with him to this day, by the way. Yeah.
I want to see Daniel's video. I haven't seen it.
And then we got this political clips, which is yet another new sock page that they are using on YouTube. And, you know, Denise obliterates Jesse in the Hoax Wars LARPer Dome. You guys all remember that. We showed a clip of that where Denise came up on the Hoax Wars panel when I was up there trying to have a civil man-to-man conversation with Hoax Wars, but he had his little trolls up there trying to gaslight me. And then Denise came up trying to act like the tough big girl from Texas, you know? Yeah, y'all remember that shit. All right, that's something for later right there. So anyway, Denise, we're debunking your story without a doubt that Daniel Dowd did not create this fake anonymous video threatening Thomas. This fake threatening anonymous video was created by Tommy Boy and his gang of mindless minions and posted on a new sock account on YouTube. And it was directed, and the threats were directed at Daniel Dowd. So there's the first.
Really an anonymous.
There's the first debunking. Now we're going to continue on with this because we know you're going to talk about this anonymous thing again, but we want to hear all the other defaming shit that you're going to have to say.
Wannabe. And in fact, all of this is closely associated with Monograph and Agent 19, who both have tried to ride the shirt tails or the coat tails of that organization. Although, frankly, I strongly suspect that if you can identify any group as authentic anonymous, I don't think they ever welcomed the pedo ring affiliations of these people.
Wait, what? Pedo ring affiliations of what people, Denise? Are you still talking about Sewer Town and Daniel Dowd and those involved in Sewer Town? I mean, we're not involved in pedo rings. I mean, so I don't know why you keep saying that, but
I just don't think they did. But you know, they are a mysterious organization.
Anonymous.
And I'm just putting this out there because there are so many people.
She's just putting this out there. You know she's telling a lie when she says, I'm just putting this out there. She has no proof to back up anything she's saying. She's just putting it out there.
You know, my favorite pedo catcher today did the most legendary shit on video I've ever seen. He got this pedophile who he exposed and then got arrested to bring him fucking Chipotle, and he ate that shit in his face. Go Alex Rose. Anyway.
Yeah, so, yeah, let's try and get through this. I mean, there's going to be a lot to decipher and dissect in this video because she's trying to add new twists to everything. And there's going to be some funny shit, too, I'm telling you.
That gather around these various channel communities who are not necessarily going to see the cracks in this mask, this fake anonymous mask.
Thomas's mask.
It shouldn't intimidate, but it's clearly an attempt to intimidate, and it's clearly also a threat.
Yeah, yes, Denise. It was clearly an attempt to intimidate Daniel Dowd, or Daniel Dude as you call him. And it was clearly a viable threat to Daniel Dude that was made by Thomas Show Me the Burgers and the Mindless Minion Gang. Now, I'm sure none of them will have the kahunas to take credit for it. But it no doubt came from the Mindless Minion gang. And as you continue, Denise, we're going to listen to you talk about how your gang has been working together for 2 to 3 years behind the scenes. That you're going to tell us that, aren't you, Denise?
Fortunately, one of the things that Thomas Schoenberger and his associates...
Oh, there it is. One of the things Thomas Schoenberger and his associates, his gang members, not associates, gang members. Let's back that up and let her say that again.
Not necessarily going to see the cracks in this mask, this fake anonymous mask.
Here we go.
It shouldn't intimidate, but it's clearly an attempt to intimidate, and it's clearly also a threat.
Yes.
Fortunately, one of the things that Thomas Schoenberger and...
Go ahead.
It's just a troll video. If you guys are gonna put out stupid shit about me, I'm gonna put out the truth about you. Like if you're gonna put out all of these fucking photoshopped documents and shit all over like Facebook. My mom even called you guys stupid. Like it's whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is going to be comical because right here she's going to admit that they have formed as a gang and they are in fact stalking. And if you pay attention, some of the comments that were in her chat that she's dumb enough to put up on the big screen do show up. And there's a couple that are real important.
And his associates, mindless minions, if you will call us that. What we have been doing over the past 2 or 3 years has been a very carefully and I think successful program of having conversations with people in
She's having a really hard time with the script, guys. Bear with her.
law enforcement, not attempting to make reports and create foolish disruptions.
Right.
But recognizing that one of our big problems is that the pedo rings have federal protection. And this is where the focus on Thomas Schoenberger becomes very interesting, because the Robert David Steele group, Robert David Steele, the late Robert David Steele,
Robert David Delio,
God have mercy on his soul, maybe, was definitely covering for and gaslighting on behalf of the government, the corrupt pedo rings that we know are somehow interfaced with government.
Is that why he didn't want to talk about Thomas Schoenberger? He was covering for his pedo ring, wasn't he, Denise? That's why RDS got so freaked out when they asked him about Schoenberger. He did not want to discuss Schoenberger's pedo ring. Now we got it. Go ahead, Denise.
They enjoy protection from the government. That was Robert David Steele, the guy who was promoting the child slaves on Mars fantasies in order to discredit anybody who might start speaking up about actual child trafficking.
Uh-huh.
And Thomas Schoenberger, for all his imperfections and, whatever, I mean, his vulnerability to catfish women, which thankfully is over and done with. They found an authentic woman, the real deal.
No, Denise. He found another woman that presumably has a little cash because she owns an art studio or some shit. So it's another woman that he will drain dry and use her till she's useless. And then he'll kick her to the curb and she'll be the next victim, Denise.